been a blessing.
Here comes the link in our chat, at least.
What they fear most is people getting together.
And it is truly decentralized. There is no committee that they can allege that's gone out and embezzled money or had underage photography or anything of this nature. There is no central committee that they can put the screws to. That we're everywhere, and all they can do is listen. It must be frightening for them. It must be very, very frightening.
I did see something a few weeks ago that YouTube had opened up something and started to unban some channels that's been banned for years. And I think someone actually said that if you search for Flat Earth now on YouTube, I can test that right now live while we're doing this, should at least get like Eric Dubay. Also, I mean, the YouTube algorithm is kind of tailored to whoever asks, so already knows that I'm interested in flat Earth videos, not from Professor Dave and so forth. So see what happens if I search flat Earth, and I bet if one of you guys try it, you're going to get different results. My first result is Dr. Ken Hovind on flat Earth, and I don't think he's a flat Earther. Flat Theory Explained, I don't think that's from a flat Earther either. Oh, yeah, they're still pretty much anti-flat Earth results. And the sixth result is from Eric Dubay, The History of Flat Earth. But I'm pretty sure he didn't even show up at all a few months ago. Yeah, there are a few Eric videos that shows up. Most of them are anti. Yeah, Professor Dave shows up. This is what Globers find when they search for Flat Earth on YouTube. They get all the anti stuff. Will Duffy.
It's funny because we get visitors that come in and say, you know what, I tried to search for you guys out there, can't find you anywhere. And because I'm getting served up all the anti-FE content, every time I try to search for pro-FE content, it really makes me start to question what's going on. The Streisand effect, folks.
Yeah, it could have backfired on them, actually. Maybe they noticed that.
And are you sure that's not intentional?
Yeah, right. Cat and mouse games. Whatever the case may be, though.
You and I have had this conversation before that, you know, maybe there's a reason that they are tacitly curating the conversation.
It's a shame to admit this, but when you're new, okay, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live comes up as the 54th result for me. So we're in there in the flat if you search for Flat Earth, but you just have to scroll a long time before it actually shows up. I'm surprised. 50 results. I mean, if you don't have TikTok brain, you actually have maybe patience to scroll that far.
Sorry,
go ahead.
No, sorry, I was just going to say, go borrow a friend's device and do the same search, and then see what you get.
Yeah, it's probably in there because I go to that stream so often. Now, as I was going to say, when you're new to Flat Earth, if you happen to actually find something on YouTube, you're going to end up on Eric Base, maybe Flat Earth Dave, so forth. And you are going to have, when I was new, and I've had my X account for a while now, I was very intrigued by all the theories, like ice wall and so forth. And I think that's because you end up on those kind of videos where they speculate about that. So I can't. I have over 10,000 posts or 18,000 or something crazy like that. So I can't go through it. But if I could go over and start over, I would never speculate on X ever again. And I don't do it nowadays. I'm sure you can find some old posts of mine where I speculate about the AE map and so forth. I'm sure. So a little bit ashamed about that, but just know that it's a journey. You start out there, and if you're lucky, you end up here where we only deal with empirical stuff. So it's been a good learning experience for me. I was quiet. I listened for a full year at least before I even spoke in this channel, and I think that's a good way to do it. To sit back and learn first before you try to educate other people. Yeah, Dick, how are you doing?
What's up, guys?
What's up?
Just chilling, hanging out. Just woke up.
Well, you've been here before?
In the server, yeah, but not in this VC.
In this VC. So, we ask people who join if they think they live on a spinning ball in space or do they live on a flat, level plane. What do you think?
I've been to Antarctica, like you were saying with the ice wall thing. Personally, I didn't see it. Maybe I wasn't at the right place, But what's interesting to me is that I went with my mom because she wanted me to go because she had already been. And from her view, because she went to the same place, right? This is one place you go in Antarctica. So the second time she went, it was like a 15-year, either 10 or 15-year span between she went the first time and the second time with me. And she said that it looks a lot different than it used to. And I think a lot of it's melting away.
They're more green there now?
It's not green. It's just a lot of the ice that she remembers being there is no longer there, especially when you're flying in. She says it looks completely different. She said that there's a lot more ocean particles as like floating ice, I guess you could say, instead of like a rigid edge of the land there or the ice that you're standing on. I think it's a globe, but I would have to say to anyone who thinks that there is an ice wall that I think you're in the lifespan where possibly we may see that if there is ice or an ice wall, it may be gone within 100 years. You never know. But
ice wall is not a flat earther's claim. Ice wall is surveyed by the U.S. Geological Survey.
Well, whatever it is out there on the edge of the flat Earth, it's melting away. I mean, we do have proof that sea levels are rising slightly. So that's another thing.
Yeah, Master Yoder makes a good point. The ice wall claim came from the military back in the 40s, and then some flat earthers kind of picked it up and made their own models around it and so forth. But in this channel, we don't make any claims about any ice wall because there's no way for us to prove it. I haven't been there personally, so even if, as you said, even if I were to go, they only allow you to go to the same place a little.
That's what I'm saying. If there is an ice wall, I would not have been able to notice it. But there are mountains, small ones.
Yeah. It's the highest elevation continent, or if you want to call it that, on Earth. So I'm not surprised. Aside from that, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Well, I was just going to say, what's interesting to me is that claim by Neil deGrasse Tyson about how if you shrunk the globe to the size of a basketball, it would be as smooth as like a cue ball in pool. I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I saw that. When we say the Earth is flat, we don't talk about topography either. We're only talking about the property of water. Can I show you something? I want to ask you a question. Is that all right? Are you able to see the chat?
Yeah, I'm gonna get it up. Yep.
So you believe you live on a globe, right? That's what you said. So this picture here, is that what you've seen from NASA, like a round ball with some water and land masses and stuff like that? You see the picture I
Oh, I
sent?
see it now. I'm looking. Yeah.
Does that pretty much look like how you imagine Earth?
Yeah, for the most part. Yeah.
And you see all the blue stuff? You know what that is?
Yeah, that's the water. That's the oceans. Yeah.
Yeah, it's water. And you also
Mm.
notice that it kind of curves around that ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have a claim from the government, from NASA, that the radius of the Earth is 3,959 miles. So that's what we have to go off of. So when we look at this picture of the ball, and I'll grant it to you for now. Let's just say this is the Earth. Yeah, it's real. This is a real picture from space in NASA. Now, is there any way we can confirm that water curves? So we've done some tests, thousands of them actually. The one I like to talk about is something that you can do yourself. If you ever go to, like, let's say a 10-mile wide lake, you take a laser. You can bring a friend, first of all, put him on the beach on the other side, and you can see if you can see him. Maybe you can get a zoom camera and zoom into him. But what you can do, when we say we have measured Earth to be flat, this is how we've done it, right? We went to a lake like this, 10 miles over. You place a laser on one beach, 1 foot over water. And on the other side, if the laser ends up 1 foot on that side as well, there's no curving water in that distance. The laser beam should hit 66 foot up in the air, water curves, as in this picture of the ball. Do you agree logically? You don't have to agree that that's the way it is, but logically, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So the thing is, the laser beam does not end up 66 foot in the air. So that's why all of us here are flat earthers. We realized that when we did these tests, and I've done it myself, many people in here has done it themselves. There's so many videos. I'm going to post a link to a 21-mile video that people did out in Salt Lake. Over 21 miles, he could see his friend. They had lasers on both sides. At night, they shot them and they could see them. And in the daytime, he used a zoom camera and he saw the white beach on the other side. So that's 21 miles with no curvature at all. There should be 266 foot of curvature, but it's not there. Pretty interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because if we live on a ball, it has to curve. It just doesn't. So, it's, it's a tough pill to swallow if you never thought about it before, but that's the way it is. And you don't even have to believe the videos. It's pretty easy to go out and check yourself. I'm guessing how tall are you? 6 foot?
Yeah, I'm like 6'4".
Yeah. Oh, same as me. So for a normal height, we're a little bit taller, right? But for a normal person at 6 foot, you should only be able to see about 3 miles out. And I bet in your life, you maybe never thought about it. I think you have been to an ocean, maybe a lake, and you could see further than 3 miles. That's when the water should start to curve away from you. That's where the horizon, so that's where the curves should start, right? But the horizon is way farther away. So it'll be interesting for you next time you go out to a place like that to have a look at it and start thinking about it. Crap, why do I see 10 miles?
Yeah, how far you can see.
Mm-hmm. And this is nothing. We have infrared tests where they've shot photographs 255 miles away, which is even more insane. This is something that can break your brain, so take it easy with it.
Well, I mean, the only example I could think of where like water curves. I mean, you can make water curve, but um, I mean, yeah, you can make water curve, but as far as seeing it in the real world, I don't know how you would be able to do that. Yeah.
It's a brain teaser for sure.
The only way I would know how to make water curve, you can do it like in a glass. You know, if you put too much water in a glass, like you just barely put a little bit more, it'll curve over the top of a glass. You know,
Yeah, the meniscus.
it'll be like a bubble kind of thing.
Right.
But other than that,
so if that's the case, if water curves, right, you should be able to measure it. That laser beam should smack right into the curve of that water, even if it was meniscus. We don't see that. So
what I'm saying is like in a cup, if you pour water in a cup, you know, and it's not going to flatten off at the top. You keep putting more and more, it'll make a surface tension bubble at the top. You know.
Yeah, that's what's called meniscus.
Oh, okay.
If that was the case, and you stand on the rim of that glass and you're like tiny and you shoot the laser, the laser should hit the water curving over the glass, right?
Right, but if there's like turmoil in the water, like if you had a mixer at the bottom of your glass, the bubble would break.
Exactly.
So if the water's moving at all, it won't curve. It'll basically flow over the edges like waves.
Yeah. Have you ever thought about, when I was a kid, I always thought about this. If you have a helicopter and the Earth spins, you can just fly up and sit there for a little while, and then you would land somewhere else. You don't. You land in the exact same place. Did you ever think about that?
You have to repeat that. I mean, that went right over my head.
You know that the claim is that the Earth spins, right?
Yeah.
You know how fast it spins?
Like 1,000 miles an hour or something like that.
Yeah, that's about it, right? At the equator, a little different wherever you go, right?
Yeah.
According to the claim. But if that's the case, that Earth spins 1,000 miles per hour underneath you, and you go up and high up in the air in a helicopter, and you just sit there and hover for a while. Logically, you should be able to land somewhere else while the Earth spins underneath you.
Well, yeah, but the air particles are moving just as fast as well, supposedly.
This is what I wanted to get to. That's what they told us in school. Then when you grow up and you think about it logically, the atmosphere goes in all directions.
What's the same? It's the same thing as your car, the air in your car. If your air in your car is if you're going like 70, the air inside of your car is going 70 versus the air outside.
Yeah, but that requires a closed system. Do you think Earth is a closed system?
Well, the air particles are trapped, supposedly.
You have jet streams that go both directions, for example. Anyway, I don't want to sidetrack you. It's just something that I thought of. It was actually the first question I asked myself. And I realized maybe I can post a video of a pilot talking about this. It's pretty interesting. We have 3 claims in this channel. One, Earth doesn't spin. The reason for that is obviously, first we can just look at what we observe. Like when you stand right now, or maybe you're sitting down, you don't feel any movement at all. But on the globe, you would have to say that, well, we don't feel movement, but it is movement. So it's kind of opposite of what we experience. And when you stand outside and you look up at the sun, it comes in from the west, right? No, from the east, and it moves over you and it disappears into the east, right? That's what it looks like when you observe it. But you would have to say, no, the sun is actually standing still and it's the earth moving underneath. So that's also the opposite of what we experience. And then we have the gas pressure. Like, you open a soda can, what happens? You hear the little sound, gas. It's disappear. It goes right into the available space outside of the camp. And supposedly, since we're alive, we're breathing, right? So it must be in a closed system, or the air would just disappear right into what people call space, the vacuum. So those are the kind of the three things that we focus on here. Can't live if there's no gas pressure because we wouldn't be able to breathe if we were next to the vacuum of space without the container. The other one is we don't feel any movement, so maybe it's just a simple explanation is that we're not moving. And when we see the sun move, maybe the simple explanation is that it's actually moving. So that's those are the three things that we focus on here.
I kind of
Something to
look
think
back.
about.
I want to look back into that. Let me see here. It's interesting that I brought that up about the. Now that I think about it. So okay, let's imagine a glass of water, right, is a lake or a pond or a ocean, and we can pour water into the glass and make it rounded, which is interesting, but I think that's more of like surface tension. Well, it's gravity pulling down on it, right, and it's not giving it the chance to escape the glass because it's pushing down into the glass. But the problem is it's not a direct, like if you had a pond and it had no external forces acting on it, like wind or currents, then it would be like the glass. It would, as soon as you fill it up, it would have a bubble there. But as soon as you put any kind of turmoil in your water glass, or if you blow on it, the water will leave the glass. And if it had like a beach to wash up on, it would go back into the glass. You know what I'm saying? But as soon as the water leaves the glass to go up out of the glass, like for example, like on a beach, the water in the glass will look flat.
Right.
And the water will never return to, like for example, in a pond, if you did have a controlled sample of a pond with like a building over it, I would assume that you could fill it up to the point where it would have almost like a bubble, like a glass would. Because I mean, if you could take the wind out of it, if you could take any currents out of it, which you could do with a pond, or like even a swimming pool. I guess you could do it with a swimming pool, which is interesting.
Maybe never tried it. You probably get surface tension, maybe, if you have a small enough pool and there's no wind or nobody jumping into it.
Right.
Fish, no animals drinking.
Which is also interesting. I don't know if you would have to have a circle glass or a circle pool, or a square one would work. I don't know about that either. I guess it would work if it's square.
Sure.
Which, if it works in a pool and it works in a glass, I would assume it would work in the ocean or or lake. But for we could not take the wind and the current out of the ocean, so or the fishes. So that's interesting as well.
I don't know how much time you have on this topic, but if you do have some time, I think you should watch that 21 Mile test. Maybe give us your thoughts about it at some point. We're here 24/7, so you can always come back anytime you want to. Or if you have any other questions, free to ask them right now.
Yeah, I'll definitely check it out. But imagine an ocean with surface tension, bro. How high could you fill it up?
Yeah, we have tides as well, right? So
Yeah,
would
if you
mess
could take
with it.
all that away, the ocean would probably be as tall as a mountain.
We usually say that water at rest is flat and level. We actually use water in our leveling tools. Like if you ever bought one of those tools from Home Depot, there's a little water bubble in there. It tells you that things are level. So
Yeah, but they're
water is
rounded.
definitely, yeah. Anyway, when you look at the horizon, it looks horizontal too. So those are just simple observations that should make people think. And as I said before, it doesn't start the curve away only 3 miles out for you. Say you can see way further. So there's questions to be asked.
Oh, you sent me the video. I got you.
Yeah, but it,
Hello, everyone. This video is primarily for the honest skeptics of the
if you mute yourself, we can hear you when you play the video. We can hear this.
I simply ask you, as an honest, objective, reasonable person, to set aside your indoctrination.
Deck, your video is playing. There you go.
I think I might have the power to actually mute. Can he unmute himself if we actually do that? So I don't want to mess with people if they mute themselves. That's great. All right, I hope that was a productive discussion. See what the YouTube people are up to. I'm going to read some comments while we wait for more Globers to join. But you, how are you?
I'm doing well.
joining.
Thank you.
We have some YouTube people. There's 20 people on YouTube right now. And we have Dead Air here on Discord. We interact with them, so I'm going to do that. Yvonne J30 says, there has been reports of ice melting away from Antarctica. Okay. Yvonne J30 says, before I became a flat earther, and then he didn't say anything else, I can't comment on that. The man like me says, probably a cycle. Something to it. Man like me says, mirror flashes are more practical. Yeah, you're right. Not everyone can afford a powerful laser. Tell you what, over 5 miles, you can definitely just use one of those cheap Amazon lasers to at least see the dot. Because I've done that myself over 5 miles with my brother. So you don't need to buy the most expensive one just to see it 5 miles away. Especially if you have a zoom camera as well, then you can absolutely use one of those cheaper ones. Mirror flashes works just as well, and it's free.
And you can do it in the day. You don't have to stay up late at night.
Yeah, good point. Then we have some comments about the discussion we had earlier. It has to be an air pocket. He's talking about meniscus, like a bubble, a really small drop, or something like that. Not significant to a ball. I agree. Does this mean water curves, or is it contained? We know that water doesn't curve over distance. And the only way you can get it to curve is maybe if you have a small water drop, or if you can get meniscus going in a water drop. The windows down. This was a comment to the car question. We always hear that when we say we don't feel any movement. We'll bring up the train or a car. All the windows down in one of those, and you will have a different experience. Yeah.
Right. Because humans feel acceleration, not movement.
Yeah. We have a man like me. He says, you need curvature for gravity. Do you have some measurements of curvature? Yeah, that's a good point. I mean, we didn't get into the gravity. I don't like to overload people. I think I always like to start with the easy stuff. Like, let's look at curvature over water first. Because I was shocked when someone told me about, the gravity argument was presented to me after I became a flat earther. I was like, no, not this as well. You can't take gravity away from me also. So a man like me on YouTube, it's a good point. I intentionally stayed away from it a little bit longer. I want to give people time to think about one argument at a time before we bring everything on them. A man like me says, there aren't any ballers here. Devon J30 says, right. Yeah, YouTube probably used a bunch of flat earthers there because I don't see the usual trolls hanging out there. We have Sheepdog in the house, as he calls himself nowadays, Swole Dog. Is that because you started exercising again?
Yeah. What's up,
me
Planet
too.
Truth?
See you. Just had a good discussion with Jack. He's currently watching the 21-mile Salt Lake video, and hopefully when he's done with that, he's going to come back and comment on it.
Yeah.
And while a little low on Globers right now, so I'm reading YouTube comments and interacting with the good people over there. We have 15 viewers right now.
Oh, yeah. Hey, by the way, that Salt Lake video is great. I'm going to give you I made a playlist. If you come across any more laser observations, I'll just DM them to me and I'll add them to my playlist. But I have a playlist of laser observations.
It's
Put it in the side chat for everybody to go out there and take a look. It's only 6 laser tests, but it is 6. It's not just one, Like, oh, that's just one laser test. No, there's multiple. How you been playing in Truth? What's going on, man? Are you celebrating the holiday?
I've been spending more time than I ever had the last 2 days in here, and I've finally built up some courage to actually talk to people too, and I think I might have enough prerequisite knowledge to actually be able to answer some questions correctly and not speculate about stuff. I was, you weren't here before, but I told my story. When I became a new flat earther, you're always exposed to all the speculation stuff, ether, ice walls, and so forth. And I've done my share of tweeting those things. And I was new to the topic, but now I feel like I'm more mature and I focus on the empirical evidence. So, looking to what we can prove, basically. I thought it was time for me to chime in here.
Yeah, no, for sure, man. The journey we've all taken, a lot of it's fairly similar, but everybody's got their own unique experience of what brought them around and everything like that. Of course,
for me, it was probably.
Go ahead.
I think we came from the same place. You and I, Levelheads and Twitter Spaces, and maybe a little bit of Witsits, schooling Globers and stuff like that. And then you kind of mature and you end up in the final boss place, which is 24/7.
No, actually, I started in 24/7.
Oh, you did? Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, you got lucky.
I went into Flat Earth Fridays because Indio went in there one day as a speaker. And so that's how I ended up getting into the level heads and everything like that. I'm very thankful to the level heads for giving me the opportunity to grab a mic and practice my arguments. And, it's weird because they're like, oh, you're just using arguments and you're basically pinning people into logical fallacies. So you don't have any evidence. You're just debating and then using debate tactics to win a debate. No, I know the earth is flat, but because I have to deal with people who have financial motivation to keep the earth a globe, right? Whether it's their career or maybe they're monetized on YouTube. They're making a lot of money on YouTube being an anti-flat earther. You got to learn how to debate them and round robin them, put them into a corner and things like that. It's kind of like a boxing match, right? You got to learn how to like roll with the punches, and, use their leverage against you, or use their leverage against them.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like
It takes practice, and it takes research also.
For me, I started looking into flat Earth stuff maybe 2014 or something because it was showing up on YouTube. I met Nathan Thompson on the beach out here in Southern California. But yeah, I just looked into all the stuff Witsit was saying. Started interacting on 24/7. But yeah, I think it's good to kind of like question the official narrative and do your own research and that kind of thing. So that's when I first started looking into it.
Now let me ask you this: you said you started looking into it in 2014, and then obviously you stayed with it all the way through 2017. I'm guessing it was pretty rampant in those years as far as like showing up in algorithms and things like that. Like you're probably getting at least 1 to 4 videos every time you opened up your YouTube, and it was a different video, right?
Well, I was mainly looking on YouTube. But yeah, it would. I don't know if it would show up a lot in the feed, just because I would watch lots of other stuff. But whenever I searched for it, it was a lot of flat Earth content. Nathan Oakley's. What's his name? Who did the 200 proofs?
Eric Dubay.
Eric Dubé's stuff would come up. Yeah. So
Mark Sargent was probably big back then too.
Right, Mark came to one of the meetups. Mark came to one of the meetups here in Huntington Beach, so I met him there.
Yeah,
and then
he seems like a nice guy from what everybody says.
Yeah, he's great.
But yeah, what do you think about like now, like with the algorithm and how it's like severely suppressed, and like talking about it can actually get you like put into a little black hole on the internet?
Yeah, obviously, YouTube is not required to follow the First Amendment and abide by free speech, since they're a private company, not a government. But they're large and powerful enough that I can understand why people are upset. In general, I think that there should be less, putting your finger on the scale as far as the algorithm goes. But I don't know. It's a complicated question. People can still find what they want to. It's just harder.
Bring this up. Before you guys came in, just, 15 minutes ago, we were just talking about that. I did a simple test. I searched YouTube for flat Earth, and most of the videos I get, because the algorithm is probably tailored to each person, right? So any of you guys try the same thing, you get different results, I'm guessing. 24/7 was like the 54th result, and a lot of the videos on top, even though I never watched any of what Professor Dave's content, that's what they serve me. And they should know now that I've never watched it, but they still serve it up. So it is definitely slanted towards anti-flat Earth stuff.
They should definitely not serve that to you, especially if you don't want to throw up afterwards. Nauseating. Professor Dave, that's the grossest thing of all.
Yeah, and there was a couple of Simon Dan and stuff like that as well. I almost threw up, so yeah.
When I was like looking for flat Earth content, when I first started coming to the realization, you know what, they could actually lie to us about it, away with it. But I still needed to find flat Earth content and see what the arguments were. I wanted an unbiased observation, and when I searched flat Earth, that was what popped up, was Professor Dave versus Flat Earth Dave, and then there was the two moderators, and it really turned into a 3-on-1 more than anything else. And I watched the video, and I'm like, this isn't even a debate. This is 3 guys bashing one dude. Like, I knew right off the bat that was. And here we are.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were done with that sentence.
No, go ahead, Dandelion.
No, I was going to say, like, what you just said, like, that was my experience, too. I was thinking that, too, like, them putting, like, the most disingenuous, emotionally driven, illogical results up first. It's, it's just a further litmus test that I mean, it was like an immediate signal to me. Oh gosh, there really is something wrong with this globe. Like this is the best they got. You know what I'm saying? This is what they're pushing. Like, so I would think, like, for anyone who has, an ability to reason logically, to have a chance of getting outside the globe called, to even imagine that there's a tiny percentage chance that a failed model could be the dominant model in any society, since we've seen this happen again and again, and it's always historically known this has occurred. That the mainstream is going to push something that's not true in reality. Anyone with a little bit of sense putting those results first makes it more likely that the globe is wrong. So thanks, guys.
I didn't even know what an ad hominem was, and I was watching that video. I'm like, they're just bashing the dude. Like, I don't even know anything about the dude. The dude could be a great guy. Like let's talk about the Earth, right? Like, let's talk about the dimensions. Let's talk about reality, right? Like, what are we seeing and going on? Now, when I look back, like, I understand the fallacious reasoning behind everything. They make an observation and then they make an assumption based on the observation. There's no verification of the assumption. But back then, I'm just like wanting to see a discussion on like attacking the what's the word I'm thinking of?
Attacking the argument instead of the person.
Argument. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right about that. Oh, we have Deck back. Deck, did you watch the video? Do you have any comments about it? Just to fill everybody in before he goes. We were talking to Deck before, and he was going to watch the 21 Mile Salt Lake video, and now it looks like he's back. You want to comment a little bit about it, Deck? Or you can feel free to
Deck. Oh, okay, Deck's the Barbie. Yeah, nice. Hey, Deck, did you watch the laser test thing? Is that like alcoholic trailer trash Barbie or what?
Dandelion has no filter. I love it.
Some days I have it. It's a little thin today. Christmas is coming.
Well, and she's referring to a character in the Barbie movie, so I think she's right, though.
Did you see the Barbie movie, Matthew?
Of course I did. It was amazing.
Oh, yeah. Matthew, did you take your wife? I saw it. My daughter invited me. Yeah. Did you go with your wife, Matthew?
I can't remember who I went with. I didn't go the same day as Oppenheimer, because the Barbenheimer thing where you go watch both movies in the same day.
Yeah, that other one sounded absolutely horrible. Like, that sounded like a horrible torment. I don't know what you would have to pay me to watch Oppenheimer. Like, definitely in the hundreds of dollars. I don't know. Like, maybe for $200 I'd go see it.
Yeah. It's okay. It was more about the the people that were involved than the events.
Right.
Well, we were talking about Professor Dave. He's a nice enough guy in person. I met him, but his online attitude really puts me off. His arrogance, and because he was talking against intelligent design before he did anything on Flat Earth. So as soon as he put videos out on intelligent design, I'm like, oh man, what's this guy talking about?
Yeah. But I mean, what were you watching that made Flat Earth pop up in your algorithm?
Originally, I don't remember. I might have seen some people on the beach or searched for it. I don't remember.
I mean, you wouldn't have outright searched for Flat Earth. Honestly, I didn't even know what Flat Earth was until 2021. Someone brought it to my attention. People still think the Earth is flat.
I made some videos, a couple, maybe 2019, 18 or 19 or something.
But you don't remember what you were watching, like?
I mean, it was just sort of in the air. Like, if you were just browsing around YouTube, they would try to put a bunch of different stuff in front of you and see what what lands well. And so when I started seeing that type of stuff, I suppose I watched some of those YouTube videos on Flat Earth, but I don't remember specifically which ones.
No worries. I was just curious because some people were watching other things that showed up, especially around 2016. Like specific videos would trigger other videos. So that's how other people came across it.
And then I made a video about Flat Earth. It's about how the moon being in a certain spot shows that the Earth cannot be flat. That the best explanation is a globe. And so that I got a lot of comments on that video. And so I watched a bunch of stuff in relation to that.
But that was you said 2019, you said?
So let me look at it.
And by the way, I have seen, I don't remember what video I saw. I think you were talking to your class about Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, I did this sort of prank back and forth where I'm talking to the screen.
Maybe. But I mean, I'm not gonna lie, when I saw it, I was kind of disgusted by it. And so, just FYI, that's why I'm a little sharp with you.
Was it about Flat Earth?
It was, but I don't remember. Like, you were mocking Flat Earth.
No, I've never mocked Flat Earth. I have presented both sides of the argument, and many people said that I was one of the most fair globers in presenting the Miggy's 3 points. You don't feel a rotation. You don't measure vacuum next to space, and no measurement, no curvature measured, and no rotation.
Gosh, I'm going to have to do more investigation now because I also heard that you mocked it, that your character of the Flat Earth was purposely some kind of like a dim hillbilly type. But yeah, I've never actually seen it myself, but that's how it's been characterized to me. Yeah.
I wouldn't call it that. I mean,
like maybe it was like you. I can't remember. This was like over 2 years ago. I remember seeing it, and I just remember. I don't know. Maybe you were being serious from the globe side, and then you were having this like silly flat Earth side, right? Like you weren't taking it serious, or whatever.
That's what I heard, but since I haven't actually seen it, we're just informing you, Matthew. This is how it's been characterized in the Flat Earth community. So we could actually investigate, couldn't we, Sheepdog, if we wanted?
Yeah, so that thumbnail, I mean, I wore a hat as when I was saying Flat Earth things, and I didn't wear a hat when I was saying Globe Earth things. And some people saw that hat as kind of ridiculous, but I actually wear that hat. So it wasn't making fun of anything. It was just like trying to differentiate two different characters in the video.
I'd have to actually watch it to know for sure. Yeah, because I like the hat. Actually, if the hat, like, because that hat is going to like shade your face in the summer. You could go hiking with that hat. You could go fishing. I'd actually think the guy with the hat was cooler. Yeah, so I'll have to watch it.
Skin cancer hat.
I'll look into your channel. Maybe it wasn't this specific video. Maybe it was a different. Because I don't have an issue with people, putting on a skit or anything and giving an honest representation from both sides. It's the mocking part that kind of did me.
That YouTube video that you showed me, I do have some issues with it that are interesting. I wish I could draw it out for you, like instead of explaining it, but
excuse me, sorry.
You could draw it, and then you could take a picture of your drawing, and then you could post it.
Yeah, let's do that. Give me a minute.
Yeah.
There's a responding to Flat Earth argument comment. You said you had that one though. No. It was a video where you made a specific comment about 24/7. God, I can't believe he said that. Now it's been so long, I don't know. I've done forgotten what was said. All that. It's-
Yep, both of those YouTube videos I posted got more than 30,000 views, so I guess the algorithm liked my videos.
Oh yeah. Anything that goes against flat Earth and is pro globe is going to get a little bit of value. They're still going to stick the little Wikipedia thing up there in the corner, but they can definitely take the thumb off of your account. I mean, there was a time I would go and just search with it, and Dave McKeegan and Professor Dave would show up, and I'm like, Witsit ain't even in the fucking the hashtags that are associated with the video. Like, I don't know where or why they would put these videos over Witsit Gets It. Now, when I search, some things have been lifted, but like you said, you gotta be very specific. But I think in a lot of ways, some of the algorithm has gotten better. But I don't know. I barely do social media anymore. I know the social media I get from like X, it's extremely emotional baiting.
I can't post pictures for some reason in the chat.
Oh, that's too bad. Yeah, it must be because you haven't been in politics that long. When did you join? Oh no, you've been in politics since 2018. Gosh, you'd think they would let you. Oh no, you've been in Discord since 2018. You've only been in politics since November 16th, 2025. That must be the reason, because it's some kind of like a activity-based thing. Yeah, where you level up automatically. You could send it to one of us, and we could post it. You could send it to me, or I don't know if anybody else wants you to send it to them, but I don't mind. I think I can get messages. I don't think I changed that. I remember thinking about changing it, but I don't think I actually did.
It's a very bad picture, but
I can't wait to see.
Okay, I see it. I will post it, and then you can explain it to us.
So you have these guys that are 20 miles apart, and I'm not necessarily, I don't know exactly what they're looking for, but I know what they should be looking for. And they should be looking for a bulge in the water that protrudes to cut their laser off, right?
Yeah, like
Right.
if the Earth is a globe, gravity is pulling all the water down on the Earth, so therefore
Right.
water
And the
should be
sides would be
curving.
further down. Right. And so I was proving this to this guy earlier that like you can do this with surface tension in a swimming pool, a very large swimming pool, a cup, anything. And if you put too much water into the pool, it'll bubble around over the pool. It'll be higher in the middle. But as soon as you add any kind of turbulence in the water, that bubble will, in essence, if you had a beach on the side of the pool, the water would go up on the beach and then move back and forth. And then if you were to shoot a laser over that, you would get a flat surface. And then as soon as you stop the turbulence, assuming that the beach was slanted, it would go back to its original state as a bubble. And in this case, if you're expecting a bubble and the water is not still, it's not. If the water's moving, you're never going to get that bubble. I mean, I don't know how large you could scale up your test. I don't know. We don't have the money to build a 20-mile swimming pool. But
How much curvature do you think is over 20 miles?
Over 20 miles, I'd probably say it would have to be several meters, probably 10 meters.
Probably more than that.
Yeah. But nevertheless, no matter how much curvature you have in any kind of
Do you know the height of the laser in that video?
Yeah, 5 feet.
5 feet. So check this out. I'm going to go to Earth curve. I'm going to Google Earth curve calculator. They actually have these out there.
Right, I get what you're saying, but you're never going to get a water that basically, as soon as you have any kind of turbulence in the water is not going to follow gravity's laws because it's not being pulled on in the center as far as that's concerned. The water is being moved by other forces out and away from what gravity is wanting it to do. That's why we have
All right, brother. Let's do metric. 60 meters.
yeah.
That's how much curve there is over 20 miles with a
50 meters, yeah.
So if you got a laser 5 feet high and you shoot it over 20 miles of water, at the other end, the laser should be 60 meters above your head, 198 feet.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is, no matter how high that would be, as soon as you had any kind of turbulence in the water, it will pull that down and away from where it needs to be at. I'm telling you, any kind of swimming pool that you can go to and create a scenario where there's no wind, there's no fishes in the water, you can make a curve in that swimming pool. No matter how big it is.
Yeah, but you can't make 198 feet of.
So, Deck, are you talking about like the surface tension, like the image I posted?
I'm saying any pool that you make that does not have any turbulence in the water, no matter how big it is, you can make a curve in it. It is possible
Look at the image that Matthew Learns put in the side chat. It bulges up, but it's still flat on top.
Yeah,
Right,
the cause of the bulge is not what you think it is, right? It's not gravity.
It is gravity.
Yeah, so it's surface tension in that case, or if it's a meniscus, it can go the other way. But
what I'm saying is if it
those
didn't,
effects are only a couple millimeters. Like even in a
it,
swimming pool, it would be like 2 millimeters higher.
right,
Yeah, surface
exactly.
tension forms due to intermolecular forces, not gravity.
Right, I understand that, but the reason
I mean, I get your reasoning behind it, but there's not enough surface tension out there to create 198 feet of. Matter of fact, let me lower this down to 0. You have to do the entire 266 feet of surface tension. There's no way that it would ever bulge that much over 20 miles.
Yeah, I don't see that actually bulging either like that. There might be some incremental amount, but for all we know, it could be concave bulging, right?
I'm not saying that it will be surface tension. I'm saying in an example like surface tension, where it is bulging out.
And I get your reasoning behind it, but
any kind of turmoil that you put into that cup, it's going to break that roundedness of it.
Your reasoning is based on, as a child, you were taught the Earth is too big to see the curve. It looks flat, but it's curving, and then you never questioned it ever again. So now you're trying to reason without.
No, I'm saying it's not curving.
Evidence.
I'm saying it's not curving. Not
Oh,
that.
it's not curving?
That lake. Not that lake.
It has to curve.
If it is curving, it's so minuscule you could not see it. But if the water was not moving, there was no wind, there was no fishes, it would be curving a lot more than it is in that video.
It has to curve, brother.
It doesn't.
It does.
What I'm saying is if you take a surface tension and create a bubble similar to what a bulge would be on Earth, they should be in a pond. They should be. And you create any kind of turbulence in that surface tension, it will break and make the bubble flat.
Let me ask you this: if you have a pond and then you add more water to it, what's going to happen?
It'll create a bubble.
It'll just push outward more because water will seek the lowest part, and then it'll spread out within its container.
Right, I understand that. But you will still create a larger surface tension bubble than what's in a cup.
No, it'll just continue to get higher and spread out. It's there's not a vertical wall on a lake like in a swimming pool.
Yeah, right.
It's just like a beach. Like the water is just going to continue to go further and further up the shoreline.
Right. But you're still gonna have a certain amount of surface tension in a lake or anything that was not moving. It's just going to be less than it'll be less than a straight wall.
It's just like as you add more water, the water is going to rise and it's going to spread out further across the shoreline.
No, you will have
go further up the shoreline.
Any size of amount of water, you will have surface tension. You could do it with a cooler. You could do it with a swimming pool.
If you have a vertical wall with nothing behind it.
Yes. Well, even if you made a slanted cup, you can make a slanted cup. You would still get surface tension.
Okay, so if I flooded the whole Earth, if I flooded the whole Earth, then the Earth would be a ball. Then.
Yes.
Retarded. Water should be curving already right now, and it's not.
Right, because you have turbulence in the water.
There's no turbulence. It rained, and the fucking ground is still.
One thing is, in that cup, if you barely move the water in that cup, it'll break that bubble.
Yeah, nobody's moving the lake bed. Nobody's moving Salt Lake.
The water is moving.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It is. All those fish in there, any kind of movement in there. Of course, it would need more for a lake than.
Okay, so then water's flat and Earth is flat. All the oceans are flat too.
No, the ocean is a different scenario.
No, the turbulence is breaking the water, bro. It can't
No,
bubble.
well, the ocean is a different scenario.
No. I'm going by exactly what you said. Turbulence
No.
is breaking the water.
It has similar
All those
properties.
sharks and whales, and I mean,
It has
hell, whales communicate with each other from 400 miles away. That's impossible if the Earth is a ball too.
Well, what I would suggest is, if it would be possible, I would do this in the ocean and not in a lake, because it's a different scenario. That's what I'm trying to say. If this test could be done in the ocean, I would 100% agree with it. But
in the ocean too. Would you like to see an example of that? Someone show him the Black Swan, or maybe the turbines. Let's see if I can find those. There's DJ when we meet.
Yeah, I got it.
What you also have to remember, though, in the ocean is you cannot get close enough to the water to measure it correctly. That's another issue.
What are you talking about?
Like any variable in a swimming pool that the largest swimming pool on Earth, if there is curvature, you would be it would be
There's
possible.
a PhD in optics. He's looking at a wind farm off the coast of England. Makes a 14-mile observation, flat as can be. You want to talk about turbulence?
What better expert could you hope for?
I know, right? A PhD. Here's a guy that was looking at over a lake. It was frozen, and he measured out his markers over a lake using his odometer. All documented. Let's see. Did y'all show him the FE core laser test?
I haven't.
Because he wants ocean measurements. So I think the one you posted first is perfect. That's in the ocean, the wind farm.
Yeah, that Rampion wind farm observation just blows the globe out of the water. It's better than the Black Swan at the oil rigs, in my opinion.
Anyway,
yeah,
what I'm trying
take some
to say
time
is,
and have a look at
what I'm trying
John
to say
D
is,
video.
if you were to take a swimming pool and make a bulge, like a surface tension bulge in it, make a turbulence in the swimming pool, the water would wash up onto the sides of a swimming pool, make like a wave like you would have in like on a beach. Just imagine the side of the pool is like a beach. And then in the center of the swimming pool, the water would point up like a point in the center of it, and then go back and forth, just like the ocean does, just like a lake does. Any type of water, the water concentrates its forces in the center of it, not the sides of it, the center.
It's not true. That's not hydrostatic equilibrium, and pressure is perpendicular to the surface outward against the container.
Right, but we're talking about a circular, like, the problem is
a beach is the container, bro.
Everything, the ocean. Yeah.
Right, so the container forces back in with the same pressure that it's forcing outward.
Yeah, okay. It's like this. You have if you throw water up a hill, it's not going to go down for a little bit. It's going to keep moving up the hill. And what I'm saying is like the turbulence that you have in the ocean is constantly pushing it up that hill. So gravity is never getting a chance to move it down the other way where it needs to be. You see what I'm saying?
No.
Like an assumption of what we should see in the ocean in a spherical Earth would be that the ocean is hundreds of miles up in the air, right? In the center of it. There's a massive bulge in the ocean. Maybe not hundreds of miles, but very high up in the air.
What?
The bulge of the ocean you should be able to notice it, right? Like, or in a pond or in a lake, you should be able to notice a bulge in the center of it.
I don't think, no, like there are salt flats you can go to. Okay. And when they get rained upon, these salt flats, some of them are like hundreds of square kilometers. They form a perfect flat mirrored surface. Tourists
Well,
go
you
there
can't-
all the time and take
Yeah, but-
video and pictures.
You can't look at land. That's why people look at water.
No, it's a salt flat. It's full of water. That's the thing. It's maybe like a centimeter high of water, perfectly smooth like a glass surface of salt, and it's flat for hundreds of square kilometers.
Yeah, but the issue with that is, you don't know how far it is away from Earth's center. That's why flat earthers don't use Earth as an example.
What do you
As
mean
water.
we don't know how far away? Listen, Earth curves at an average rate of 8 inches per mile squared. Okay,
Yes,
and
but
the average
land does not
deviation
follow
along
that.
the semi-major and semi-minor axes is like, was it 1/3 of 1% of a perfect ellipsoid?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is this salt flat, if someone would have gone out there with a bulldozer and dumped dirt out and made it 8 inches, then you would be like, oh, well, it's 8 inches. You can't follow land. That's why people use water.
That's what I'm talking about. Water covering a salt flat is flat. It's not curving.
Yeah, but you can cover any piece of land in water.
So gravity's claimed to provide an equipotential where at every point along the surface of a globe, gravity is pulling downward. So there's a radial, or pushing downward, radially inward to a common center of mass. So you take, if you're on a globe, you take a bubble level, you can walk around and hold it level, and you could walk around the ball and it's always going to stay level if you're on a globe. What needs to be measured is that deviation, the deviation from a tangent to the ball, and a rotation, the tangent rotation from point A to point B.
Right.
Around the ball. Now, nobody's able to measure that. We tried with lasers.
What I'm saying is there's no way for it to create a bubble if there's turbulence in the water. There's no way for it to rise like it should.
What do you mean? Why should any body of water rise in the middle?
That's what you're trying to prove, that it can't do that. That's what the video is about.
Trying to measure drop over distance.
No, not drop over. You're trying to see the bulge in the water that comes up from a lake.
No. What should be happening is at the destination of that laser, the laser should be 198 feet above your head. It's not about seeing the bulge. The laser shouldn't be hitting the target.
Flat. The lake is flat, though.
Yes.
That's the whole point.
Well, if you're pointing a laser over something flat, then how are you going to get change?
Where's the globe
Water
then?
should be curving.
No,
how many flat?
That's what I'm saying.
How many flat swaths are there on the surface of a ball, Deck?
Brother, you're trying to see the curve in the ocean. You're not trying to see the change in height on land.
I'm still talking about. At what point did I talk about land?
Well, he was saying that it's supposed to be so many meters over your head, and that's impossible because you're shooting a laser straight over a flat piece of water.
Yeah, because Earth is not curving.
And I'm saying to you, the reason the water is not curving is because it has turbulence. If it was curving it should be on a round Earth.
No, FE Core shot a laser over a frozen lake, dude. 40 kilometers.
Yeah, it'll be flat. Perfectly. A lake will be perfectly flat.
It was.
Yes.
Professor Dr. John D. took his high-end optics and was able to zoom into the base of windmills 12 kilometers away from his position out in the ocean.
Yeah. Well, you could see a lot more than you can see a lot further than that.
We've taken measurements over the Salton Sea using mirror flashes. We've taken measurements over at Lake Tahoe. We've taken measurements at Lake IJssel in the Netherlands.
They're all going to be flat.
It's all bodies of water. We've done measurements up and down coastlines over the water. It's flat there too.
Yeah, they're all going to be flat. Other than the ocean.
So For somebody to say that the Earth is curving, where's the curvature? That's what we want to find out. Where is it? Because
You're
it's
never
nowhere
gonna
to be
find it in
found.
the lake because you have turbulence
No,
in
we
the
did
water.
oceans, dude. Frozen lakes, no turbulence.
Well, frozen lakes is the same thing as a lake.
Yeah, with the hard sheet
Really?
of
So
ice.
it's frozen. It's frozen.
Right.
There's no turbulence, right?
You
Can't
have
be
a
turbulent.
flat lake.
It's frozen.
If you have a flat lake and you freeze it, it's still going to be flat. Like
Exactly.
When does water curve?
It's not
How
going
far
to.
away?
The only time you're going to get a water to curve if it does not have turbulence, other than the ocean.
Okay, so how far away on the ocean?
Very far.
How far? From a
I would have to
5 foot
research that
observer height. How
for
far?
you, but
We know what the claim is if Earth's a globe.
well, I don't know. Right? I don't.
Well,
Isn't it like
you
so
don't
many
have to take our
acres
word
per
for it.
mile or something?
I'm just saying I can't give you that. I don't know. You know.
Right, and we use water specifically because of the claim that gravity forms an equipotential around the surface of a ball. So, mean sea level should be curved around a globe and should be at an average height.
The ocean.
Change the definition to that too.
So,
Like
right, so you
back
should
in
be able to
2019.
you should be able to, especially if it's frozen, be able to measure that deviation that is consistent with a curving surface.
The interesting thing is, I think you kind of have to look away from lasers, and I would look more into radio waves, because
We've
radio
done that
waves
too.
cannot go through land.
Right, so
I agree.
we have people who are professional microwave installers
Mhm.
who've done the same thing.
Right, but why would you not be
Yeah.
able to send that to?
They establish what's called the Fresnel zone between point A and B over the surface of the Earth, whether it's land or water.
So if the ocean is flat,
The
for
Fresnel
whatever
zone doesn't bend.
right? So if the ocean is flat, and
How
you know,
about
it's
a
not
10,000
possible-
mile? How about a 10,000 mile radio communication before there were any satellites
from land, like from
land?
like
From
the
UK to
ocean
Australia, dude.
height. Right, from like ocean height.
Yeah, from UK to Australia.
Flat.
Or maybe during World War II when the Germans were crisscrossing beams to find hidden British targets.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Or
would have
maybe
to look
when
that's what I'm saying. I don't think
maybe when the Titanic sank, the SOS signal was picked up 3,000 miles away.
Oh, that's a good one. We've also got high altitude infrared observations. Right. I mean, we've got observations of mountain ranges that should be 180,000 feet below the curvature horizon of a globe. But you can see it in infrared. Right. So the whole purpose of using infrared is to cut through the haze so you could see the curvature of the Earth pop out. Problem is, it looks even flatter. Where's the curve?
I see what's happening here with the radio waves.
What, they were bouncing up the ionosphere?
Yeah, they didn't
Right,
know
so-
about skywave propagation back then, and the time
Well-
of day that they were doing it is not conducive to bouncing off the E and F layers.
So
And not
that's
only
an easy-
that, but the frequency that they use, or the wavelength that they used, was 5 higher than what bounces off of the ionosphere.
I don't think so, dude. Not according to current claims. They used
What's
a
current
very,
claim?
very low frequency. High frequencies are
So it
still
was-
to go through.
Not high frequency. It was like, so bouncing off the ionosphere is between this frequency and this frequency, and he was like 5 kilohertz above that.
I don't think
He
so,
made
dude.
his radio. I'll look into it. I'll pull it up.
Like we don't actually know exactly what frequency range he used. We have an idea. I think it's like 2 to 3 megahertz. I think might have been like
See, this would be something very difficult to prove with radio waves, just because they travel so fast. It would cost a lot of money to do it. But basically, what you would have to assume is that you would somehow have to. It would be hard to do it as a flat Earth, or you would have. Man,
no.
Anyway,
What you do is you build what's called a high gain antenna. Examples are Yagi or log periodic antennas. And you
but
also have a high gain receiver.
That's not the issue. That's not the issue.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this way you can narrow the beam and you can make it super thin, highly directional.
No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if the radio wave was traveling straight in a straight line on a flat Earth from, let's just say, the United States to China, there would be, if you could calculate how long it would take to make that distance. So, and then you could do the same thing for it supposedly bouncing off the ionosphere and coming back to China. You could calculate that distance somehow, right?
Why calculate that when you can send like a song, right? Like you could play a song, and then that song could be picked up from the receiver, and someone could say, "Yep, I heard that song."
Well, that's not what you're trying to figure out. You're trying to figure out whether it's on a flat Earth. You're not gonna hear it from the ionosphere and bounce down. You're gonna hear it in a straight line. It'll travel faster going straight to China. You see what I'm saying? Over the ocean. You would receive it faster than you would receive it if it was bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down, because it's a longer path. So you would have to calculate how long it would take to travel in a straight line on a flat Earth if it was traveling from the United States to China. And if it took longer than that, then that means it would be bouncing off the ionosphere and then back down and not traveling straight across. You see what I'm saying?
Well, you'd have to assume the distance from the United States to China.
And that's the issue, is we don't have a flat Earth distance.
Well, there's a lot of issues with getting distances over water, right?
I think there is.
There's no landmarks.
No.
Well, the other issue is
referencing a landmark.
The main issue is that the radio waves, from what I could see online, Google search, right? They travel at 180,000 miles per hour. So having some type of receiver that could decipher between milliseconds would be hard to find as well.
What you're describing is GPS.
No, because
they send the time.
It's traveling so fast, you would almost hear it if your ears were hearing it, you would hear it at the same time. If you're playing a song and you were sending a radio wave straight to China across the ocean, and it was also receiving it from the ionosphere, right? Then, well, actually, hold on a second. Is there some way to make a cone of radio waves that did not go upwards? I don't know.
I was just describing to you earlier, Deck, and you kept shooting me down. You need a high gain antenna and high gain receiver from point to point.
The issue is like if you're pointing it straight across in a on a circular Earth, it's still going to hit the ionosphere. You know what I'm saying? It's still eventually going to hit it.
Yeah, let me interject here real quick. The problem is, even in your local town, your FM radio station is you tune it into your car. There's an effect called picket fencing, to where you'll essentially receive the same signal a fraction of a second later because it's, in theory, bounced off a couple things. So the problem with any of this is that you really can't control the radio wave. If you want to call it a radio wave, you really can't control that signal between the transmitter and the receiver. That's the problem with any of this. Nobody knows exactly where it goes and where it was. All they know is that you receive it. So you can send it 3 times in a row, and it could go a completely different path each time.
Yeah,
Right.
it's why RF engineers spend a lot of time studying and surveying areas to find the optimal path. And a lot of times they'll say, F it, I'm just going to put up a big tower 300 feet high and put a microwave emitter on top.
Yeah. And the whole issue is like if you could send it straight across the ocean on a flat Earth to China, you would receive it faster than it going up, bouncing off the ionosphere, and then coming back down in some random direction.
Maybe so, but that doesn't prove anything.
What I'm saying is if you could calculate, I don't know if it's possible, how fast it would take the difference between those two.
Yeah, what you're describing are called echoes. I mean, they happen all the time. And I think that's what Barrington was also describing.
Yeah, but echoes also are plausible in a spherical, because if you're sending it straight up and it bounces down, it bounces across, versus going straight across the ocean. On a spherical Earth, if you shoot it straight across the ocean, it'll still go up to the ionosphere eventually.
Yes, but it would have to hit a specific location in the ionosphere to bounce back down and hit a specific location on Earth. Do you agree?
Right.
It'd have to be frequency dependent and time of day dependent and meteorologically dependent.
A lot of variables, honestly. But
yeah, some of us understand this kind of thing, and
we understand the implications.
Right. The problem is we have wireless transmissions taking place before they even knew that there was such a thing that they call an ionosphere today. And that they were conducting these transmission tests during the time of day where it's not optimal for the signal to be bouncing in the manner that we would describe it having to do today with this knowledge, if you want to call it that. So how is it doing it? Right, when the sun goes away, that's typically when these layers come out and you can bounce your beam off of them. Skip the beam off of them, they say, right? But what if it's morning where it's supposed to be skipping? And the transmission still has a path to its destination. Well, then that's kind of interesting.
By the way, Deck, I put a link in the side chat for you and tagged you a list of other long distance observations that include eyesight observations, laser observations, and radio wave observations.
All right, bet. Thank you.
Now, it is listed on Web Archive. The guy that was maintaining it, he just got tired of paying for the what you call it? The website, not the website, but the server. So he just backed it up on Web Archive.
When you said before you traveling over distance and knowing how far you've traveled or where you've gone is hard or like impossible to do. It's not. We have all sorts of modern instruments to do that like very easily.
Oh yeah, like what?
Well, thing that planes use all the time, inertial navigation system.
Yeah, how do they know how far they've traveled?
Because that's how the instrument works. It's measuring it with what is in how the inertial navigation instrument works.
Yeah, how? Yeah, why don't you tell us?
Yeah. So it's got a central gyroscope on the 3 axes of like sets of gimbals, and it's also kind of it's integrated with accelerometers and position sensors, so that it's maintaining kind of a level over the Earth. Because what
That doesn't
would
address how far
happen?
they've gone, dude. How do you know how far they've gone?
That's how the accelerometers, position sensors, and the actual the gyro work in tandem. Like they're
What if
telling
the
you
plane's
your
not
distance.
accelerating?
Yeah, that's where the position sensors come in, and like the
Position
attitude
sensors?
sensors. Sorry.
How do position sensors tell you how fast the plane is going?
No, so you've got attitude sensors.
Yeah, we're talking about
which,
distance travel, dude. Try to focus.
yeah, you said what if the plane's not accelerating? So why are you jumping between questions?
Yeah, no, I'm not, because you keep diverting away from the distance problem. You're trying to talk about attitude.
You said what if the plane's not accelerating? I
Right,
know
because
what
you
you're
said the
asking.
accelerometers could tell you like how far the plane is going.
Yeah.
Well, why don't you go give an example of that?
Because if the plane is in motion, right, the accelerometers are giving a reading as to the force the plane is experiencing.
What if the plane's flying at a constant rate of speed? Is it accelerating?
Yeah, or what about headwinds and tailwinds?
They're all part of the adjustment.
The adjustment, yeah. Can you be any more, bland with your descriptions?
Well, what? Okay, tell me, what are you asking?
For like the 10th time, I'm asking you how the plane knows how far it's traveled. You said we have all these systems to determine the distance that these planes travel over water. And I'm like, great. Why don't you give us a method? And, and what I'm hearing is anything but.
Like in a car, we have rotational speed of the wheel, right?
Yeah.
How do you measure speed in a plane?
Yeah, you're using inertial instruments.
Okay, so you're moving at a constant rate of speed, and it's as if you're not moving at all. Now what?
Yeah, then the accelerometer is reading that the plane is moving at a consistent velocity. Like, so what?
So 0.
No, because the accelerometer read that the plane was experiencing a force. Therefore, it's taking it from the last reference point that it's moving at a constant speed. Because to go back to 0, it would have to decelerate.
That's not an accelerometer.
Unfortunately, headwinds and tailwinds will fuck with you right here.
No, they don't, because it's all inertia. It's all inertia. It is all going to affect the readings from the accelerometer.
If you're supposed to be flying at 500 miles an hour and you get a headwind of 200 miles an hour, how fast are you?
Yeah, you just take an X, Y, and Z direction and say, right, this is in what resultant direction I am heading as a result of this tailwind, as a result of my inclination or declination. Am I dropping altitude? Am I increasing in altitude? How fast am I going?
Idea what I asked.
Well, then you're asking random gibberish.
Well, you don't know you don't even know what I asked. Just a simple math problem, bro.
And I just told you have got 3 axes of movement, haven't you?
Okay, so you're not going up in altitude, you're not going down in altitude, and you're not turning. You're moving in a linear path, and you're supposed to be going 500 miles an hour because you're at full throttle, but you have a 200 mile an hour headwind. How fast are you going?
You can work it out. I'm not solving a math problem here for you. Like, yeah, you just use some trigonometry to determine a resultant speed. Like this isn't
200.
Sorry. Well, so we just say 300 then, whatever.
There you go.
Right? Is this productive? Like, what's your point?
Is it what?
What is your point?
If you don't have any land markers and you're out over the water and you can't tell how fast you're going, how do you know how fast you're going?
It's measuring it. That's how it works. Are you questioning the fact of whether it's measuring it?
You claim that there are all kinds of ways that airplanes can measure their distance between point A and B, and you brought up accelerometers. That's where we are right now, right? And then I'm like, well, what if you're flying in a steady 100-mile-an-hour headwind? Your accelerometer reads 0, which is exactly the same as if you're flying in calm air. So how do you determine how much distance you've actually gained during that time that the accelerometer is reading 0?
No.
And you're in a 100-mile-an-hour headwind.
Okay. If it really feels
okay, yeah.
What?
Okay.
It really feels like an. Oh, what the hell? We're just 5 years old. Are you gonna let me just respond?
Is this the day that you come in and you pretend like you have no past history with any of us?
So you're saying that you're specifically going to be ignorant because you've been butthurt in past sessions?
I'm going to be ignorant, but you don't deserve any respect. Not only that, but you're speaking gibberish.
You're still seething.
You're speaking gibberish.
Yeah, right.
You haven't said anything.
That planes do every single day all over the earth.
You don't understand how they're doing it, right? So because an accelerometer is going to read 0.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
Steady flight.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt, Yoder. I want you to continue with what you were saying, but I came on to see did Deck have anything more to ask or say? But of course, Deck has left because Cosmic Nun, whatever he is today, has interrupted and derailed the conversation with the new person. Good job, gold medal for slitheriness. Go ahead, Yoder.
No, Deck left a while back, and Dandelion, we'll review it with you here in a little bit.
Yeah, you don't have to review it. He was here when Dude started blabbering. I came on and checked, and he left because he was bored, obviously. Yeah, go ahead, Yoder.
Yeah, final part here. This is not refutable. So these accelerometers have a blind spot. As they read 0 in steady flight, they have no way of knowing if they're moving 500 knots in calm air or 500 knots against a 100-knot headwind. The forces are going to be balanced in both cases, and you're not going to be able to determine how far the plane has actually flown. Okay?
Okay, so right. I think we need to simplify it. So it's right. I have an accelerometer. Say in my car. I think most cars have.
No, you can't use your car. Your car uses wheel rotation.
No. Cars use a bunch of different instruments. I mean,
use an analogy with going from point A to B over water, like you were initially supposed to defend.
I wrote my thesis on one of the types of sensors a car has that has nothing to do with wheel rotation. Well, it has something to do with wheel rotation.
This is all about getting a distance between two cities across the ocean, which you said, airplanes have all these ways to consistently measure this. And then you brought up accelerometers, and then I shot you down. So that's where we are in this part of the conversation. If you want to move on to cars or something else, take the L, and we can move on to cars.
Because I feel like we need to simplify it. So it's
I made it super simple. I think the audience
It's not the
understands. If you
same.
don't, I can cut you loose right now.
Okay. If I'm walking, right, and I have an accelerometer attached to my body, right, the accelerometer from rest reads 0, right? I start walking. Okay, the accelerometer starts to read something. You know, it reads an acceleration, like a few meters per second acceleration or something like that. It then goes back down to 0 again, right? It reads 0.
Sure. And we measured stride.
But from the accelerometer's point of view, what is the logical conclusion of what I am doing while it's still reading 0? Oh, it's an open question. What would the conclusion be inferred as a result of the accelerometer still reading?
I'm sorry, I failed to see the relevance.
Because we're building up to a plane. Because I need to simplify this.
No, you don't need to simplify it for me, dude. I know more about this topic than you do.
You're not understanding this, so I need to simplify.
I am understanding this, okay? I know how air data inertial reference units work in airplanes.
Right. So this should be easy to understand because I can bring it back to a plane. It's like you get very confused.
It's irrelevant. It's completely irrelevant.
Okay, take a plane, right? Since you got upset when I talked about walking or using cars, right? You're in a plane. You take off, right? And let's just keep it fairly simple, right? And say that there is one accelerometer reading your acceleration parallel to the axis of the fuselage. So just call it your x direction. Right? If initially at rest state, we know it's 0. It takes off, suddenly it starts reading acceleration going. Right? It then, when the plane reaches a constant speed, it returns to 0. Obviously, it's going at a constant speed, no acceleration. Right? What would the logical conclusion from point of view of the accelerometer be that the plane is doing? No answer. So you guys just don't know.
Brother, do you think that we just sit in here all day and that we don't have jobs?
Well, you don't seem to know.
Huh? Honestly, I wasn't even listening to you because I'm still trying to figure out what other instrument are you using
what the answer to the question is. You're still trying to figure out what the answer to the question is. That's why I'm saying I simplified it.
Go ahead. What's your question?
The question was, as I said, right? What would the logical conclusion be to draw from the data from the accelerometer as to what the plane is doing?
If it reads 0 and you're in mid-flight, you're not moving at all.
No. The accelerometer doesn't know you're in mid-flight. But what is the conclusion from the pilot reading the data?
You're not moving. That you're not moving.
No. Okay. No, sorry. I don't want to be condescending on that. It's the conclusion is that you're going at a constant speed because the accelerometer hasn't read any deceleration.
You don't need it to read deceleration.
How would it think that, or how would you think looking at that data, planes come to a stop? You're not reading any deceleration.
You're a fucking moron.
That's your contra.
Show me a linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat right now. A linear accelerometer right now. Post in the chat.
What?
A linear accelerometer. Post one in the chat.
What do you mean? You can have
Yeah, you don't even know your own argument. You don't even understand your own argument.
An accelerometer in one axis.
Yeah, so how do you know whether you're accelerating or slowing down? That's linear, right? You're going in a direction?
We agreed.
There's curvilinear, so you got a ring laser gyro, which measures the rotational acceleration. I want you to show me the linear accelerometer.
Why? What is it?
Because that's your argument. Because that's your argument. That the plane, the data, right, is that it's measuring that if it's going at a constant speed, it would not measure any output. Because there's no acceleration.
I don't even know. How long have you been
Hold on, sheepdog. Wait, sheepdog. I want to know what device they're measuring linear acceleration with in the first place. So you made up everything you fucking said. Everything.
No, I didn't.
Then show the device that they're measuring a linear acceleration with.
No, that's not necessary for the argument.
It is, because that's what you said. You said there's a device that's measuring an acceleration.
Okay.
And if it's going at a constant speed, it's not measuring an acceleration. What device is that?
Yeah, I don't
What
care
device is that?
what the exact device is called. I don't care.
Because that device doesn't exist, dude.
I mean, this is
no
the thing
such
where you
thing
say
as
it
a
doesn't,
linear accelerometer. They don't exist.
Okay.
So you've been bluffing and bullshitting and saying, I'm not going to be condescending. You're talking out your asshole the whole time.
No, this is the thing I find.
No, I don't care what you find. I don't care about your social commentary. Produce the device that measures, it says the data. You said data. What device is sending out data that matches what you're saying?
It's worse than that, and you. His whole argument.
Yeah, exactly.
Is saying,
shut the fuck up, Cosmic. Don't ever talk in here again.
He literally used the argument that accelerometers measure distance travel over water.
Ugh.
That's where it started. It was worse than that.
There's something called an inertial navigation system, but that's not simply an accelerometer. In fact, it's not an accelerometer at all in the sense of measuring acceleration.
Anyway, that's all I wanted to say, Indio. I wasn't trying to interrupt you.
Yeah. I know. I just didn't want to let this dude off the hook. I'm already irritated because I just happened to click on, because I got the live stream in the background. I click on mute, and I hear freaking Dandelion spurging about this clown running interference.
I'm glad you liked spurging. It wasn't for nothing then. Got you in here.
Wasn't. And then I okay, maybe he actually has a point. And then it's just made up bullshit.
Well, he came in here, right, with this little sad puppy dog voice, I'm trying to be good, guys. And then it's like, don't act like you don't have a fucking.
And then he's like, you guys can't answer my question. Of course we can't answer your question. You're a made up fucking device that belongs on Save to Slay. So in an airplane, they measure acceleration with something called a pitot tube. Okay, that's what they measure the speed with. Yeah, okay, just post. Yeah, Cosmic, just post the device in the chat, and then we can talk about the data that you says exists. My question is, I just want to see how you guys can explain. What would the pilot think about the data? What fucking data? With what device? Talking out your ass. So just.
And then he tried to say that, since you don't understand accelerometers in airplanes, we'll talk about the accelerometer in a car. It's like, you're measuring wheel rotation, dude.
This is the problem, Sheepdog, is this person interacts with reality through a phone. So the little phone is like the window to his freaking made up reality. It's like, phone, man, it's got an accelerometer. If I drop my phone, man, it'll tell me its orientation. That must be what the plane's doing. Yoder tried to explain it to him. I heard him. But he's too dumb.
We've got Giga. Oh yeah, we've talked to Giga before. Welcome back, Giga. If you're the same Giga, I don't know. There could be more than one.
I think I'm the same Giga. I've been in here before.
Yeah. What did we talk about last time?
I think we talked about lasers and like a lake or something to prove the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about with Deck earlier. Also, yeah, it's a good thing to talk about. Yep, those lasers demonstrate there's no curvature. That's what they demonstrate. They, you could say they disprove the globe.
I had a thought the other day, though. I just kind of wanted to mention this. Is it possible that gravity bends the light as well, though?
Well, first you'd have to prove that your gravity is capable of having any effect on anything anywhere in some kind of objective scientific way. Are you able to do that?
Well, yeah, gravity absolutely affects light. That's why black holes are black, you know?
Oh, so you've got some proof of black holes for us. Yeah, post the verify post the verifiable, testable, repeatable scientific evidence with the experiment, with the testable hypothesis, the independent and dependent variable that can be manipulated. So how are you manipulating the independent variable in the case of black holes and light, as you claim?
How am I manipulating an independent variable?
Yeah, that's the question. Yep. What's the independent variable in your black hole proposition?
Is Earth a black hole now?
Light. Light would be the variable.
Well, let me tell you, Giga, even if the general theory of relativity was true and gravity bent light, the mass of Earth would only bend light 1/16 millionth of 1 degree. So now that ain't going to do it. You're going to need more bendy.
I forgot flat Earth. A lot of flat earthers don't believe in gravity as well.
It doesn't even matter. It doesn't do what you need it to do.
It is odd though, Indio, that like the evidence for a globe is that everything looks flat.
Dandelion was on track with the black hole because we'd have to be living on black hole Earth.
It would kind of mean too if light was bent by gravity that the stars in the sky aren't even where we're looking, you know?
They already say that anyway.
Since people have shot lasers across the Earth horizontally and got the same elevation at both ends of the laser light, that means that the light is curving at the exact rate that the Earth is curving. Are you saying that the Earth appears to be flat because the light is being bent into a flat view?
No, so the issue is with a laser beam, you're able to view a laser beam much further away than supposedly if the Earth is flat, right? Or sorry, if the Earth is curved, right? Backwards. Perhaps all I'm theorizing is that gravity bends the light coming from the laser, allowing it to go further.
That would mean you'd be able to see the laser at its location of start.
You wouldn't be able to see the starting point from the laser, but you'd be able to see the light bend around the Earth.
Okay,
Maybe that's
so
what people
you're
are seeing.
viewing the laser light. The laser light looks straight, right? Now, the Earth is curving, right? Now, the laser light that looks flat is going across the curved Earth, and it's curving at the exact same rate as the Earth. So now you're viewing a straight light you're viewing a curved light as straight. So are you viewing the curved Earth and it looks flat because of it? Because regular light is not as intense as laser light, and the laser light looks straight as it curves at the exact same rate as the Earth does. Because the elevation on both sides of the beam across the large body of water or a large area of land, it's at the same altitude. Because if the laser light was straight and it was not being bent by Earth curve, but the Earth was curving, then the altitude of the laser light at the opposite end of the laser should be at a higher altitude because the ground is curving away from it, right? But you're saying that it's the exact same curve rate as the Earth. So then you're viewing a flat world. Gravity is causing the world to look flat.
Yeah, that kind of is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Kind of.
So
yeah.
you have to believe the opposite of your senses. And you have to bend over backwards to make your senses make sense.
I don't think it's really bending over backwards. It's just understanding that, light is made of photons and those can be affected by gravity.
Well, what you just agreed to is that the world looks flat, but it's not actually flat. To the extent that laser light is now bending at the same curvature rate as the surface of the Earth because of gravity. You're accepting that you will never see, ever, the curve of the Earth. But it's there.
Yeah, I'd really like to do some of these laser tests myself.
Do it. Scrutinize it as to your heart's content. Do you know the rate of curvature or the distance to the horizon? Or how to calculate the distance to the horizon with the radius value that they've given you?
No, I remember it's like so many inches per mile or something. I don't remember exactly. Like what?
The distance to the horizon with a radius value of 3,959 miles is 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. So if you're 1 foot above the water and you look out in front of you with the radius value they've given you, the horizon where things disappear should be at 1.2 miles. If you're at 6 feet, should be about 3 miles. If you're at 30,000 feet, because you want to be in a plane, that's about 218 miles. If you're at 44,000 feet, that's 250 something miles.
Or you kind of got to do the laser tests at sea level for them to be valid,
Yeah, because the sea level is the basis for all horizontal, altitude reference, right? Sea level being 0 on that baseline, and any altitude above that being,
Have you ever been on the ocean in a ship?
Yes, I've been on a boat.
It sure looks flat out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, and at certain times of the day, if the sky and the ocean match the same color, you don't even see a horizon line.
Well, hey, Giga, I'm going to tag you in a video that I'm putting in the chat for you to watch.
Sure.
This is a flat Earth explanation of what refraction is, why they're using refraction. It's a good little explanation. It's like 4 minutes.
Okay, yeah. This is kind of what we were trying to talk about. I've never done any of these tests myself, so I'm not really speaking from experience.
No, that's fair. It's odd that, you're not speaking from experience on the test and you're not speaking experience on the globe, but you choose to defend the globe, which tells you the opposite of what your senses are telling you.
Like
anyway.
most people, I've never been to outer space, and I've never just seen the Earth, so I can't really,
Well, let me ask you this: what's the idea? What makes you?
This is important. Is that the only way you can figure it out? Is to go to outer space? It's the only option available.
I think that's the only way you could actually know.
So you're not. So nobody's ever going to know except for the 27 Apollo dudes. Everybody else just has to believe
in the
them.
Space station and people that's been to space.
They can't see. Well, hold on. They only see 3% of the Earth, so we can't rely on them.
Well, they could see that many of the continents are on the back of the Earth.
They only see 3% of the Earth from the elevation of the space station. 3%. That's if they could see the entire circle of the horizon, which they can't. They can only see a little slice of it, right? So we can't rely on them. They don't see the Earth as a globe. So the 27 Apollo astronauts, that's it. We're going, putting all our chips on and what they fucking say. That's not the good bet. I wouldn't take that bet, bro.
I would like
That's
to see
not
it
the only way
myself.
we can do it, though. We don't have to go why I don't understand why people get this idea where you have to go far away from the thing you want to know about to figure out what it is. If you wanted to know, like your table, you had a table and you want to know if it was square, would you frickin' walk a mile away and look at it? Or
I would
would
if
you
I was
just
an
measure wouldn't you just measure the table?
I mean, if I was an ant, I'd probably walk away from it and look at it.
If you were an ant, but you can measure it. So you're an ant with a tape measure.
Right.
Or a laser.
I
That's
don't
the
have a
thing
tape
about the
measure that
laser
can
test
measure the
because
whole
they're
world, though.
measurements of the surface of the Earth. Because we can just measure the laser height. And the Earth should be curving away from the laser. Right? If the Earth's a ball, it curves away from the laser. And if the laser and the Earth should get further and further apart with distance.
I gotta add this real quick, Indio.
Yeah, go ahead,
Giga. The idea that you could become an astronaut and go do the things that they say astronauts go do, right? First of all, you'd have to be selected for a pilot program in like the Air Force or the Navy. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go into astronaut. And then from there, you'd have to be selected to go on a mission. So there's a lot of selection processes that go on. Most people don't even make it to the astronaut training part.
Yeah, because you'd have to be really dumb. You have to be really dumb to be an astronaut, right? That's what I've observed. Look at Don Pettit. Most people aren't dumb enough to be astronauts. I totally agree. They wouldn't pass the first initial intelligence test because they would score too high.
Hey, dude, you know what you should do? And this happened recently. This happened on December 1st. There's a guy named Danny Jones, and he has a YouTube channel. And there was a debate between an Apollo astronaut and Bart Sabrell, who made a documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild, where he would ask the astronauts to swear on the Bible that they went to the moon. And instead of doing that, they either ran or took a swing at him. Most of them ran. Only one person took a swing at him. So anyway, the point is that Bart Sabrell and a guy that says, I went to the moon. You should go watch that. And go tell me if you think that guy actually went to the moon. Based upon his responses. Because he brings up something that they said that like you couldn't go to the moon with one rocket. So they said it at the time. They've said it even now. They're still saying it. They're saying that in order to go to the moon, you need like 15 rockets. Because you need a rocket you need to put your rocket in orbit, and then you need cargo ships basically to bring fuel up for that rocket to go from the Earth to the moon. And this is what they've been saying. When they actually do the math, this is what the math says that they have to do. So they bring this up into this astronaut, the guy that says, I went to the moon, and he just goes, well, they never told us that. Hey, what about the Van Allen radiation belts? Well, they never told us about them, so I guess they, You still, like, things don't kill you if you don't know about them now? That's convenient. But, I mean, the point is that, before you rely on these people as like credible witnesses or anything like that, I don't know why you would do that anyway, because like Sheepdog pointed out, they're all in the military, especially back then. You might want to, if you watch that, I guarantee you're going to be like, what the hell? There's no way that people went to the moon. And if there's nobody went to the moon, you got to think nobody has seen the Earth in its entirety with their two eyeballs, right? So how do you even judge any image of somebody showing you the Earth, right? Because you've never seen the Earth in its entirety. You can't even judge the image. And that's where we're at, right? So why should we rely on that garbage evidence, right? Of trusting this guy, trusting this image, when we can just measure the Earth.
Are you saying that satellites don't exist?
They exist in what sense?
That we've put satellites into orbit.
You're not one of them, dude. You're not a spaceman. You're not a spaceman. There is no we. There's no we, dude. You're not a spaceman. You didn't do anything.
I don't need to be a spaceman to know that we have satellites.
There's no we, dude. There's no we.
I've literally seen it with my own 2 eyes.
Yeah,
I've
but
seen
you didn't
satellites
do
every
anything.
night. You go
We
look
don't
at
have
the sky, you can
satellites.
see satellites.
Okay,
With
how do
your
you know
own
where?
eyes,
How do you
can
know
see
they were orbiting the
satellites.
Earth? Okay. How do you know they're orbiting the Earth?
I don't understand the logic here.
I'm going to ask you a question. How do you know the little light you saw in the sky, is orbiting the Earth?
What else would it be doing?
That's not asking me a question. Doesn't tell me how you
know
know it's
how many
something orbiting
objects
the
are
Earth.
orbiting the Earth now? There's like countless thousands.
Yeah.
of
So,
man-made objects orbiting the Earth.
check this out, bro. So check this out. Astronomers recently released a study. They went over now this is in the Astronomical Weekly Pacific. It's an astronomy journal. They looked at old photographic plates from before satellites. And you know what they found? Satellites. How did they find satellites before satellites in 1947, before Sputnik?
There's ancient technology up there. We've got antediluvian technology up there too. The work of fallen angels. Yeah.
Oh my Lanta.
That's also really interesting. That's also a really interesting to think about, is that there is
antediluvian satellites.
You want to come up with
The trebuchet method of orbiting freaking.
Sure
they didn't orbit monolith?
Have you heard of the Dark Knight satellite?
Have you heard of?
That's an instance of one of those.
Have you heard of the Anunnaki? They genetically altered human beings to dig gold so they could bring it back to freaking Beta Reticuli.
Yeah, that's a lie from Satan. But yeah, go ahead with that.
That's a lie from Satan, dude.
It is.
The globe is a lie from Satan, brother.
They're fallen angels, and they've been deceiving mankind for a very long time.
The globe is a lie from Satan.
What's an angel? It's a way to sidetrack you from believing in
okay, so why?
Oh, he's one of those. Okay, yeah. Flat Earth is a sidetrack. Yeah, rethink your whole life, please, sir.
Why did God create a reality from which you can't perceive that? Oh, shut up. Why did God create a reality that is completely deceptive, right? The Earth looks flat, but it's not really flat. And it seems stationary, but it's not really stationary. And then he wrote it, and then he had the prophets write it down in the book called the Bible, and they also said the Earth was flat, like clay pressed into a sea. Why are you talking over me the entire time I'm talking?
There's a new interferer. There's a turbo dick coming in. Yeah, so we're back to Giga, and Indio's asking a question. You probably couldn't hear it because a guy was rudely interrupting and derailing. So maybe you want to just give him. I don't know. Did you hear it, Giga? The question.
I just went and got a Coke Zero. I just got back.
Oh.
Can you repeat it, Indio?
I don't even remember what it was, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's the same question you've asked it many times about, like, why would God be a trickster type thing?
Oh, yeah. I was kind of talking to Turbo, though. So, yeah, why would God create a reality which was tricking us and just not real? That's not what it really is.
Oh, was Turbo the guy who claimed that flat Earth was a trick?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I got confused. My bad. I don't know who muted Turbo, but you can unmute him if you want. I didn't know that you were asking him that.
He doesn't need to. He just talked over me. He just talked through me anyway, so.
Okay.
I thought Turbo was saying that the globe model is a trick.
He said
Satan.
He said we made satellites. And then he started talking about the Black Knight, because the thing that he thinks is satellites that he saw in the sky, like I don't know if you heard this, they really about like a month ago, an astronomical journal said they went over photographic plates before there were satellites, and they saw satellites, which don't make sense, right? If they're man-made artificial satellites put in the orbiting the
I've never
Earth.
believed in the round Earth more than when I saw a satellite train being deployed. Like,
what do you mean by man-made / artificial?
So you think that those? So you think that you saw a bunch of Starlink satellites? So you saw a refrigerator from 250 miles away?
Damn.
You got good eyes, bro.
I sure did. They were bright in the sky.
Because they say if you saw 5 lights in the sky, that's a satellite train? Because that's what they said on TV? Like, serious?
Well, there weren't stars.
There's a lot of things with these satellite things is that upon further inspection, what they say is possible actually isn't possible. It can't possibly be what they say it is. It can't be a freaking refrigerator 250 miles away that you can see. It's pretty far. Like, I don't know. Think about something that's 250 miles away from you by land, and how long it takes to drive that far. And now imagine there's a refrigerator in that place, and do you think you can see it?
Well,
like,
all I
like
could
a
see was the
refrigerators in
bright
like
light.
Philadelphia. That'd be like seeing a refrigerator in Philadelphia from Boston.
It was just a bright light.
Yeah, it was just a bright light. And that's all they are. Like, that's all people see. They see a bright light. It translates to something. You have no idea how high they are, how fast they are, if they're orbiting or not orbiting. That's why when people say we, it tweaks me because they don't have nothing to do with any of that shit. They saw a light and adopt a story and adopted a belief in a story. And now somehow it's their story too. This is like it's like your football team winning the Super Bowl. You're like, we won the Super Bowl. No, you had nothing to do with it. You're just a freaking person looking at the TV that somehow identified with some sports team. And that's what it is. They're just identifying, oh, I'm part of the spaceman. No, they're not spacemen. You're not a spaceman. There's no we in any of this shit. And actually, Crip pointed that out, that they like that people are like projecting themselves as spacemen, like their identity. It's part of their identity. Like, this is the space age. We're all gonna go to Mars. No one's going to fucking Mars. And I just told you, really, dude, I really highly recommend go watch that Danny Jones video. Okay. So they have. Okay, so there's a guy from a YouTube channel called Smarter Every Day. His dad works for NASA. This guy grew up with being around NASA people his entire life. Okay. He did the calculation on going to the moon. 15 rockets, dude. Werner Braun said 3 rockets, all bigger than the Empire State Building. Elon Musk has said something like 15 starships to go to the moon. Oh, he deafened. Fantastic. Just talking to myself.
We heard you.
I had to mute that. Another guy tried to come in and run interference. I have a sneaking suspicion these are collaborators with Giga, that he's actually not alone.
Yeah, I don't know. We've talked to him before. I can't really remember how it went. I just remember his name. Yeah. We'll see. Yeah, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking at the screen. I got confused when he started doing the religious argument. I thought that was the same guy. Usually I'm decent at distinguishing voices, but maybe I'm losing my touch. Could happen.
Yeah. It's like, I think it's the universal whininess of Gen Z. It just all sounds the same.
I think so. I seriously just thought that was the same person the whole time. Yeah, there's actually been studies about that. I don't know if you've seen that people's voices in general are becoming more robotic because they're so used to, like, one, listening to a bunch of robots talk to them, and two, like, training their voice, like if you're using voice to text, or I guess people talk to their robots in their house. Like, I don't talk to my robot, but I don't have a robot in the house to talk to, but, I know people do. But my point is, they've learned, you have to talk in a certain way for the robot to understand. So then they just are generally like becoming more robotic. There was an article and study about that. I'll see if I can find it. Yeah, it's been a couple years since I read that. I'll have to look for it.
Actually, I first noticed people using that voice to text like 5 years ago. I'm like, people actually use that crap? Like, a lot of people use it. It's actually shocking. Like, some people only use that exclusively. All they do is talk to their phone. Like,
I use it sometimes. Like, I don't mind using, like, yeah.
There's some people that's all the only way they interact with their phone is like talking to it.
Oh, like, yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah.
I mean, we had Teddy Ruxpin, man. We didn't have that. You could talk to your Teddy Ruxpin. He pretended to talk to you. I guess the phone pretends to talk to you.
Yeah, people's imaginary friends. Yeah, talk back now. Yeah, it's a new world.
And it's always listening, right? So you're going to stub your toe. My toe. And they're like, Rub some alcohol on it. Use a Band-Aid made by Band-Aid brand. $3.99 down at the local Walmart. We get an advertisement for your wound. I think I just gave him an idea. Shit.
Add it to your list of ideas.
Yeah, they're gonna work it into like the people ask ChatGPT for this information, and then they're just gonna work in advertisements. Did you see that OpenAI, which makes ChatGPT, is now partnered with Disney?
I did not know that.
You're gonna be able to make Disney like AI generated content using the actual Disney characters, and it won't be like copyright infringement. Now Disney owns shitloads of like intellectual property. They own the entire Star Wars franchise. They own all their like Disney cartoon animated characters, but they own a lot of other stuff too, like the intellectual property rights. So get ready for some Disney freaking pornography, because people are obviously going to twist it, and it's going to be unstoppable.
Which Ray Bradbury story was it where it opens on him like wandering, the main characters like wandering through the streets, but like he's the only one outside because everyone else is just like glued to their screens inside? I can't remember. When it came out, it was like unusual, right? That was like a futuristic view, right?
Yeah.
Which one is that? Is that Fahrenheit 451? I don't think it is. I think it's a different one.
No,
Yeah.
It's not Fahrenheit 451. That's the book burner guy. Or the fireman. Great.
Well,
Fire.
Yeah.
Cheating into books. I can't remember the one you're talking about.
Yeah, I haven't read it since then. Oh, Giga is back. Were you asking Giga a question? Hi, Giga.
Give me a chance to see if he's alive in there.
Yeah. Is that an eagle on his?
I never understand
PFP?
the position of like
Is it a phoenix?
I'll actually never know what the Earth is, because the only way you can tell is to go to space.
And those guys are so like shady and like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, they should be forced to like actually watch those guys talk. Like you said, like the guy who's in the interview, he sounded like a clueless person who had no idea what was going on. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, this is your hero that's telling you what your world is like. The one in the interview we were talking about. We should post that link for him. Did you post the link? Yeah.
No, but I'm going to do it now.
Yeah, because everybody who's relying on the so-called astronauts to give them their worldview should totally be forced to like listen to some of these guys actually speak and say, oh, does he sound like a real sharp, trustworthy dude there? Yeah. So you're gonna just put your life in his hands. Yeah. Let me know how that works out for you. Old dude says it's called The Pedestrian. I never would have remembered that's what it's called. I think it was like maybe it was in like a short story anthology or something. The Pedestrian, Ray Bradbury.
Yeah, it was a short story, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah, this is it. Yeah, The Pedestrian. Thank you, old dude. It's a 1951 Ray Bradbury short story about Leonard Mead, a man who enjoys solitary evening walks in a dystopian future where everyone else stays indoors. Mesmerized by television, making his behavior seem deviant and suspicious to the automated police. Totally. Yeah, this is our life now. Thank you, old dude.
So, Gig, I posted a link to that interview. Yeah, this should be eye-opening to anybody. Just think about your own experience, and like you've gone somewhere, like say a movie. You're like, hey, dude, tell us what was it like going to the movie theater? And then you would tell the story like from your first person point of view about what you experienced. These guys never do that. Even if they talk about the experience, they'll say things like, they'll describe the experience as like they'll say things like, Chris Happier used to do this all the time. Earth from that vantage point, you see, or they don't even say you. They say the expanse is wide and broad, and it will leave quite the impression. They don't even say like none of it is like in the first person. They talk about it as if they're reading like from like a generalized universal experience, not from a personal experience, which is very strange. Because if you actually did that in real life, you'd be freaking blown away.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, because that is, their role as they either see it or have come to just embrace it so wholeheartedly, they don't even realize it is their role, is to, define the worldview of a generation. And that guy, that's what he seemed like in that interview. He was so clueless. Like he was not ever used to having any kind of, real-time pushback at all. You know what I mean? Like he'd never personally talked to anyone who like didn't believe his story. It was very odd. Like,
well, he talked to Bart. He even said, Bart was like, "I called you 10 years ago." Like, so he's talked to this guy before. They're not strangers.
That is weird. I didn't know that. That I guess I missed that part. That's really interesting that he's even talked to him before, but he acted like, you're not just accepting this fairy tale as true. Like, what? I can't even believe it. He seemed like that was just out of his realm of experience. You're just supposed to believe the story because I thought everybody was under a spell here, guys. What happened?
Wasn't he in his house whenever he told him to get out?
I don't know if it was that one. Maybe. I don't know if it was that guy. I don't think it was this guy. So that guy, no, I think that dude was. This guy went on one of the last. It's supposed he went on like the last one or the second to last one. 18 or I don't freaking know. But it's very. I mean, all you got to do is watch it. You can know instantly this guy is just like he's acting. He's just like playing a role. It's easy to tell. And like they didn't give him like an extensive script. And this is what I was talking to talking to Dandelion and a couple others about this. It's like, so it was a psyop on the American public and the world. Who maintains the psyop? Like, what happens when all these people die off? Who keeps it going? Did they like pass the torch to some other people? Keep this moon hoax going, guys. I know you weren't even alive when we started it, but it's your duty to keep the moon hoax going.
Well, I think that's why they have the, we'll go back next year. We'll go back 5 years. We'll move it to 10.
Yeah, I think the moon landing was propaganda designed to scare the Soviets. Like, oh, if we can land a rocket on the moon, we can definitely land a nuclear weapon on you,
I think the Soviets and the United States are just both bullshit, quite honestly. And that they just want to control their domestic populations. And they have a lot of, like, every nation has that one thing in common. They do not want the rabble to grab their torches and pitchforks and take over. So you keep them distracted with bullshit. Bread and circus. We're great. We have a space program. We're just, I mean, there's other things to this. I mean, I wish Yoder didn't leave because there's unclassified documents that says NASA, like when it was created, that the purpose was to create the impression that we were so technologically superior that no one would go against us. It was completely made as a psyop. That's where it started, as a psychological operation. In their founding documents. Yoder has them all. He's not in here right now, but I'm sure they're in our DMs. But I mean, that alone, that the documents have said that we're not actually doing anything. We're just making people think something. Got it. Probably in our DMs.
Yeah, didn't you do one of the podcast episodes was when he was talking about that?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. I can post a link to that too.
I'll post it. Oh yeah, I don't know what that movie is that old dude's posted, Operation Avalanche. When did that come out? I'll look it up. "2016 thriller/comedy."
Is it the Nature versus NASA one? Was that the one? I think it is.
It's short. I know it's short. It's I can't remember what the title is. If I looked at the list, I could probably figure it out.
Okay.
It's only like, I don't know, like 10 minutes long or something.
Yeah, it's about 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Good idea, Dandelion. I got this.
Thank you. I listened to the latest one, the Russian girl one with Wolfgang. That was good.
I know, wasn't it? It was awesome.
Yeah, I like that one.
Doing good. That one. It's funny. Wolfgang. He must be like the stud of Spotify because anyone he's in does the best.
Oh, really? Yeah, people are like secretly Wolfgang fans. Yeah.
They must be. Quickie.
It looks like that movie Old Dude posted came out in 2016. I don't think I've heard of it before. Operation Avalanche. 2 young CIA agents are sent to NASA under the false pretense of making a documentary to investigate reports of a mole. But once there, they become entangled in a much bigger conspiracy involving the Apollo 11 mission. I don't know how I managed to never hear that.
Huh. I'm looking at the Spotify analytics. No, that ain't that long ago. Seems like name dropping.
What's name dropping? What do you mean?
The episodes that with someone's name in them does the best. So other than the ladies, Flat Earth ladies, that automatically gets a whole bunch of views.
Yeah, too bad you guys drove us all out of Flat Earth. Almost. Me and Over Fences are still here. You guys failed. Your goal has failed. You haven't gotten rid of all of us, as long as there's one lady standing.
That's it. I'm joining.
Breaking in, I gave Tactical Joy this stack of documents, Indio. He can post like all the PDFs. Those aren't all the PDFs actually, but most of the PDFs I posted for him, so he can you can re-host them here. I gotta go though. I can listen.
All right.
Yeah, I've got one that's still wanting to load. 5918 is taking longer to load than the rest of them.
Well, I'm not going to be
As soon as it decides to finish
Daniel
loading, it'll be
convinced me to
posted.
join the Feminist Flat Earth server, so I'm out of here.
Oh, shut it. Don't even get me started. Talk to your buddies about their documents. Yoder's showing up with what you asked for.
I'm not. There's actually a Feminist Flat Earth server. I'm not joking. It actually exists.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I don't know. I can't imagine I would like that. But yeah, if you want me to infiltrate it, I'll do my best.
Wait, yeah, does Level Lioness get banned from 24/7?
Not to my knowledge.
No, she did not. No, she chose to leave and then she returned. Last I knew, she was back. She left of her own free will and volition and then returned of her own free will and volition.
Okay, this is a screenshot from the server. Discover, where you can search servers in Discord. See, Feminist Flat Earth Center.
Yeah, I probably should go in there just to do some recon, right? Find out what they're about.
We joined. I can't remember. This is back in the day. We joined some feminist Flat Earths. It wasn't Flat Earth. It might have been that one. I can't remember. It was so funny. They just went crazy, and then they would the reason they could get away with it because the chat would delete everything in their general chat would delete everything in 5 minutes. So you could just say whatever for 5 minutes, and they would just auto delete. So you would never be able to report TOS violations. So people were just going off the chain. Oh, that was the woman. You couldn't type the word men in the server. MEN.
Oh, that's funny.
So you couldn't type women. You couldn't type men. You had to put an X where the put an X between the M and the E and M and the N.
I mean, there's some chance, although from their icon there, it doesn't seem like they're real flat earthers with their flat disc dome floating in space. But yeah, I mean, obviously the Earth in general is a female-centered concept. And, if there were real people out there who understood the value of femininity, who would then, of course, value all life, who would choose to value a human unborn baby, maybe even more than a cow. Yeah, I'd like to talk to those people, but I haven't found them so far.
I mean, maybe I'm biased, but life wouldn't be worth living without females.
Oh, thanks, India. Can we quote that on that?
Yeah.
Life wouldn't be worth living without.
Imagine if the whole world was a sausage party. That would suck, man.
Oh, that is the flat Earth world. Yeah, with a few non-sausages just sprinkled in here and there.
Oh, God. You're gonna get me in trouble.
I know, I am.
Why am I worried?
You're so radical. I know, Indio, you're just so radical saying life wouldn't be worth living without females. You're so pro female by actually saying that. It's just so revolutionary to say that. I can't even imagine. It might get yourself in trouble. Yeah. I thought that we were the cause of all that's bad, and life would be so wonderful if everybody was a man. That's what I usually hear on these flat earth channels. So yeah, gosh, very revolutionary.
No, who's the gay people saying that?
Your buddies.
Oh, I can't say gay people. on the server, can I? Can you say gay people?
I know you have so many friends that are gay. I think you can say it if you want. You're obviously in favor of them. I'm sorry. We better turn the corner. We better turn the corner. Ash is here.
Y'all are gonna get in trouble.
I know we are. Get myself in trouble.
For pushing you out of the closet. Can you
Sorry,
say
what?
gay here? Can you say gay? I said we're gonna get in trouble for pushing you out of the closet.
Well, I'm already out, man.
Ew.
I wanted to say it on YouTube, so who knows?
Like
the Flintstones can say it, as well as a popular Christmas carol. Don We Now Our Gay Apparel. I mean, you want me to start singing Christmas carols for you or what?
And we'll have a gay old time.
We are very happy here in Flat Earth. Very happy. Very festive.
Well, we're also health conscious, so we are against smoking fags. Don't smoke fags. You'll get.
I'm definitely against that.
Or vape. Don't vape either. That's nasty. Well, it's not nasty. Obviously, the nastiest is chewing tobacco. That's just gross.
All the Glovers, though.
Might be my presence scaring them away. I might want to go slink back into the shadows.
Yeah, that was fun. Yeah, when you just like came all guns blazing for that dude. Is that Oliver or Cosmos? Who is that dude? I get all those English guys. Yeah.
Oh he's the worst.
Yeah. All those British Globe dudes, they all sound alike to me.
Even his condescending by saying, I'm trying not to be condescending. Well, that's condescending, number one. And then, like, you're making stuff up. Like, what are you condescending about? Like, this is a Glober tactic. You make up something and then go, you don't know about that thing I just made up in my head? Oh, see, flat earthers are so ignorant. They don't know anything. No, airplanes don't use any type of... They're not using linear accelerators in frickin' airplanes. Guys, well, what about the data the pilot looks at? What is he to think? Well, yeah, what data is that? That's not important. Yeah, he just constructed a complete frickin' fairy tale. And then tried to say, flat earthers can't answer my fairy tale question. Like, yeah, you're right, we can't because we're not in fairy tale land. Very annoying.
Was he still yakking about accelerometers?
Oh my God. Yeah, I asked him, what was the linear... He was. Then I asked him, like, okay, where's the linear accelerometer? And then that was it. That's not important. Well, that's what you said. You said a plane's flying, and then if it's not accelerating, then it just measures nothing. Okay, what's measuring nothing? That's not important. Yeah, I want to know what data is being used and what's the instrument being used that's spitting out said data.
Did you know, Indio, I had this discussion with him for like 20 minutes prior to you joining in, and I left.
The exact same thing?
Exact same thing. So the claim was is we know exactly how far away these cities are over vast expanses of water because airplanes have all this equipment in them, all this technology. And then I'm like, oh yeah, like what? And he said, well, gyros. And he started talking about attitude data going off track. And I'm like, yeah, but what about the distance? He's like, oh, well, they've got accelerometers too. I said, okay, well, here's a problem. You know, an accelerometer is going to show 0 when there's a headwind. So how do you know how far the plane has traveled in that condition? He's like, well, no, you don't quite understand how accelerometers work. Let's talk about the one in the iPhone.
Ugh, They're not flying.
So a few rounds of that, I decided to leave. I'm like, dumbass.
Yeah. That's a MEMS accelerometer. And that's literally, it's so funny because I didn't hear any of that. Like you said, the same shit you said. And I even brought up an iPhone, that he's a monkey that looks at his iPhone and sees reality through his phone and thinks because.
Oh, wow. Yeah, and he tried to bring that up, and I'm like, why are you talking about iPhones? I said, we're talking about airplane accelerometers to measure distance. And he's like, well, I have to break it down for you because you don't understand. I'm like, oh, and that's when I just decided to pop out. But yeah, I mean, I'm like, look, plane is registering 500 knots. How do you know the difference between ground speed and airspeed? And how does the accelerometer measure distance?
Look, there's too much variation in the acceleration. You wouldn't be able to measure it with a MEMS accelerometer because you're measuring like the capacitance between like these teeth, right? And that's based upon the distance these teeth are away from each other. So when you accelerate, the teeth flex, or there's a test, what they call a mass that like moves, it gets displaced a little bit. And that either it'll increase. They can do it with capacitance or voltage. It's not important how they do that, at least that part. But the variation, right, in the devices they put it in, they're not like going. The difference in acceleration isn't like you'd experience on an airplane, right? You drop it, right? How fast can it possibly fall? You throw it off the top of a 4-story building. The difference in acceleration is what? Hits the ground, it's going 120 miles an hour. So what? Right? But in an airplane, right, you have a variation of, that's like an order of magnitude greater than the variation that they're going to measure just from dropping the phone off of a building, right? So the sensitivity of the MEMS accelerometers, they're not that type of sensitivity. They're not made for those purposes because they couldn't work. You don't have I don't think you can measure. There'd be too much electrical noise, number one, to measure. You would have to measure the capacitance at a very fine level. And there'd be so much electrical noise. The electrical noise would be greater than what the precision of your. I mean, unless you want to fucking bring an oscilloscope onto the airplane with you. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't even make sense. Like, it's just silly.
Thanks. Yep, I have to go. Appreciate that, but
yeah,
I'll be on later.
I'll be back later too. I only came in for a minute.
You're good, man.
You came to rescue us from the crazy guy. Thank you.
No, I came to relieve my own blood pressure. That's what I came to do. It had nothing to do with anything. He was driving me nuts.
It was just a side benefit for us then. Thank you.
I don't know if you've heard it before, India, but the new theory from the globe is curvature is all due to meniscus, and the reason why we see it as flat is because they disturb it. So it always looks flat, the fishes or whatever.
All the turbulence in the water, that's why the Earth is flat.
Yes, that's what it is. Otherwise, my goodness.
That was a new level of Dogdiss. I have not heard that one before.
It always, I would be embarrassed if I was a Gilberter and someone says water's flat and level, and I was like, when that rain drops, that's so childish, right? Or, not a drop of water on a leaf. They know we're not talking about that. It's so stupid. It's so childish.
Yeah, his argument like a swimming pool has surface tension on the top, and so there's a little bit of a bubble up on the top if it's overfilled. But the reason why it doesn't stay overfilled, if you like swirled around in it, and the turbulence would make the water run off the side, and it would even out. I'm like, great. So then the ocean has all this turbulence in it, so it's flat. No, that's different.
That Indio, when he just came in and totally destroyed Cosmic. It was fun. I was like, bring out the popcorn. I don't know what's going to happen now, but something good is going to happen. I had no idea that there are no such thing as linear or accelerometers or whatever. So he's the right guy to call those things out. The rest of us here was like, I don't know, he's blabbering about something, but that was a fun little combo.
Well, you don't even need that to be called out, right? Distance traveled uses markers, and if you have water that's constantly in fluidity, and you have no demarcations, how the fuck do you know where you're going?
Yeah.
This is why people got lost at sea.
Yeah, and if you're a lifeguard and you watch somebody go under and you have to go out to them, you have to pick an object off in the distance and then go to that object and then find a cross reference from the opposite shoreline, especially if you're over a lake. Because if you get out there, the water will move you away from where you saw them go down.
Yeah, he wants to make a reference of, like a car. Well, a car uses wheel rotation to measure. Oh, well, then when you're walking, okay, so now we use stride to measure distance. Like, what are we doing for planes? Even with boats, what are we doing with boats? For boats, when you're out, if you're out in the middle of the ocean, how do you know how far you went?
Yeah. And who's engineering boats so that they sink when they go far away?
That they what?
Yeah, who's engineering boats such that when they get far away from you, they sink?
Oh, yeah. Refraction. See, I can do it too.
Bro, I said it before, like where globe is. Holy shit! What's coming through there?
What's up, TD?
Yeah, I've said it before, right? Globers are going to end up like letting people die because they're going to see a boat out in the horizon, and they're just going to think it's going over the curve, and it's actually sinking. They won't bother calling the Coast Guard or anything. There's, oh yeah, it's going over the curve. Meanwhile, people are shouting out, "Help! We're drowning!"
Yeah, there's eyewitness accounts. I don't know if there's still technical documentation of the readings from the Titanic sinking, but I wonder how far away that there was the boat that didn't come to rescue them, even though they saw the flares and they said, "Oh yeah, they must just be setting off fireworks. We won't do anything." Can't remember how far away that ship was. It was close enough to where if they'd actually come when they saw the flares, they could have saved a lot of people. I'll look it up and see if, of course, seeing the flares would be different than seeing the ship, but I think they could also see the ship. I can't remember. Feels like there should be something in there with the Titanic eyewitness accounts in terms of distance, but I don't know. Oh, that's pretty funny, really. That's what McToon's posted. Is that today? Oh, yeah,
Yeah, he just
yesterday.
posted that.
Posted December 12th. Okay, very interesting. Yeah, okay. Well, gosh, it feels like it's pretty alive still. Going on a year there, McToon. I don't think you destroyed it. I think it's actually back and better than ever. That's my observation. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, misunderstanding physics isn't proof of a globe.
The two highest paid anti-flat earthers together in the
Yeah, got to throw in Professor Dave in there as well. His anti flat Earth videos get more views than entire channels for flat earthers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to consciously be a liar, not even be ashamed of it, you're a great tool for the fake lying globe. Yeah, they're all over him. Yeah, promoting him left and right. We were just talking about that earlier, that he's at the top of the search results, proving how the globe has not a leg to stand on because they have such disreputable proponents who are not capable of reasoning their way out of a paper bag.
Kiwi Buzz, that's bad.
Is that why the flat Earth debates on Modern Day Debates were some of the most watched debates? Did y'all ever watch What's It when he went on Harrison Smith show?
I don't even know who's Harrison Smith. Is that what you said?
On InfoWars.
Yeah, from InfoWars.
Oh, okay. I heard about it. I
Alex
didn't watch
Jones
it.
made a
Watch it?
Alex Jones made a special appearance.
Is Harrison Smith the bearded guy?
No, that's Alex Jones.
No, not Alex Jones. The other. There used to be like an older bearded guy. I'm talking like 2013. He had a reporter on there that was bearded, older guy, but maybe it's not that guy.
Oh no, it's a young guy.
Young guy. Okay, I wonder what happened to that guy because he was actually one of Alex Jones's best reporters. I could see his face, but I just can't think of what his name is.
An old guy?
He was old. He was probably like middle-aged, late middle-aged. He had a beard. If I look it up, I can find it out. I always thought he was one of the more reputable dudes in there. He actually seemed like he was into sources and stuff like that. That's when I used to listen to it, was like over 10 years ago, so I don't know any of the new people. I wouldn't have even called Alex Jones bearded. I guess he does have a beard now. I'm looking at images trying to find that guy, but yeah, he used to be clean shaven all the time.
Was it Erickson? Greg Erickson?
Let me look up his picture.
He used to be friends with Alex Jones, but Alex Jones
I don't think that's it.
went mainstream. Here, I'll put his Twitter profile on the side chat.
Okay.
And then you can see his face in his profile.
Gosh, it's like impossible to find InfoWars reporters in search results, it's all just Alex Jones. Like he's had a lot of reporters over the years. I guess they just get put down the memory hole. We don't get to see them.
They question something and then they're removed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It might be David Knight. That might be who I'm thinking of because that name sounds familiar. I got to find his picture. Oh, yeah. If I look up David Knight Infowars, it says, why did David Knight leave Infowars?
A lot of
Yeah,
people.
that's totally him. Yep, David Knight. Yep, that's him. That's who I was thinking of.
Interesting.
David Knight says Alex Jones fired him. The David Knight Show.
Oh, okay. I know who you're talking about.
Says his final show was in 2020.
I've seen him in like little 2-minute videos, 5-minute videos that get shared around on social.
Yeah, I'm not endorsing him or anything. Like I haven't listened to any of that, like I said, for a long time. But I remember at the time thinking he was like one of the more reasonable ones.
He probably was. Kiwi Buzz. I love the meme, bro. Kiwi still in here? Good. Did y'all even see what Kiwi did to the image?
Yep.
anyway, did you think it was? You brought up Witsit's appearance there. Did you think it was useful? I don't know. I just didn't know why you brought it up. You asked if we'd seen it.
You're talking about the Witsit's debates?
Yeah, didn't you bring it up and ask if we'd seen it?
No.
No,
What he
asked if you'd seen it.
McToon did a 1 year like catch up with that. I'm forgetting his name. Anyway,
yeah, no.
like that. It was they got a December 12th, 2024, December 12th, 2025, and then Kiwi put Grinder on the image. Like they
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I chose not to comment. I'm talking about before that when somebody asked if we'd seen Witsit being interviewed by Harrison Smith with Alex Jones making. Yeah, who was it that asked that?
I did.
I'm sorry, I wasn't being clear. I was being very vague. I'm sorry.
That's all right. Yeah, no. Like as soon as you added Harrison Smith, I'm like, oh, okay. So it was, from our standpoint, from the people that like know what's going on, like it was informative because what you saw was basically they broke it up into 8-minute segments, and he was there for the whole hour, but they had disruption after disruption. Like anytime Witsit was about to make a point, there was a disruption or a commercial, and then they moved on and talked about something else. So Witsit never really got around to making a good argument. But it was huge because Harrison has such a huge following that people were the word got out a little bit. You know what I mean?
Okay, yeah, because I've been talking to people around here recently that, I mean, my impression is just from, and this is totally anecdotal, just from people listening to people coming in here, that it seems like for a while, I think Flat Earth wasn't as much of a conversation. It kind of got forgotten, but it seems like from people coming in here that they're hearing stuff about Flat Earth somewhere. It's not always possible to figure out where they're hearing it from. You know, they'll come in and be like, the laser test, or didn't a Flat Earther disprove Flat Earth? You know, like they have a very vague notion of something they've seen in social media or something, but they have some notion. You know, they've heard something, which is more like it was, back when they first decided to allow the topic to be somewhat discussed. But probably it's because of what happened with Twitter. I mean, that's the thing I noticed immediately going back to Twitter. Is like, oh, we're allowed to talk about Flat Earth now because they made the regime change or whatever. And then it was like such ridiculous nonsense Flat Earth stuff. I'm like, oh, it's interesting. So we can talk about it as long as we don't have good evidence and we're a joke. Nice.
Right. Yeah. So like when I became a Flat Earther back in 2021, I didn't even know that there were Flat Earthers. When someone told me the Earth was flat, I was like, somebody today still believes the Earth is flat? Like that was the weirdest thing in the world. But now I think it's like a meme almost, like, oh, you must be a Flat Earther. So definitely the word is getting out. And, because like I know a lot of people in the real world, they've never met a real Flat Earther. So I just tell everybody I'm a Flat Earther, and then I have the conversation with them. And, now it's tangible, right? Now it's no longer like an internet meme where everybody knows the internet meme. Like, oh, we're going to make fun of Flat Earth, but everybody knows that there's Flat Earthers out there. They just never met one. So now I'm taking the next step. And like, now you get to meet a real Flat Earther. And then now we get to have a conversation. And now I'm going to, do a 3-point wig snatch on you and prove that you don't know shit.
I've actually had a couple of those exchanges at a university, on university grounds, and I have to be honest, you Flat Earthers you guys get really crushed when it's out in the public forum. I'm just saying. I mean, Twitter's you guys have your time, but when is it not a joke when you guys are on Twitter? Everything you guys say is a meme. That really embarrasses you guys' intelligence. You know, I haven't come across a time when you guys have made a valid point. When there's an exchange,
Listen to the cope.
you guys try to shout it down.
I know he's making himself feel better. Are you looking in the mirror while you say that?
If that makes you feel better, that's fine. But the facts are what
you
they
still
are.
mad when Witsit crushed you in
You can't
conspiracy
really do
cap?
anything with it. So I mean, you can run to like pseudo.
Are you still mad about that?
If you kind of
Yeah, this is why I call it FUTV, because it's no longer about flat Earth; it's about the drama. Like MTV, it used to be about music videos, but now it's just drama.
Right. Flat Earth has always been about the drama. It started out.
Yeah, you just brought it in here. We were just having a discussion. Yeah. So where's your evidence then? You got some?
I always have some, but you guys,
Let's hear it. Let's see it. Let's not hear about what you guys do, what you guys don't do. Present your best evidence for the globe. Present your best evidence for the globe, please, sir.
I get interrupted and I get told that I have to do something else before.
Okay, why don't you start new? Every day is a new day. Every day is a fresh start. Present your best evidence for the globe, sir.
The best evidence from the previous exchange where I left off yesterday was because line of sight is always straight, because angular distances for stars are the same for all observers all the time. Anytime the stars can be seen, you can use that as a reference to help you determine the shape of the Earth.
Verify the angular distance.
Because the Earth is so vast, because we're saying and we're proving that the Earth is a globe of about 24,000 miles of circumference. When you guys claim that you've measured the Earth, you haven't measured the Earth. You've measured a very small section of the Earth, and that section is too small, and your measurement tactics are too imprecise for you to settle the matter. So what we're saying is, when you have multiple observers that are observing stars, and those stars are in positions in the sky that can only be seen from certain, vantage points or certain positions and certain directions. Those directions never align with being on a flat plane, and they always align with being on a globe. There's no other way for that to happen. And because the stars
Note that he said always.
It is always. Because the stars are always angularly identical for all observers, you can't use distance of the stars, saying that the stars are close, as a rebuttal. Because that's not how parallax, angular distances, and all that stuff works. You can't have. It's like you're trying to have your cake and eat it too, and it just won't work. That's it.
You know what, Amish? It sounds like he hasn't heard of deflection of the plumb line.
Nope.
Oh, you see how you guys just ignored the proof that I just gave you, and now you want to talk about plumb lines. So we're changing the subject, and that's fine. Have fun. I've done what I had to do. I've got two people here. One person here is like not sure if
No, actually, it was on point. It wasn't changing the subject.
Keep him from the
You don't know what deflection of the plumb line means.
Go ahead and make your counterpoint to what I said. Yeah. No, he's not.
Well, you said that these star positions, they always match with the globe, right? But I'd rather let Yoda carry this point because he can articulate it way better than me.
I can't right now, but I just want a verification of the angle distance relationship.
So here's your verification. You cannot find any observer whose view of the starry host differs from any other viewers. The only difference that you will find is how it's rotated, i.e. the orientation, which is just turning the picture around, or what part of the picture of the starry host you cannot see. That doesn't mean that the picture is not the same for all observers. It just means that there's some observers that are seeing it upside down or at a different orientation, and others are not seeing some parts of the picture of the starry host that others can see. But if the stars were not far, if the stars were local, then the starry host would appear at different proportions than to another observer. Like two observers.
What about negative parallax?
set of stars amongst that starry host would not see them in the same exact proportion and the same exact configuration. There would be some angular differences between them.
What about negative parallax?
What about negative? That has no bearing on this. Negative parallax has no bearing on this.
It's happening 60% of the time.
Right. You're talking about seeing something with a telescope, and you're talking about the precision or lack thereof from one telescopic view to another. And that has to do with the position of the Earth at that point for certain stars that we are showing you are closer to us than other stars. We're not saying that a person on one part of the planet and another person on the other part of the planet at the same time are experiencing these very strong variances between observations. You should if the stars were local. So your negative parallax has to do once again with precision or lack of precision in your telescopic viewing method. Thank you. I know I got it. And he's laughing.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, I like that. I want to hear you giggle some more, please. Give me. Thank you.
Yeah. So if I sell you a car that works 60% of the time, what are you going to tell me about that car?
I'm going to tell you the car don't work, and what you guys try to sell works less than 10% of the time. So what would that tell you about that car? That it's
We're not claiming anything about the sky.
Oh, so you sell the car and then you don't make any claims about the car. So I come to you and buy the car, and you're like, I don't know if the car works. I don't know nothing. Well, why are you selling it?
Well, if you tell me you're selling a car, and I come up to you and say that's not a car, it's a boat.
And I would say that
it's a car,
you don't know what you're talking about. Then you have no clue what you're talking about.
And if it's a boat and it's not a car, then I'd call you full of shit.
Then I would not be selling you a car. I would be selling you a boat, and I would tell you that it's a boat.
No.
You do this all day until you mute me.
No, someone told me it was a car. It just didn't work for me.
If someone told you a car and they sold it to you, it's a car. It's a car. If you're claiming that it's a boat, you need to show that it's a boat, not simply say that it's a boat. This is called semantics. You want to play semantic games?
I mean, we can play semantic games.
How do you make angular? How do you make the identical angular? Let me not even talk about angular anything because it's identical for everyone. How do you explain the identical, viewing, the identical picture that we all see of the starry host? How do you explain that? The only thing you say, well, no, he's rotated. Well, yeah, that's what happens when you're on the globe. That doesn't happen on the flat Earth. That would make sense. How do you explain that some people can see some parts and other people can't? You can't explain that on a flat plane. And that still doesn't change.
Well, you're assuming the distance to the You're assuming the distance to the stars.
No, I'm not talking about an assumption to the distance of the stars. I'm letting it be known that you cannot have a local distance. You cannot have these stars be close enough for the for the angular distances to not vary, and then say that
we're not claiming anything about the stars. We're not claiming anything about them. We don't even claim to know what they are.
So why are you claiming that the Earth is flat? Why are you claiming that it's
Why are you trying to introduce
surface is flat?
Why are you putting on us claims we didn't make?
Why are
burdens
you
of proof that we don't bear?
This is a not flat Earth discussion. So you guys aren't flat earthers.
You want to talk about the flat sky instead of the flat Earth?
Again, I'm asking you. You guys are making no claims. Anyone wants
I made the claim that the surface of the Earth is not curving. So what?
Okay. So I've refuted your claim with evidence.
With what? The sky?
Yes, with the sky. The sky.
Oh, you're looking in the wrong direction.
Let me say it nice and loud. The sky.
No, you can't use the sky.
Yes, you can.
Bro, your table's flat. But the refrigerator is curved, man.
Because you're not able to see the Earth from your vantage point. You're not able to see the entire Earth from your vantage point.
We're not talking about what it looks like, bro. We're not just talking about what it looks like. We're also talking about how it measures.
Well, you assume that small area of the Earth is flat, and what we've been trying to explain to you.
No, it measures flat. It measures flat, bro. It measures flat.
It does not measure flat.
Yeah, it does. There's no deviation between horizontal and the surface of water.
in its entirety. You've never measured enough of the Earth to settle the matter, and your measurement
Doesn't
tactics
matter.
are
Physics of water dictates that it can't be a ball.
Nope, you are insisting on that. That's called reaffirming your consequence.
No, you don't have gravity or a ball to do anything with yet.
More affirmations. What else you guys want to affirm?
You don't have a ball. There's no measured curve, so you're done.
In order to have the distance to the sun, or the distance to the galaxies, or the distance to the stars, distance to the moons, you first have to have a sphere Earth.
Hey, done. Now what?
Yes. So give me the sphere Earth, and then we can talk about the sky.
Hey, there is your sphere Earth, 24,000 miles in circumference. Now what?
No,
How do they measure that?
that's not how that works.
I just told you. One of the methods to measure the Earth, besides the Eratosthenes method, is to understand is that
It's circular reasoning. The Earth is a sphere because of the sky. Because of the sky, the Earth is a sphere.
You're establishing a method. There's nothing circular when you're establishing a method. Okay. Oh,
what did Eratosthenes assume?
No, he did not. No, he did not. Because you listen, when you're looking at an object in space and you're trying to explain to me that that object is not an object in space, that's your assumption. Yesterday, you guys are claiming that, well, you can't assume that the objects in space are in a, like the objects out there, the stars and the sun and whatnot, that they're actually objects that are out there. And my response before you guys interrupted was that, well, if multiple observers are looking at those objects, and those objects not aligned, like the observations are not in alignment, that contradicts when the fact of the matter is that those objects are all shown up in identical angular distances from each other. You don't have a coherency to your argument, and when your argument lacks coherency, it is by definition inconsistent, filled with contradiction. It is not reliable. If you want to take the less reliable approach for some arbitrary reason, just say that.
So I've got an image here for you in the side chat. Posting it right now.
Yep.
So this is my Eratosthenes experiment.
And?
My countertop is a ball.
Based upon what?
Based upon the assumption that the light is giving parallel rays and that the light is an infinite distance away.
So, but you can see that your light is not an infinite distance away. So why would you use that as an example? That's a bad example. The proportions are.
How do you see the sun as an infinite distance away?
The sun, he didn't say that the sun was an infinite distance away.
Oh, well, then how do you have parallel light rays?
Exactly. So now you fell in a trap. Let me answer.
So you don't have that, so you can't do Eratosthenes.
Wait.
Hey,
so
do you know how big would the sun be if it was an infinite distance away?
I'm going to respond to each question.
Hey, how big would the sun be if it was an infinite distance away?
Your question is going to be answered second.
Okay.
Yep. Done? Okay, good. So with the first question, how do you know that the light rays are, I'm sorry, how do you know what the distance is? And my response to that is that since you know that the light rays, as far as you're concerned, are not parallel, right? You say that they're not parallel. So if they're not parallel, then the angle of those light rays should align, if the Earth is flat, with a specific position of the sun in the sky. They don't. They don't.
Do you account for refraction?
You can't sit up here and claim that the sun is following a specific position in the sky that corresponds to.
What do they align with if they don't align with flat Earth?
With one position.
What don't they align with?
I just said it. I just said it. I'll say it again. They don't align with a specific position in the sky if the Earth is flat.
Which position?
That's the point. Are you trying to play a psychological game here? Because that's the point. There is no which position. Because
so if the Earth is flat, you said. So are you talking about getting an angle to the sun?
I'm saying to you that if you're going to make an argument that the sun is not very far, and you're basing that argument on the fact that the light rays are not following what you would consider a parallel ray, then you are left with a contradiction. The rays that are reaching the Earth at the various angles, they should align with the specific position in the sky, and they don't. They don't. Not if the Earth is flat.
How do you know?
Because I can use basic geometry. That's how I know.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, great. Now what?
Go ahead and let's see.
Okay, so here you go.
You're going to answer the second question?
The second question being, how big is the sun?
If it's an infinite distance away.
Never claimed it was infinite distance away.
That's what Eratosthenes assumed.
Okay, you can assume that.
Okay. How big would it be?
Don't know. That has no bearing on this conversation.
It does.
No
So the light in the kitchen with the 3 cans works exactly the same way, because now we can just call that light infinite distance away, and we don't know the size of it. So
that doesn't make any sense because
countertop is a ball.
Right. That doesn't make any sense because you can see that the light is not infinite, and you can see the boundaries of your table. And all of the light rays on the table.
We're looking at shadows, not boundaries of a table.
Listen, all of your shadows meet at a specific point. If you follow the direction of those shadows and the light hitting those objects, they all meet at a specific point.
Yeah, not on a globe.
When you not on your flat Earth, because your flat Earth it just can't happen. It's just that's not what the light is doing. The light does not come from a single source.
Baseless assertion.
You follow the light beams from the direction that the sun is apparent in the sky. All of the light beams, whenever the sun is out, every observer on Earth should see those light beams converge at one point in that sky, and they don't.
Again, how big would the sun be if it's an infinite distance away?
Don't know. Don't have any interest in that question. Next.
Well, we need to know because the light rays are parallel, right?
We don't.
No, we don't.
We don't. No, because first of all, you can try.
From what I've heard from mathematicians, infinite distance sun is invisible.
Answering. I don't have the ability to like halfway answer a question and then somehow continue a discussion or a debate. I don't have that ability. If you're expecting me to do that, I will not do that. So you can have a very, very far distance that is not infinite. And that very, very far distance that is not infinite is more than sufficient to settle the matter. It's a matter of precision at that point, but if you're trying to be precise to 1 trillionth of a degree, but that's not what we're debating. We're not debating is the Earth 24,901.86543674765 degrees, or 24,901.8674568 degrees.
Hey, don't be silly. We do measure divergence of sun rays by half degree, right?
I'm sorry, say that again?
On Earth, we see that sun rays diverge by half a degree on the extremes, right?
No, half a degree on what extremes? I don't even know what you're referring to. Extremes.
The biggest difference in angle from sun rays getting to the Earth is half a degree.
I don't know what you're talking about. You don't have enough parameters to draw that conclusion. You haven't presented a parameter that makes that half a degree compared to what?
To being parallel.
Two locations to compare to say a half a
being
degree.
Parallel. You're so dumb, flattened.
No, I think you're confusing the angular size of the sun. So one side of the sun.
Flattened, read my lips. Parallel lines have zero angle between them. Divergent lines have some angle, and the angle that we see for sun rays on Earth is half a degree.
What?
On the extremes.
You keep saying the extremes
from parallel.
The extremes of the Earth. Jesus Christ. I'll send you a GeoGebra so you understand, okay?
Peter,
you need to understand your own model, dude.
Peter, that's great. Good for you. Okay, so we go back to the point here. Peter, you get so caught up in this. I think you forget that you're a globe person, and I think you're just enjoy this way too much.
You wish I were. I'm a flat Earth person that knows more about the globe than you ever will.
Peter, I know. Good for you. All right. So anyway, we get back to the fact that you have these light rays on your so-called flat Earth that never converge. They never converge. Because of that, you have a far less accurate, a far less reliable, an extremely contradictory version or model or concept. Why do you guys go to that instead of the more accurate globe model?
It's not accurate.
The accuracy is shown in how you measure those light rays. You acknowledge that the sun is some distance away. You acknowledge there's at least a minimum distance. Because listen, I mean, even Peter kind of stumbled. I mean, maybe he thinks I'm not going to catch this, but even for our model, we're not claiming that the light rays are precisely parallel. There is some level of divergence. He was saying half a degree at the extremes, but no, it's just that the light rays are not parallel because the sun is in a fixed point in the sky and it's just very large. So there's an equation for that, which comes out
Where
to
is
like yes, there is. The equation is, I think, it's
where is
like
it? Where's
Yeah,
the
where
sun?
is it?
well,
Where's
we
the
can look
It's
at
sun?
in the
that.
chat right now, flattened. I'm going to educate you on your model. Shut up for
I
like
want you to educate me
20
on my model.
seconds. 20
No,
seconds. Take a
no,
breather. Take a sip of
no,
water.
no. I
So
want the flat earthers here
in
to
that
respond to my
GeoGebra,
ideas.
in the
If I'm
GeoGebra,
trying to hijack,
can
you
somebody
hear
mute
all
this
the
guy for
time.
a second?
Yeah,
Just
if
for
you move
20
me, I'm
seconds.
gone. If you move me, I'm leaving. And
All
we'll just,
right.
I'll just
Problem is,
So
he has a cry and he leaves if you mute him. Flat
in that
instruction, can you shut up for 20 seconds and let Peter monologue?
I want the people to respond to my point. Peter is
Flatten,
here.
yeah, I'm helping you. I'm helping
Go
you.
ahead,
So
go.
in that GeoGebra, you have your sun with the size of the sun that your model
He
claims.
left.
Peter, he didn't get his way, so he left. See,
He's
that's what
really
he
silly.
does.
I know him from
Oh,
Twitter. He's a very low level glober.
he's very emotional.
Well, he got the floor wiped with him and Conspiracy Cats. I think it was Witsit and Nathan Thompson. It was a funny idea.
He kept saying light's parallel, but I kept posting divergent light rays.
And that's what Peter was mentioning also, is that there's at least a half a degree separation. How do you say it, Peter?
Yes. So in their model, if you look at the GeoGebra, and it's hard to look at because it's to scale, because everybody was asking me to do it to scale. So if you take the 93 million miles away and the size of the sun ball and the size of the earth ball, you see that you have at the extremes line going from the top of the sun to the bottom of the earth, from the bottom of the sun to the top of the earth. Those are the extreme lines. And you see that there's angle between them, right? And that is half a degree.
There's actually no such thing as light rays, and if you want to conceive of it like that, okay, then the Earth is supposed to be completely engulfed in one huge light ray. It's not like there's beams of light coming from the sun, right? It's just one huge freaking ray.
I don't know how to. I'm going to choose not to position myself in relation to what you just said. I think maybe you should go see a doctor.
Yeah, that's always your response. Just an ad hominem.
One huge ray.
Okay, then what's a light ray?
Well, that's a dude that's called Ray that only weighs like 40 kilos.
Thank you for helping.
Well, you sound like you were struggling, Peter.
good attempt. Not the Dandelion server mutant herself? Or is somebody server mutant Dandelion?
Oh, I was just serving meeting myself because I was going out to the barn and I don't usually have a signal out there, so I didn't want you guys to think I could talk. But now I'm back.
Oh, okay.
I was just checking on
I was server unmuting you because I'm like, server muted Dandelion.
Oh, yeah, it's all right. It's just sometimes my phone, I have it in my pocket. Sometimes it unmutes me. So, oh, yeah, here we've got 18 degrees, feels like 0 degrees. So it's like felt like an Arctic trip just going out there to check out the animals, but they're all doing all right. I have one of those heated water containers, that you plug into the wall so it keeps it unfrozen. And
lake effect?
We get lake effect snow, yeah. Then we got tons of snow. Yeah, it came in earlier this month or end of November, yeah, and it hasn't gone away. We just keep getting more and more. I've got over a foot for sure. Yeah, of snow. Yeah. So now I'm going to the mailbox, but I won't server mute myself. I have a signal when to go to the mailbox. I did, but yeah, I did it. Thank you for asking.
Well, right on. No worries. I just making sure you got control of your mic. But in the future, I'll recognize that. Leave you at server.
Well, yeah, it's only because it unmutes itself is like the weirdest times. Like I never know what the new incidence is that it's going to unmute it. Like the other day, I got a robocall from the kids' school and the children's school. Oh, I forgot the. Maybe those sensors are all gone. We have new Flatter sensors now, but the children's school makes robocalls, and then even if I end it and send it to voicemail, it still unmutes me, even though I never talk to anybody. It's like they take every opportunity to unmute me when I don't know about it. It's a very annoying feature. I don't understand. That is a downgrade, Discord, not an upgrade. It never used to do that. I don't know what the deal is.
It'll do that when your alarm on your phone goes off.
It doesn't. I know. It's very annoying. So far, I haven't embarrassed myself, but it still could happen.
So, Peter, what made you decide to become a flat earther?
Same thing that made you.
What's that?
The observability of the shape of the Earth.
So you're saying you set out to disprove flat Earth, and that made you a flat earther?
Pretty much. Isn't that how we all ended up here?
Sure. What observation did you make?
I mean, some of us may have been lucky to be born to flat Earth parents, right? And they were taught the truth from the beginning, but the rest of us had to go through the same path, right?
Yeah. I mean, you were just a hardcore anti-flat earther for quite some time. That's the reason why I'm asking.
Well, the more you know, the more you cling to your knowledge, right? It's to prevent the cogdes and all that stuff. Plus, I told you the story that, it was my mom who taught me all this stuff when I was 4. So kind of it was a personal reason there to resist the truth as well, right?
I mean, I know a lot of people were taught by their parents because their parents were hardworking and fairly smart, not to say that they were the smartest people in the world, but they knew what they knew. And, they're very not proud of their knowledge, but, excited, they're like, I work really hard to get to know this. And so then they can't wait to pass that on to their children. And then what's the saying go, Peter? Like, I don't know if you have kids, but the earlier you teach your kids, the more experiences they can have with it later on, right?
That's right.
I mean, so what observation did you ever go out and make an observation, or did you pretty much get like cornered with arguments that you just had no answers?
You know that I was working with some decent observations before that I claimed showed the curvature of the Earth. So I had those kind of visuals there already in my head, but I just realized I misunderstood perspective.
What's your opinion of the final experiment?
Things in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I used to say that as a glober too.
Did you ever get that debate against Whitsitt? You just wanted to argue about the curvature and nothing about the sky.
No, it never happened. It's too late now, I guess.
You could still argue it for argument's sake.
But then I wouldn't mean it. It would be like me LARPing as a glober. I can still mend the globe, but I wouldn't be arguing for it.
Did you ever talk to anybody in the real world about flat Earth?
No, not. I'm afraid.
Oh, come on, bro. I know you're afraid.
Dude, you know how it is. The society doesn't take kindly to critical thinkers that cross certain lines.
I know you better than that.
Well, my livelihood's at stake, okay?
It's not.
Everybody in my job knows I'm a flat earther, and I don't have negativity other than, people wanting to argue with me.
What's your job?
Aviation. And that's as far as I'll go.
Nice.
I mean, even, like, I don't know what you specifically do, Peter, for a living, but I know you do things with computers. And you don't have to have conversations with your coworkers. You can have conversations with random people out on the street that don't know anything about you.
I could. I don't interact with people on the street that much, but I always worry they would maybe call the police or something.
Oh my God! What are you gonna get deported? You're gonna lose your naturalization?
Well, if I walk up to a random person, hey, let me tell you about the true shape of the Earth. That's a bit of a, I don't know. It's not for me.
Yeah, nobody's asking you to walk up to a random person, and nobody's going to call the police because you talk about flat Earth. That's just a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, I would sound like that lady.
Thanks, Peter. Great to see you too.
I don't even know who you are, but you sound that.
Yeah, we've talked a whole bunch of times, but that's fine. That's fine.
Oh, okay. How about you, Sheepy? Have you had success recently spreading the truth to random people?
Yeah. Yeah.
Walk me through it. How does that usually occur?
Well, like the most recent one, I was talking to a lady, and of course, my wife is an immigrant, so we're going through immigration. And we had to bring a translator in for our interview, right, to make sure that we're bona fide and everything. And so we're sitting there in the waiting room and talking to the lady, and she's real cool. She's all into like growing her own food and getting away from GMO and all that stuff. She understands the consequences of all that. And so she and I were talking about 30 or 40 minutes later, we'll go quiet for a little bit. And I'm like, so I just randomly bring up, like,
you got some cool down time.
You got some cool down time? Did you want to come in and interrupt me while I was talking to somebody else?
Go ahead. Continue.
No, Flatten, no. You don't. Hold on before you go on. I'm sorry. I don't want to. I know. I totally want to hear your story much more than this dude. But you don't. Yeah, go, because you don't get to. I'm just going to say it, and everybody knows this. You don't get to try to hold people hostage and say, if you mute me, I'm leaving. Like, goodbye then. Yeah, if you can't even have a civil conversation and wait for someone to finish their thought before you speak, then yeah, goodbye. Who cares? Yeah, don't come back. Because muting is part of us controlling the conversation on our channel. Go for it, Sheepdog.
Oh, thank you for that, Dandelion. I appreciate the respect. That's all it is about, is respect. But anyway, so I was like, you seem like you've learned a lot. Mainstream science goes against what you say, so it looks like you've been down some rabbit holes. It's like, yeah, here and there, but mostly I'm just like, learning for myself and for the health of my family and everything. Okay. So, have you figured? So I just asked her straight up. So have you figured out that the Earth is flat? And she looked at me. She's like, I don't believe that. You believe that? I was like, I don't believe that. I know that. And I can tell you that you know that as well. And I'm going to explain to you why. And she was all ears. She obviously understood that I had some knowledge because we were able to have a conversation about other things. So she was willing to listen and hear me out, and didn't make any jokes or be disrespectful. And I said, the Earth is flat because when you look out over water, you can't see the curve of the Earth. You've always known that it's flat. And she's like, yeah, but the Earth is really big. And I'm like, exactly. Told us. But they tell us that the Earth is also 24,900 miles in circumference. And because of that, if you're she's like 5.5 feet tall. So you're a 5.5 foot observer, the horizon is going to be about 2.9 miles away from your eyes. Now, that you've seen things beyond that, and you've seen the horizon behind that. So the Earth is flat. And so now the horizon becomes something that's due to your optics and how your vision works, not because of the curve of the Earth. Her eyes got real big. She's like, oh my God, I'm never going to sleep again. Don't worry about it. You're just going to go on. You're going to learn more about how your vision works. You're going to learn more about like what geometry looks like when you're in perspective versus orthographic view. And you can't ever see anything from an orthographic view. It's only ever in perspective. So you're just going to have to accept how perspective works. And so I just sent her on her way after that. Not that she became a flat earther right then and there, but at least I gave her something to go out and go research and figure out for herself. Because it's not about converting somebody to the flat earth. It's about giving them the tools to go out and be objective in reality. So I hope that helps you, Peter.
I'm sorry, I thought you were talking to Flattened Destruction, so I kind of tuned out. Can you give me a 10-second summary?
Yeah, man, I just told her that when you look out over water, it looks flat. And she's like, yeah, but it's really big. And it's, yeah, but now you have to consider the size, and then you need to know the distance to the horizon based off of your eyes and how high above the water they are. And then I explained that to her, and her eyes just got really big, like, oh my God, like, you're right, that I could be deceived in that way. And then so I just gave her some tools to go out and do some research with, explain to her how vision is always perspective, it's never orthographic. And so you have to accept things based off of perspective. You have to do geometry based off of that. And she's like, so she is doing her own research. Whether she becomes a flat earther or not, that's irrelevant. At least I gave her the tools and she was receptive on using those.
All right, that's pretty smooth.
Because it was never about converting you into a flat earther, Peter. It was always about giving you the tools to go out and figure it out instead of believing it blindly.
Well, that's the only way, really, right? You have to It's always up to the person in the end to decide how they're going to interpret the information that they are given or that they obtain. And all you can do is just give them the information that you have.
Did you record yourself like Owen Benjamin and go through the throes of not wanting to become a flat earther?
What did you say? I didn't hear that.
I said, did you record yourself like Owen Benjamin did and go through the throes of not wanting to become a flat earther?
No, I did, the only recordings of me are the ones you would have seen in the short-lived series As the Globe Spins. That's the only time I record myself. But there are hints in that show because I recorded that show maybe a month or so before I finally turned to the truth. And there are a few hints there that I was already on my way, but they're more like subconsciously expressed in my monologues.
Were you like hearing yourself in the process of speaking and saying, that's a contradiction?
Well, if you didn't see the show, but I don't really present the arguments there. I'm more talking meta about the community and the kind of differences between how people approach things. So it's not an argument. It's not a Simon Dan type of stuff. So it's more like I was thinking, was thinking there's an episode there where I thank all the inspirations from flat earthers, the good, people here, especially this server. At that time, I was banned from this server permanently, so I kind of was reaching out, to Indio, to others, saying, "Hey, you guys, you're like top of my list of critical thinkers." And I'm maybe through thinking about what I picked up from all of them, perspective, things disappear bottom up because of perspective and all that stuff. Right? Those were probably the things.
I know, man. So do you feel like you now know more about the globe than you ever wanted to know about the globe?
No, I know the same I knew about the globe. Like, I understand their model pretty well. So that's why when I talk to them, I can shut them down real quick. Because I pick up on all the, most of them don't know their own model. They just argue from emotion.
I agree with that.
It's really helpful to know where all the skeletons are buried too, I'll give you an example, not directly related to the globe, but there's a guy on Twitter that I follow that's like anti-flat earther, and today he made these posts about how, a tokamak reactor, a fusion reactor, has plasma contained, without the container, using electromagnetic fields. And, like most people would just go, oh, what? And I immediately ask him, is the reactor inside of a container? He says, yes. I'm like, I rest my case. Yeah, I picked it up from you guys here. Like, I wouldn't have jumped to that immediately, but I know that's the obvious next step.
Yeah, like I think the more important thing like to understand is when you realize things, right? Like when they build their models, there's a lot of assumptions baked in. And models are cool. They're not science, though. It's just art at the end of the day. 20. Are you talking about Peter? 20 cups.
Yeah, man.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. No. So here's my thing, right? Like I'm not buying it either, but Scripture tells me that you should accept a yes as a yes and a no as a no until proven otherwise, right? So
Exactly, yeah. I'm rolling in with it. Like, I take his word for it. Put it on ice. You know,
I'm not putting my eggs in the basket with it or anything, but Peter says it. You know, I got to go with it. You know, like I mean, he's making valid points. You know,
yeah.
He agrees the 3 points are impossible to prove otherwise. Or disprove, I guess.
And that's the difficult part because he's been around so long. He knows mimic our stuff.
I think Radwin was.
It's difficult to determine whether it's just a pure mimicry or if it's actually sincere.
So
hold on, Peter, real quick. Hold on, Peter.
You're talking about me. You're strawmanning me.
I know. I'm gonna let you talk. I was gonna say, I think just to give you the benefit of the doubt, I think Radwin even was like a hardcore anti-flat earther for 2 or 3 years before shit started to make sense to him. So, like, again, I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, Peter. Like, you know, you were against us a lot, and then said things just started to make sense. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
not
if
saying
I may, could I say a few things? All right, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. So one thing that I will want to state very clearly, and maybe this will work in some sense in my favor and in some sense against me. I clearly stated I'm only embracing 3 first principles. The Earth is observably flat, it is observably stationary, and gas pressure needs a container. I am not embracing anything else. I, for example, think we went to the moon. So you can yell at me, but that shows you that I am not just mimicking what most people, I don't want to say all or we, because I know that's a trigger word, but most people in these circles, I have many positions that completely disagree with you guys, pretty much mainstream positions about physics.
Do you disagree with flat Earth measurements?
No, it's flat.
So you include measurements and practicality with observation?
Yeah, they follow logically. I like to be a minimalist. So observable means if you observe precisely, that's a measurement. Right? And even Globers will tell you, well, they will qualify it, but they will say, in most applications, we treat the Earth as flat, but not in all, right? Even Globers will say that. Well, we know that's not true, but even if sometimes they have the globe model, they kind of map it back to the flat model. So yeah, those 3 follow from observable.
Maybe I'm strawmanning you, and I'm just putting words in your mouth. So you're thinking we went to the moon, but there's no footage of this because it's an issue of like top secret.
Right. So let me downgrade my position just to avoid this whole, what's going to be a 2-hour discussion of the footage problems. I think that it's absolutely possible for human beings to take a mechanical vehicle, and shoot it into the moon. There are no laws of physics preventing that from happening. Or at least I have no reason to know, not to believe, to know that there are physical limitations preventing us from intercepting the moon with a vehicle that we make.
That could be, but we'd have to define the location of the moon, and we'd have to determine if it's physical.
No, even if it's not physical, we could still shoot into it. Like you can shoot into a cloud of plasma.
Okay.
But that's not the same thing as landing on it, right?
I understand. That's why I downgraded my position to avoid that entire stuff. I personally think the moon, obviously, from looking at it, I have a telescope recently.
You're saying it can be accessed.
It's a rock in the sky. I'm absolutely certain that that's the case. So see, I'm not buying into all this stuff. I'm just saying I know for a fact things in the sky have nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. I knew it before I was a flat earther, and I know it now. So I can say with confidence the moon is a sphere in the sky, moving through the sky. And there's no reason why you cannot shoot a thing into it. And I think we have.
What do you think about lunar waves?
I don't think much about that.
Have you ever looked into them?
No.
So you don't know what they are?
Lunar waves? I don't think so.
People have recordings of their video. They're recording the moon, obviously, and then this wave moves over the surface.
Oh, okay. Well, people have recordings of Bigfoot.
Yeah, I mean, there's solar waves also. It does it over the sun too.
Yeah, like I said, cool. But I'm just giving you this as an example, not as an invitation to a long debate. Like, those are my positions that I don't share with many of you or most of you. And I feel comfortable with that. So that's it.
That's fair enough. Like you said, you don't want to get into a long, drawn out discussion, but we can definitely have those discussions in the future. No worries. I can tell that you're only in here in a passive sense because it's the weekend and you're in between doing things. Like I said, I know you better than you think I know you. I don't have to know you specifically to know your personality.
Peter, what do you think about Werner Brown saying that you need to have at least 3 moon rockets full of fuel to get to the moon, and Elon Musk said he needed 13 Starships full, and someone else who had worked with NASA also calculated it, and they also needed several. Why do you think they had a rocket back in the 60s that could do it with 1 tank of fuel?
I don't know. I never looked into it. I have a special relationship with Werner von Braun because that's my great grandmother's maiden name. So, that's all I can say about Werner.
Well, if you ever want to look into it, there's a good interview now with Mark Sibrel and
I get it. There are a lot of things I'm looking into, but I'm mostly interested in the shape of the Earth. So the moon doesn't bother me at all.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. I feel the same about it. I don't care if they went or not. I don't think they did, but it has nothing to do with the Earth. That's the way it's going to be. We have some dead air here, and you know what happens when that happens. Then I'm going to go to YouTube, and we're going to read some comments from the good people over there. Give them some love. So, people, we have 30 of you watching on YouTube right now. Hope you're enjoying. We're going to see what you have to say. There's a little bit of a delay over there, so now I showed up there. All right, we're going to read some YouTube comments. I don't want to scroll too far back because then it can be out of context. Virgo Greg says, light rays are conceptual only. They don't exist.
That's true.
Cheers, mate. Cheers for that. If you're listening.
Oh, here we agree.
Everybody agrees.
Devon
Richard
J.
Feynman agrees.
But
So what, did you
Devon
want to dodge it
J30
earlier,
says,
Peter?
yes, ma'am. So he agrees too.
Just so you know, like, Peter, would you agree that a light ray is only contingent based on being next to something that, like, isn't the same spectrum as that light?
I couldn't understand half of what you were saying, so I cannot agree.
So, like, if you have light and then you have a shadow next to that light, the light ray is contingent on being next to the shadow or the shaded part.
No, that's not how people use the term light ray in, let's say, physics.
Well, I understand what you're saying when they use light ray in physics, but when they're using light ray in physics, it's just a mathematical construct anyway.
No, it's a physical construct. It's a word. It's two words used to describe something much more complex that is not really a ray, but it's just a mental shortcut to say the path that a photon traces between the source that emitted it and the thing that absorbed it.
Well, if you go by that, then no light rays could ever be parallel because they're constantly moving in waves.
Right. They never are. In fact, it's way more difficult in quantum electrodynamics. It's not really known what path the photon took. There are infinite possible paths with different probabilities. And
or maybe it took all of them.
What?
Or maybe it took all of them, and that's why light exists.
Well, that's what Feynman did with the path integral approach, right? Like to integrate over all possible paths. And that explains all the phenomena we observe in optics much better than the classical optics. So the word light ray doesn't make much sense physically because we know that light is not emitted as a ray. It's a series of packets. Some of them go in weird directions with some probability. And the result is the probability of receiving them on the other end. So there's no ray, there's no continuous ray, there are packets, they're quantized. So we just use the word light rays as a simplification and talking about simple things. When we talk about complex things like the double slit experiment and so on, we don't talk about rays because it breaks apart. It makes no sense. But when we talk about simple things like sun and the surface of the earth, yeah, ray is a very good approximation because that's what we observe at this scale.
Yeah, no, I understand. Most of that. I understand the concept of logic.
Alrighty. I'll read some more comments then, if that's okay with everyone.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right. So
I appreciate you for finding truth, just so you know.
What?
Good job. Good job on stepping up and grabbing microphones and stuff. Man. Appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want the YouTube viewer listeners to have something to listen to, actually. So we're going to also let them a chance to interact a little bit with us. D-Von J30 says, directing people back to trust in their own senses. Yeah, that's a good thing. A man like me says, it's exactly right. It's about giving you the tools. D-Von J then says, yeah, same as saying the sun goes down because things disappear in the distance, bottom up. I think they were talking about perspective earlier. We're going to get to the bottom of the comments here. D-Von J30, I think this was for Peter. If you can't tell the Earthrise photo allegedly from the surface of the moon is fake, you do not have the senses to debate fact from fiction. Okay? The moon is not a sphere. We only see one side of the moon. Well, D-Von J, that sounds like speculation a little bit because, I mean, we do see one side of the moon, but I'm not actually sure what's on the other side. That's my opinion. Virgo Gray.
This. That Earthrise image, that was never claimed to be an image from space. Is it not? Like a photo from space? Wasn't that always considered to be like the computer-generated representation?
No, Sheepdog. Those, like the blue marble and those photos taken from the lunar orbit are claimed to be photographs of the Earth by the people who took them.
Right.
I'm sure that they have said.
From that portion, but no one ever claimed to take a picture of the Earth from the moon, right?
I think Earthrise is from the orbit of the moon.
This is from when they were 180,000 miles away. It was halfway there.
No, that's the blue marble. The Earthrise is when they are orbiting the moon. You know, like some of the Apollo missions did not land, right? They just orbited the moon.
All right. Well, I guess we have to update our space lore. I'll accept either one as a lie. And we're going to continue reading the comments. NASA say we haven't been to the moon yet, by the way, says Virgo Greg. You might want to say anything about that? I think I saw an interview from a new astronaut in 2014 claiming that I haven't been there, but I don't know if he was taken out of context, if I'm going to be, fair.
Well, kind of not, but like earlier on in the interview, he actually does acknowledge, the Apollo mission. So it's really strange that he says it the way he does. It just because it doesn't seem like it's out of context.
Right. It might be one of those clips where they just take a little clip and then you don't know what he said before or after. Maybe he clarified. So.
It's not really like you watch it and it's like you struggle to justify it by saying that. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't seem like it's when he says it, it's out of context. It's like he's just outright stating that this is the first time that humans like he's very specific. It's like I don't know. It's weird.
I've seen the interview. I think that's where they talk about Van Allen belts being difficult to go through as well. Maybe that's not the same one, but there certainly are interviews talking about that. That was the new interview with Bart Sibrel. Also, they talked about that. How they asked the astronaut, what was his name? Duke something? That's his last name. They asked him, so you were inside of that belt for over an hour, and even when he changed his story, he said, we flew 3,000 miles per hour in the rocket, and then you had to change it to 25,000 miles. But that still meant that an Allen belt supposedly starts 1,000 miles up, and it goes all the way up to 37,000 miles. So he must have been there for over an hour on the way back. And says his answer was, "This is the first I hear of it," or "I haven't thought of it. I haven't heard that before." I didn't really have an answer. It's a really interesting interview. If you haven't seen it, you can link to it maybe. All right, we're going to continue on with the comments here. A man like me says, "I've never seen a sunlight ray that isn't crepuscular. Can we see one?" Then he adds, "So no real sunlight rays." Yvonne J30 says, "Yep." And a man like me says, "I agree with the supposed Earth-Bryce photo. That was NASA claims of the photo, that they claimed them." Yeah. NASA claims that they have been taken. And that's the last comment we have. So guys, on YouTube, we have 38 of you watching. I think that's a new record. I haven't seen that at the same time before. This is your shot. You can ask a question in the YouTube chat, and I will read it and will address it on Discord. Before we do that, let's see if there's some new people in here. Nope, in crowd, just 4. Maybe we have some interesting chat in Discord that we can read for the YouTube.
I think that's a good idea, Sven, what you're doing. It might increase viewership. Maybe we can hit strong double digits one day, and then maybe some people will come to the VC, right?
Yeah, I'm an old YouTube viewer, and I usually have it on in the background when I work, so I'm not watching the chat. And on one of the live streams, there is no chat, I think. Or maybe, yeah, actually, I'm wrong about that. Anyway, I'm not sitting there watching it the whole time. So as a viewer, I always appreciated when they read the context out and the chat. So that's what I'm doing when we have some dead air here. And I think it might be beneficial. We might actually get some more viewers from it, listeners.
How many viewers do we have right now on the live?
We have 37, and that's a pretty good number. And the other stream is not up right now, so Flatloid, if you hear this, your stream is down. We're going to focus on the one that's up.
Well, just a shout out to all the critical thinkers out there. You guys take care. Never, never stop, never stopping.
All right. Thank you for that. Raylight Criterion posted, Apollo 8 was Earthrise. He posted a link to it. Which Apollo mission was the Earthrise photo taken? It was Apollo 8. Okay. The famous Earthrise photograph was taken during Apollo 8, the first crewed mission to orbit the moon. Astronaut William Bill Anders captured it on December 24, 1968, while the spacecraft emerged from the moon's far side on its fourth orbit. Crew Anders, Frank Borman, and Jim Lowell were the first humans to witness a photograph Earth rising over the lunar horizon. This iconic color image, NASA designation, blah, 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 shows a vibrant Earth partially illuminated against the barren lunar surface and black space. It is widely regarded as one of the most influential photographs in history, credited with inspiring the modern environmental movement and the first Earth Day in 1970. Note that earlier robotic missions like Lunar Orbiter 1 in 1966 captured similar views, but Earthrise specifically refers to this human-taken image from Apollo 8. Right, so now we can update our space lore. This is the story.
I'm just happy Crit isn't here because he would go into 1 hour rant on space mysticism and the overview effect. But yes.
Oh look, Crit's here.
I'm only talking about the moon now because we have dead air here. Otherwise, I would stick to the Earth.
I was inside somewhere. It was loud, so I didn't want to like be rude. But the reason why I was asking, so I get that the lunar orbit was the picture of when they say that was the moon rise, right, or the Earth rise, I guess. So again, like they say that the only picture of the Earth taken from space is the one blue marble from 1972, and all other ones are like composites or some kind of other imagery manipulation. So
Well,
that's why I was bringing that up.
PP, just think a little bit. Like in 1970s, digital cameras were not the norm, and they were quite horrible. So everything you see from the 70s and 80s is chemical photography. Let's call it that.
I understand that.
But now it's the opposite, right? In their view, be very hard. Let's say they tell us, I believe it, that there's a satellite, Discover satellite 1 million miles away from the Earth. It's sending images. It'd be very hard if it had film in it. And some guy would have to go, a DoorDasher, would have to go 1 million miles into space and pick up a roll with 36 photographs on it, right? So right now, all of these are images. And yes, they are composite because they take images in different spectrum of light. And they compose them together. They send them down, they beam them down, using digital signal, and then they compose them. That is correct.
I don't even think that they did that. They took them, and just like the old photograph. And I'm not saying that this is how it was done, because I know they used like a special camera when they were out there, because apparently they didn't know the issues that might arise from space, so they didn't use normal cameras. But they would have just taken out the negatives or whatever they had, set them aside, right? They're encased and closed, set them aside, and then just waited till they got back to Earth, develop them.
Yes, that's how, the older of us used to take photographs like that, right? I still have an analog camera at home.
When I was a kid, my mom worked for a newspaper. I was helping her develop film all the time for the newspaper, like in the Red Room.
Yeah, my son has an analog camera. He takes some pictures with it, with film. It's very annoying, but yeah.
It is, but honestly, I think it takes better pictures if you don't get any blurs from motion or anything. I think.
I disagree, but that's not the subject of the conversation.
Sure. Go ahead. Plain and true.
Obvious posted a picture of some text that says the Earth's reflectivity measured by its albedo is significantly higher than that of the Moon. The Earth has an average albedo of approximately 0.33. Of course, it's 33, right? Pairing it reflects about 33% of the sunlight that hits it. In contrast, the Moon has a much lower albedo, ranging from about 0.07 to 0.14, reflecting only 7% to 14% of the sunlight it receives. This difference is due to the Earth's high reflectivity from clouds, snow, ice, and deserts, which contribute to its higher albedo. As a result, the Earth appears much brighter in the Moon's sky than the Moon does in Earth's sky, being both larger and more reflective. I'm assuming that's from NASA, but there's no. I don't have there's no link to the citation, so I cannot tell. And then Ray Criterion posted a picture of the Earthrise, and we're soon going to get to the bottom here. Do we have a comment on that? It's all speculation, obviously. That's my comment on it.
I'll say this, right? Overfences makes a good point. How do you reconcile orbital mechanics with a flat Earth? Peter, how do you feel? Do you feel like that image of Earthrise, do you think that image can be faked?
Yeah,
I think any of those images from space are real, or?
Well, here's how I think about it. We know that the Earth is flat and it's not a sphere. We know this. So those photographs cannot be accurate representation of First of all, not of the entire Earth. Notice that in all of them you don't see a sphere, you just see one side of a sphere, which is their claim. So they might be just partial cutouts of the whole Earth, which is what I lean towards. Or they're completely fake. That's what I think many of you lean towards. I'd say they're probably just kind of edited to support the globe illusion. But I don't think that's the same as saying those people didn't go far away from the surface of the Earth. I don't have reason to believe that they didn't. I don't have reason to believe that even if they didn't, that it's not possible to do. So I'm being very careful. I'm being very precise at every step, right? Not to make too many assumptions all at once. So yes, they're not a complete representation of the Earth. That's for sure.
Okay. And Overfence has asked obvious question about his post there. I don't think he claimed that. I think he posted it from as a case lore. How do they know this? It's a good question. I mean, me speculation. And we have some YouTube comments. The people over there says that Earth cracks open a lot of cans of worms, though. That's from Devon J30. A man like me answers yes, but you have to prove it flat first. And then a man like me says the moon is within our atmos. Anything can happen. Yeah, that is the claim from NASA as well nowadays. Obvious answers. I imagine it's merely extrapolated from controlled environment tests of various materials. Alright, YouTube guys, you have a shot now at it. Just type in your question in the chat and I'll read it. If anybody on Discord want to comment on what has been said so far, now is your chance as well, because we have reached the end of the chat. Here, please join and leave sound. Aliyu, Rushian, how are you? Welcome.
But are you guys like Christians?
Some of us are. This analyst topic here is about the Earth.
Because I'm just like a little bit of a skeptic about it. I don't know whether I just want to hear some arguments, maybe. So I'm just here to like listen.
Can we ask you a question though about the topic of the room? I'm just curious. You seem like a reasonable guy. Do you believe that you live on a spinning ball in space, or do you think you're living on a flat, level plane?
I don't know, man. That's why I'm here to like learn. I'm just like mixed. I don't know.
I'll show you a picture. Are you able to look at?
Because I am a young Earth creationist, but I don't know.
Are you able to look at the chat?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah.
You see that round?
Yeah.
Is that how you imagine it?
Well, I mean, that's what I've always been taught, but yeah,
you've seen pictures like this from space, right?
Probably.
Yeah. Do you see all the blue stuff? Do you know what that is?
Water, I guess.
Yeah. It's water. Here's the fun part, and you're gonna love this. That water on that ball, you see that it curves around it?
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing. I'm gonna tell you something.
What is that? The firmament? The firmament?
No. This is just water curving around the ball, right? We can both agree to that. Logically, that's what we see. And I'll even grant you, sure, this is a picture of Earth. This is a real one. This is exactly how it looks. Now here's the fun part. Let's go down to Earth and see if we can confirm that, right? Because if water curves, we should be able to see that curve. Do you agree logically?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what we did, and this is the reason why almost everyone in here is flat earther, right? We actually went out to some water to check. And the thing is, if you take a laser,
you did that?
Yeah, most of us have checked ourselves, right? And you can do it yourself. You don't even have to believe me.
Yeah.
If Earth is the size that they say it is, and they have said to us since we were kids, like the Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles, then we can calculate how much it should curve. Here's the fun part. You go to a 10-mile wide lake, take a laser pointer, and you shoot it 1 foot above the beach there. Guess what? It's going to end up 1 foot on the other side as well, over the beach. But that's not, Earth is a ball. It should end up 66 foot up in the air. You understand why? If you look at the graphic there. It curves away from you. So your laser should be 66 foot up on the air on the other beach. We have done these tests, and you can do it yourself. You can take a friend, take a zoom camera, or take mirrors. Both of you stand 10 miles apart on each beach, and you can flash those mirrors. I promise you, you will see them, even though 66 foot, your friend should be 60 foot below you. Which is crazy, because we can't confirm it, right? And here is a test you could look at just for fun. It's a 21-mile test. Someone shot a laser 21 mile, and they could see it, right? So where is that curve? Can't confirm it, and that's why we're flat earthers. Go ahead.
Let me jump in and give a little bit of context for you, Paleo. All right. So they tell us the Earth is a certain size, 24,900 miles. But that's pretty big, right? Like they always told you the Earth is too big to see. It looks flat, but it is curved, right? And so what he's saying is when you look out over water, since water is fluid and it could be curved or flat on the surface, but in order for the Earth to be a ball, and the Earth being 70% water on the surface, that the surface of water should be curving. Now, if you're 6 foot tall or 5.5 feet tall, somewhere in between there, and you go to the edge of water and you put your toes right where the edge of water is, and you look out over the water, they tell you the horizon based off of the size of the ball that I just told you, 24,900 miles all the way around to where it hits you in the back of the head. The distance to the horizon is about 2.8 to 3 miles, depending on how tall you are looking out over the water. That's where the beginning of the curve begins. And then everything past that should be disappearing bottom up due to the consequence of Earth curvature. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
So, and this is why Plain and Truth was going into a laser test. But just to give you a little context, you know yourself. You've seen things that were 5-10 miles away, and then it looks like the horizon is behind that. And so, if that's the case, the Earth can't be a ball. But then, Plain and Truth is going to go into this discussion about shooting a laser over the surface of water and then hitting the target at a specific distance, because at 10 miles, the first mile it's only 8 inches. The second mile it's 32 inches. The third mile it's 72 inches. The 10th mile it's 66 feet. Like it's an exponential thing, because as you go further, from the tangent, the Earth drops further and further away. So it's an exponential drop. It's not linear. If it was linear, it would be a slope, not curve.
Yeah, because I've heard arguments that on cameras with the curvature of the Earth, it's just like lens distortion that gives it that illusion.
I don't know what you mean on that.
You've seen photos from space, like where it looks like
not
the
on
Earth is
space,
curved.
but like
They use fisheye then, right?
No, he's talking about looking out in the distance at the horizon. It's distortion.
Yeah, it was taken in like the middle of the ocean, and then people try to argue that you can like see the curve, but then it's like due to lens distortion. It's like creates this
I think
illusion.
you're mixing terms. Maybe atmospheric effects, but not lens distortion. Lens distortion would be something.
I don't know. It's something to do with like the lens on cameras that gives it some illusion. But I forgot the argument now. But I saw like a video on it.
That's okay. Don't worry about the argument so much. Let Plain and Truth walk you down this laser test, right? Shooting a laser horizontally over the surface of water, and then how the water should eventually curve down in a way.
Do you have like any videos
the laser
of
should
it?
be higher, and the laser should be higher and higher above your head. Go ahead, Plain and Truth.
The argument is made. So the video I posted, do you see it in the chat? 21 mile test.
Hold on. All right, yeah.
If you can mute and you can watch it, and then we would love to hear your comments about it. It's very interesting. Or if you have any other questions about stuff, or if you don't have time now, you can maybe watch it later.
Yeah, I can watch it. I'll just like leave though, but I'll watch the video.
Yeah, awesome. And
real quick, before you leave, Paleo, I want you to look. Also, Matrix posted an image in the side chat. This is what you expect to see if the Earth is curved, and then Matrix put a different image in there, and this is what we get. There's a expectation, and then we get a different result from that expectation.
Because I mean, yeah, I am a skeptic. Because I am, I do believe in young Earth creationism. Like I don't believe in evolution, but with flat.
Well, you don't have to be a Christian to be a flat earther, right? Like the Quran.
Yeah, I am a Christian, but like that's just what I believe.
Sure, but I was saying the Quran also says that the Earth is stretched out like a carpet, and then the sky is stretched out like a canopy of a tent. So, like all ancient religions, all old religions, all knew that the Earth was flat based off of the creation story. I'm going to post an image unless somebody beats me to it. But
so, do you believe like space is real?
I mean, real quick, sorry, Shippy, sorry, but like the Chinese, their mainstream knowledge was flat Earth until I think 1700s. Right, so it's not ancient. 1700s.
Right. Well, I mean, I'm not saying that it's ancient. I'm just using the idea.
I'm just backing your point. I'm just backing your point that a Chinese civilization was a flat Earth civilization until I'm guessing now 1700s or 1600s, whatever.
Yeah. No worries, man. If you look in the side chat, Paleo, if you look, all religions, all cultures knew the Earth was flat. Right.
Yeah.
Perfect. We're not going to overload the guy. Appreciate you coming in here. You have some questions now. You have some time. Maybe you can watch the video. We would love for you to come back, and we'll talk about that point.
Some of my church friends, they do hold flat Earth views and stuff. So I'm just trying to like find their perspective. Awesome. Yeah.
And we would love to have you over tomorrow when it's Speculation Sunday, and then we can actually move into religion a little bit if you would like, because there are a lot of scriptures supporting our view of the reality.
He sent me some of that. My friend sent me some of
Sunday
the scripture.
is a good day for us to talk about religion, maybe, because we use that we call it Speculation Sunday. Obviously, it's difficult to know about those things.
I promise I won't shut it down this time.
Yeah,
I did that. I did that like last weekend or a weekend before. Accidentally shut down Speculation Sunday because I forgot it was Sunday.
All right,
shut it down.
I'm gonna see you guys later. I'm gonna watch the video.
Thank you. Yeah, go watch it.
Enjoy, man.
Hear from you again. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. All right, good discussion. Thanks for the support.
Yeah. Like when you have that discussion, man, like I always like to bring up the simplicity of like how far away the horizon is based off the average observer.
Yeah, I just want them to go out there and bring a friend. You can find a lake. I did my test over 6 miles, so you don't have. It's not too difficult.
No, all I did the same thing. Mine was 7 miles, and we just sat down on our butts and used binoculars and looked at each other across the lake.
Right. Let's see what the good people on YouTube has to say. Yvonne J30 says, so you're saying when we have black swan experiments that prove the horizon beyond Earth curve limitations, that the Earth is bigger than the only place it exists, which is the maths. Okay, what are the math for that? Okay, D1J30 says, that means curvature doesn't exist. Welcome to flat Earth. I think, yeah, he's agreeing with what was said here. That was a little difficult to decode the first part there, buddy, but I get your point. We see too far. We can use their math against them in this regard.
Well, hey, have you seen my flat Earth map, Plain and Truth?
Which one is that?
Hold on.
Map, not map.
Yeah, I'm gonna give you a map. Hold on. Peter, you can use this too. I know you'll love it.
Is it a map with the P or TH at the end, as in mathematics?
Map with a P.
Yeah, the guy on YouTube said mathematics. What are the mathematics?
Okay.
You can post it anyway. It's good content.
There's my map.
We'll bring it up. Yeah. That's good. Good. That's what we see above us, right?
Yep.
For the YouTube viewers, Sheepdog posted a map of what do you want to call it? Celestial sphere, flat Earth.
Yeah.
It's the stars.
It is the celestial sphere.
Yeah. That's how we navigate on this plane. All right. So, in a way, he's saying they're just going to keep moving the goalposts. Well, we have some people that do that when we bring up laser tests, and if 10 miles isn't enough, they want 20. When we show them that, they want 40. When we show them that, they want 100. When we show them that, they want 200, and so forth. They can move it, and they can blame all kinds of, they can even bring up the refraction. In most cases, we can just grant it to them. It doesn't matter. I never talk about it. They just say, fine, you can have your standard refraction. You're still so and so many foot off. Devon J30 says, yes, sir, the Chinese believe the Earth was square, as a matter of fact. Square is also 360 degrees. Okay?
Yeah.
And Devon J30 says 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is the mathematics. Yeah. Absolutely. That's what Sheepdogs told us before.
And it's accurate too. So there's a rule, right, when you're trying to calculate the distance to the horizon and then how much feet of curvature would be obstructing the object beyond the horizon. So just to kind of give a verbal construct of that. So let's say you have an object that is 11.225 miles away from you and you're 1 foot observation. So first thing you have to do is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And so you get 1.225. Then you take that number and you subtract it from the total distance of the object. So you have 11.225 miles minus 1.225 miles, and that gives you 10 miles. That now you can calculate how much hidden height would be done from that observation. So if you had a 25-mile observation, you had a 5-foot observer height, and you'd have to do 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That answer would be subtracted from 25 miles. That answer then would be multiplied squared times 8 inches. And then from that total, you would divide by 12, and you get your total feet hidden from curvature.
Back it up. Matrix joined us. It's early in the morning for him. Calling Matrix in the morning because when I wake up, I listen to him smash Globers. It's fun. Sorry, buddy.
Not too bad, mate. Yourself?
Doing good. We're reading YouTube chat right now.
T-Dub's in bed. I think T-Dub stayed up late. He was whispering earlier.
We get some feedback here from YouTube, Sheepdog. Thanks, Swole Dog, for going over that map. Yvonne J30. We have 26 people on YouTube. Some people dropped off. That's unfortunate. They're going to be back, I think. If you guys want to interact with us on Discord, go right ahead. I'm reading the chat right now. We're about 10 seconds after on a YouTube delay, but we'll get to those comments. See if we have some new people who just joined. If you have any Discord people who want to. Oh, all these are known to me. Maybe we have something in our chat we can go over. Oh, we're down at, yeah. Peter left. Couldn't take it anymore, maybe. He calls me Sven because I'm from Sweden. We're old frenemies from X. I've seen Peter in action over the years. He was really hardcore anti-glober. We're still a little bit hesitant on anti-flat earther. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, that makes more sense. But now he says that he's a flat earther, and the judgment is still out on that one, at least for me, because of all the history.
It's tough, man. You gotta, you gotta take all that into account and everything. But you know what? Like Indio and some of the other guys say, like, let them argue the flat Earth, and let's see how it goes. You know what I mean? Like, let's just see how he
should have given him a shot with Flattened Destruction.
We tried to. Flattened Destruction didn't want to listen.
Yeah. Did he rage quit?
He rage quit. We're telling him to shut up.
Holy
Sorry?
What's up, Spanish Empire?
I say finally Flat Earth is back.
Yeah. Back with the vengeance.
We're always here.
Yeah.
How you doing?
What's up, man? Do you think the Earth is flat, or do you think the Earth is a sphere?
Of course it's flat.
Okay.
We live in a flat containment world. That's what I defend, and I study marine biology.
Right on.
Shout out Spanish Empire. Nice to have you here.
Yeah. Thank you, boys.
Go ahead, Plain and Truth. You can continue
my ramble.
Yeah.
I'm just reading comments. If nobody says anything, I have nothing to say.
So you all agree the Earth is totally flat, and there's a crater as well, for example?
I mean, the creator, having a creator is irrelevant to whether or not the Earth is measurably and observably flat.
I don't think it's irrelevant because we are the middle of the universe. It means there's a God, there's a creator as well.
I mean, those are all things that like give more strong evidence towards the creator, having a creation and everything. But when it comes to having a discussion about the surface of the Earth, we can just use geometry for that.
Yeah, of course, it's totally empirical, man. Like, you see it's totally flat, and there's a lot of treatments, and you see the manipulation behind it, of course.
Yeah, no, it gets much bigger after that, and you can go into speculations of why that is, but
Just with the Panama Canal, bro, that proves the Earth is flat. By a construction, and as well the train rails in Australia as well.
They use locks.
There's
They
other
use
things.
channel locks. You talk about the Suez Canal, maybe?
About the non-curvature.
Has no locks.
Yeah, you may be talking about the Suez Canal.
The what?
The Suez Canal over in Egypt.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, but you have the Panama Canal. Panama?
Well, I mean, yeah, it has channel locks. So they raise and lower ships as they go through.
As you said as well in Egypt, that's another one. Well, you have a lot of things. In my country, you can see from a mountain, you can see islands. They are pretty far. No sense. Their physics and all of the things.
Nice.
As well, that all of the cameras who have been sent to the space, they've been a fish eye camera. You know that?
Oh, yes.
You know this, right? At least all of them,
Because they're
they've been
sponsored by GoPro.
camera. Yeah. Same with the astronauts. None of them can swear in the Bible they've been to the moon or to the space. You know that as well. If you're American or British, you must know this because it's a English thing. Same with Richard Byrd, bro. He is the biggest admiral, biggest pilot, and he confirms there's more unexplored Earth, unexplored land.
Well, he has a diary.
On Sundays, we talk about those things. It's called Speculation Sunday because, we weren't there, so we don't know for sure. But I agree with you. It's interesting.
You think it's speculations? It could be true. It could be false. What do you think about that interview?
It's not empirical because it's based off of one person's testimony.
Yeah. I agree.
Nobody else
it's
has
the
verified.
testimony of someone. Yeah.
Right.
So here we just try to stick to empirical evidence only. But on Sundays,
we come on Sunday, man.
More than welcome. We can talk about the Admiral Byrd.
Yeah, I agree. It's not empirical proof.
Ice
But if you use their standards, their logic, like this person is the most important person who flies around the South and North Pole, so you should believe all what he says. You know what I mean? So if you use their logic, it's just they just spinning around and going in circles.
Well, I wouldn't believe everything that he says because he could come back. He could give his report, and they could say, "Well, you're not going to say that. You're going to say this," and we would never know.
Because you didn't believe all what the people say, and you prefer to see the empirical proofs, which is the best way. Because the word of man can be corrupt.
I think his story is interesting, and that's kind of where I'll leave it at. I think it's worthy of a discussion. But I don't base my worldview on his testimony.
Of course, I do not either, but it's just there. I'm just saying, for the people who believe the Earth is a sphere, for the people who believe the human beings have been to Mars, to the moon, to all of these things, it's literally an attack to them.
Yeah, no, I understand.
You guys believe in the old flood as well?
The what?
The old flood, universal flood, that the Bible speaks about it.
That's all speculation Sunday, man.
Yeah, that's for tomorrow. You
really
feel? Yeah, you're welcome to come back tomorrow. Speculate
right?
all you want about the flood.
This is not a speculation. I can give you empirical proof that there was a flood, man. Of course.
It's not empirical, right?
It is, because you can see. How can I explain this? English is not my language, but there is civilizations under the ground, man. And in the States there is, but it's like kind of hidden. But in Europe there's a lot, man. I've literally seen with my own eyes, and I would love.
There's conflicting stories of the past, right? So now we get into speculation because of the conflict.
It's not.
But you
I
can empirically measure the surface of water, right? You independently can go out and have an experience for yourself, correct?
Yeah.
Do you see the difference between that? Like I can go based off of what somebody else's story is, and now that becomes a speculation because...
Yeah, but this is not a story about a human. This is an event that happened in the earth, and you can literally see by empirical proofs on the land, on the constructions, on the everything, bro. There's literally trees.
I think what you're talking about, Spanish Empire, is like we can go to Mount Ararat and there is some kind of boat there. It looks like it. It would still have to be speculation. Is that boat actually the Ark and so forth, right? So
Why will be a speculation when there's empirical proof of that event?
Eventually, you're gonna end up having to speculate if that boat was actually made by Noah, right? So,
here's the weird
that's
thing,
another
right?
thing, man.
You can go into like the layers, and you can say, "Oh, there's a flood there," but then also it looks like some of the buildings have been melted as well. So then, was it a flood or was it fire? And then there becomes an issue with that in the discussion, and then we go into speculations based off of what we could consider empirical evidence, but you more or less just have markers, and then you have a story attached to those markers.
Tell you what, Spanish Empire, if you want to talk about this, we'll do that tomorrow. More than welcome.
All right, it's good. It's good. I'm sorry, then, boys.
It's okay. It's awesome.
But, hang out and let's talk about let's talk about the empirical evidence that's out there. We could talk about empiricism.
I mean, I believe there's empirical proofs of it, but this is like another thing.
If you make a claim, we're going to make you back up your claim. Does that make sense?
I mean, I've seen with my own eyes, bro, like mountains in these days that they've been trees, big ass trees, and they've been cut off and petrified. Oh, I will not shut my mouth about these things, Of course, we can speak about something else, but I think this kind of things is important to let the humanity know. You know what I mean?
It's interesting, and that's what we have. We have one day of the week where we talk about all the other
I guess that's better. Imagine all of the days, it will become crazy.
Right, because people, if you overload people with a lot of information, they're just going to dismiss everything we say. So we have Sundays, and we talk about petrified trees, we can talk about ice walls, we can talk about outer lands, all that other stuff. But the rest of the week, we just stick to the surface of the Earth and the measurement of it.
It is good.
So it's awesome. Thank you.
I respect the research that you've done. I respect the research that you've done, man. I really do.
Same, bro. I mean, we all look for the truth and we all look for the empirical proofs of it. So if I say something that you don't agree, you are not going to be mad. You just want to see the truth of it. Same from my side, though.
I'll let you know I agree with you because, sorry, hold on. I agree with you because my research into the fallen angels eventually led me to flat Earth.
Nice.
So I agree with you. I'm just saying that there's still, this is more or less just to help people understand how to go out, what tools to use to go out and measure the surface of the Earth, right? But like Clayton Truth was saying, me and a friend of mine, we worked really hard to get something called Speculation Sunday. Sundays were always a dead air day anyway. And so we took that as an opportunity to let people expand the conversation a little bit and, give hypothesis, alternative explanations and things like that.
Like a free day, we will say.
Yeah, free day to get your shit off.
It's good.
We have
welcome, brother. Welcome.
We're live on YouTube now, so you people want to hear about petrified trees, Noah's Ark, and all that good stuff. Come back tomorrow and tune in, and we're going to have a full day of all of that stuff. Today, we're going to try to talk to some people who believe they're living on a globe. We're going to see if they have any evidence for that. And if you're on YouTube, you can type questions in the chat. I will be reading it.
Thank you, man. Appreciate that.
Yeah, don't worry.
I think it's pretty interesting, to have people from different parts of the world speaking about these things with enough knowledge and, like you sharing the things and, yeah.
Let me ask you this. What do you think about this? So I found, like, if you Google 10% of, and in any country in the world, right? 10% of Spaniards think the Earth is flat. 10% of Russians think the Earth is flat. And so what you'll find out is that there's been news articles from 2015 to 2022, roughly, and it may not be like all of the countries, but you'll find out, 11% of Australians think the Earth is flat. Like, it's really, really weird that it's between 9 and 13%.
Do you think it's exactly?
I'm sorry?
Do you think it's the biggest percent in the world, like as a country?
I don't think there's a biggest percent in the world. I think what it is flat Earth is out of the bag, and so they're trying to minimize how many people actually think the Earth is flat, to keep it from reaching critical mass. And that we could talk more about this on Speculation Sunday, but I think once we go over 20% in the world, I think the floodgates will open, and everybody will be having this conversation. If 1 in 5,
you know what is crazy? You know what's crazy? That all of the flat earthers, we used to believe the Earth was a sphere, but once we realize it's flat, we never come back to the heliocentric model. That's an important fact, though. Tell me, a flat earther became again a global Earth.
Well, some people claim to have been flat earthers and then went back to the globe.
The retention rate, I think, is 99% or more. We have a highest retention rate. Yeah, we have a very high retention rate here. It's, as the Spanish Empire says, it's difficult to go back to it.
Well, I'll give you an example of Spanish. You know the name Jeranism?
Jeranism? Yeah.
Yeah, from Globebusters.
Yeah.
So he claims that because he went to Antarctica and saw the 24-hour sun.
But that's private enterprises who paid him, bro. Literally, the shadow of the sunlight proves that he's not in Antarctica. They just laughing at us. You know that? Do you know that? Yeah.
Yeah. No, I know from having conversations with Wissett that there were things that they weren't allowed to discuss. Like he did have to agree that they all had to agree on the discussions in order to have discussions. I know in order for them to film a Glober, they had to have their permission. And in order for a Glober to film a flat earther, they had to have their permission. And Will Duffy got permission from Jaron to have the conversation. So that's why it's all questionable.
Do you think it's possible these days, right? It's possible to convince someone to believe the Earth is flat without touching politics and without touching treatments, just with empirical science?
Yeah.
Empirical proof from science? Yeah.
I've done it.
It's important.
Because I just tell them, I say, you know the Earth is flat. You've seen it with your own eyes. You just didn't believe it when you saw it. Because when you went out and you looked out over a large body of water, you go to the beach and you look across the bay and you see across the bay like 20 miles away and you're like, oh my God, look how big the Earth is. It looks, that's huge. I can't believe I can see so far. But you didn't know that the horizon was supposed to be 3 miles away and that you shouldn't have been able to see across the.
Well, I zoom into the right more than 100 kilometers. I don't know how many. It's a lot.
They look at me.
Impossible.
They look at me and they say,
that's the thing.
Right. Well,
you don't see it.
They look at me and they say, oh my God, I never thought about it like that. And then they're like, tell me more. And then you just explain to them simple geometry. And they're like, well, why can't I see London from all the way across? And they're like, well, because the further things get away, the smaller they get, and everything converges into the horizon, and it becomes imperceivable. And they're like, oh my God. And their head sinks like, oh, I can't believe I was fooled. And then you just give them the tools to go out and observe the world. It's not about converting them into a flat earther. You just teach them how perspective works.
What about the geometry of sunlight?
The geometry of sunlight?
Yeah, that literally proves the sun is local. It's impossible, I promise you.
To an extent, you can't pinpoint the location. The sun is always in an apparent location. You'd have to physically go to the sun in order to.
Yeah, but the sunlight proves the sun is local. I can't believe how the humanity believes the sun is that far away when literally you can see the reflection into the water. Okay, and when you are under the water as well, when the sunlight goes through a cloud, it comes out as a pyramid shape. Even Egyptians, they knew about this. Literally, you have hieroglyphs doing this, and humans in these days, they don't even know. You know what I mean?
No, I get what you're saying, man. There's a lot of things to that, but then a lot of people want to use that observation for to pinpoint the exact location of the sun, and there's an issue with that because when people take angular measurements based on shadows, right? They take those angles and they draw a straight line. First of all, they have to assume that their distances from each other are correct, right? But then the other thing is, they take those lines, they crisscross them, and those lines, those angles, they don't all crisscross to a central point, and that becomes an issue for them. And now we're back to basing everything off of where everything is in the location of the sky, and we're not taking measurements of the surface of the Earth.
Mm-hmm. Can I make you a question that is not about science? It's more about politics, but no, you know what I mean? It's like not really bad. Like, do you think the world is ruled by governments, or do you think the world is ruled by families?
Speculation Sunday thing, but who knows who's running the government? The governments don't run the world. The governments are a face of political interests.
Yeah, but what is political interest? It's about the humanity. It's about the owners of the international banks. Can't wait for tomorrow, though.
Wealthy and powerful people determine the political interests.
Yeah, let's wait for tomorrow.
I agree on that.
We should speak about measurements, and the YouTube viewers have a little comment here. A man like me says, there are more than enough black swans. He's talking about the black swan observation, which we should really call it the white swan, because that is the default. But anyway, we know what you mean, a man like me. 73 miles is my favorite. It debunked the 1 degree theory. And Devon J30 says, yes. I don't know what the 1 degree theory is. Do we have a comment about that, panel?
1 degree, 69 miles or 69
Oh, yeah.
miles.
Yes, we go over the 69 miles. Okay, that's interesting. I think I can post a link to the 73 miles black swan here in a second, but I want to read a comment by Master Joe there. As a reply to Overfences, how does he reconcile orbital mechanics with the flat Earth? And Master Yoda says, it's kinematic to begin with, meaning they could just transform it into a new frame of reference, and it does what it does. Correct. And Devon J Devon J30 on YouTube says, the ancient Nile Valley civilization, aka the Egyptians, used the North Star, then known as Tuban. Yeah, so we are talking about the 69-mile thing. While I'm posting the 73-mile black swan for the YouTube people and us, we can read. Professor says, how does he reconcile it? He also answered, I don't think they went to the moon, but I'm not sure about satellites not whizzing overhead. Something might actually be that. Okay, that's also a speculation, I guess. I'm going to post that link, and I'm going to shut up for a second.
So you think if the human beings have never left the Earth, it's a speculation? You guys think that?
I mean, people go up in the air, in the sky.
Yeah, but to the space, supposedly, to the limit between our sky and what is behind it.
The concept of the vacuum of empty space, an area devoid of matter next to gas pressure, without a barrier.
That's the thing.
Gases would just leave off.
That's what it defends, literally. Yeah. It's gas pressure, bro. It proves everything. It proves that human beings have never left the Earth.
Now, if I can add in real quick, NASA is now claiming that the atmosphere from the Earth includes the moon, so it goes beyond the moon.
It goes to the sun. The sun.
They
the
say
Earth's
this?
atmosphere goes to the sun.
Yes, they've changed their position.
What? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not.
Wow. Hey, J.E., actually they say the Earth's atmosphere goes into some
crazy fact.
Not all, but some scientists. Yeah, most would agree, based off of what the globe presents, that the moon is actually within the Earth's atmosphere.
What do you guys think about the moon?
It's in the sky.
Yeah. But I mean, as a flat earther, there's things about the moon that is kind of interesting, you know?
Yeah, it looks like it could be a map. It looks like it could be plasma.
Plasma.
There's lots of different things that it could be.
Yeah.
But
I've seen this thing about plasma.
Yeah, there was that guy in the 60s that said we'd never go to the moon because the moon is made of plasma.
Well, Californication.
There's things you could do with the moon on Earth, like when you take the temperature of the ground in moonlight versus the temperature of the ground in moon shade. Moonlight tends to be colder than moon shade.
I mean, everyone knows about the moon landing, man. We all know. You know Californication? NASA is made in a Hollywood basement.
Oh, yeah. What'd you say,
man? They literally tell you the truth in songs. Forget that. I think.
I find it very interesting that we fall into speculation. Even if it's
well,
very
now we're speaking about speculations. I agree. Yeah. It's totally.
Yeah.
I agree on that.
All right. 73 miles Black Swan. That's 2,883 foot of missing curvature. Says a man like me on YouTube. That's insane. Yeah. We can grant them their standard refraction on that one for sure, and they still have I don't know 2,600 foot of missing curvature then. All right, I did post that Black Swan video in our chat. Mr. Barrington says, for instance, though we know the AE map isn't some kind of flat Earth map, this more or less is one way to display how the satelloons might orbit. Yeah, so he posted the flower of life patterns. On a ball, they look weird as heck, and they look perfect and nice over a flat plane. You can just disregard the circle shape there. I mean, you could plot that over a no shape at all, right? Just on a blank white paper. Or if you want to think, we're not making any claims of the shape of the Earth. Everybody knows this. We're only making a claim as to the surface property. So thanks for posting that, Mr. Barrington. That's how satellites orbit.
Thank you.
If they're there now, I myself, I have no issue with that. There may be something there. But having said that, by the same token, I'm not terribly opposed to the idea that nothing's there. But I do certainly allow for the possibility.
I think we can shoot things up into so-called low orbit. That's not our claim. I don't even like the word orbit, but you know what I mean. Like Globers describe it.
Literally, you can see Urano at daytime. Tell them to explain you that. All of the solar system goes down. You know that?
Mr. Yoder says about this satellite plot. He says, this is no different than a globe orbit for your information. I mean, people think that we have one guy, Josh, he claimed that it would take longer for them and that the distances would be different when it's further out towards the so-called circle, the outer rim there, so to speak. But, distances doesn't change just because you plot the path on a different map. So I think that's what Master Yoda means. He says there's no different than a globe orbit for your information. And Mr. Barrington says, yes, Just showing the change in reference frame. Yeah. Also, the outer ring, says Master Yoder, of Antarctica is 89 degrees south, measures something like 433 miles on that very map. And Mr. Barrington says it's not an accurate map. So we have a little thing going on here in the chat for you YouTube listeners. Australia is off, for example. People say it's 60,000 miles or something in that map. People say. That sounds like speculation.
What about?
But that's what they say.
The flight?
So I guess that it's really 433 miles on that map. Yeah. Correct. The distances are the same no matter what projection you plot it. They don't change. The physical distance, even though it looks, our perception is that some of these, that same thing for flight route. They look longer on different projections. Obviously, they are not longer physically.
And Plane, what about the flights? The scales. Does it prove something?
Yeah. I mean, if you plot a flight route on a different projection, they're over 200. On some of them, they're going to look like, oh, that's really far. Basically, the distance doesn't change just because you plot it on a different projection. It's because you project it on a different map. It doesn't change the distance. The distance is going to stay exactly the same. Physical distance. If you project flights on that map, it's still a globe.
Do you know the 1,892 map of the Earth? 1,898. I think it's 1,898.
Or is that
That's the map that all of the schools should be learning. But they show you that one in a square.
The map from his name.
From 1,898.
Yeah, 1898. Mm-hmm. Okay.
It's sad,
Have a little back and forth in the chat right now between Mr. Barrington and Miss Master Yoder. Mr. Barrington says Antarctica is much further away. Master Yoder says, is it? Mr. Barrington says, like you said, that's 89 degrees. Reading these for the YouTube listeners so you know what's going on. Unless we have someone who wants to talk, then we will talk to you. Let's see what the YouTube people have to say. D1J30 also agrees it's projected as a globe. Yeah. There are more than 600 videos. You may have to wait a second. Okay, I don't know what that's about. It's measured flat. Yep, correct. Everything is measured flat down here.
Well, boys, I have to go because I have to go with my family. It was a pleasure.
All right, it was nice talking to you. Please come back tomorrow. We'll speculate all you want.
I will try to come back. It's a pleasure, boys. Have a good day.
Nice. You too. Thanks.
Interesting guy. He joined our server in May of 2025.
Goes back and back.
I got an observation I can't wait to make. It'll be interesting to do.
What are you going to do?
Unless somebody beats me to it. So from Key West, Havana, Cuba is 93. Not completely absurd. It's pretty far. It's a difficult observation to make, right?
23 miles.
93 miles.
Wow.
Almost 100 miles.
You're going to go to Key West. Are you close to that place? I've never been. I've been to Florida.
Before I was a flat earther, I went there with my ex-wife, And I just remember it like it said, from this sign, if you look off in the distance, Cuba is 93 miles away.
Under the right weather conditions,
some people claim you can see. Some people claim you can see a bubble of light at night from Cuba. Like if the lights are on out there, and not everybody goes to sleep right away. There, you know what I mean? So there is a nightlife in Cuba.
Right.
But it would be interesting, nonetheless, if an observation was made from Key West to Cuba.
Yeah. You know where the Super Trooper is? Have you heard ABBA? It's one of those super strong lights. Like what they send up the bat signal with in the movies. Someone had one of those. They turned it towards Key West.
Then we could do a Jeranism observation.
Yes, a real one.
Maybe we could get a piece of styrofoam and cut a hole in it.
Right.
And that would shoot a beam.
Right. I'm saying you could see the light from Key West. It's a really strong light. So if we had someone we knew over there, you just call them up, turn on the light. Maybe we can see it.
I remember as a kid, whenever there was a major event going on, like a car sale or something like that, they would shine those lights in the sky. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I've seen them. Some still have those. All right, we have some YouTube comments, maybe. Over 20 people, 22 right now. If you guys want to interact, type your question in the chat. I will read it. Same things goes. This chat, obviously. If you have any Globers who want to defend their belief, then we can talk to you.
I'm heading out of here, y'all. Got some things I got to go do today. But I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, for sure. See you.
Y'all have a great day.
You too.
I will say, though, I found it interesting to learn that Jay Tomlin thinks we walked on a moon. It just goes to show
that is kind of weird.
I know very little about him.
I actually find it weird that I didn't believe in the moon landing for years, since I was a kid almost. It took me 30 years before I even looked into flat Earth. I should have connected those Earth pictures a little bit earlier, but I didn't.
Yeah, it is interesting, but it is interesting that there are a number of baltards who think that we never went to the moon. I would say that there's an insane number of those. But now, here's the question is, do you know, not that it matters, do you know, did Jeranism, did he go back to a NASA fanboy as well?
But he has been debunking the moon landings for years, right? So I don't know if he changed his mind on that too. It's also speculation. There could be many reasons he actually went back. Personally, I think it was blackmail or something. Because how can you be a flat earther for 10 years? Then all of a sudden, which he has had a lot of problems with, like infidelity things and all kinds of stuff like that. Anyway, I want to speculate until tomorrow, and I guess I can talk about Jaron and his going back.
Well, I don't know when we actually think of Sunday, but it's Sunday in Australia and a lot of the world now.
About 8 hours from now here.
Yeah, same here, but it's definitely my rule has always been it's Sunday somewhere, so that begins somewhere Saturday and then ends somewhere, I guess, Monday, Eastern time.
Almost there. You hear the guy who was in here before? He wanted to talk about a lot of speculation stuff. Kind of want to wait a little bit longer.
And I think it also depends on who's around, because some people I don't want to hear their speculation. So, I mean, and I don't know, what is the official ruling? Do we say to try to hold off till midnight UTC and then go to midnight UTC, or when do we try to?
I think it depends on who is here and is willing to actually speculate. Right now, I just want to talk about the Earth and its measurement with Globers a little bit longer, because I think that's fun.
Well, yeah, that's the most important thing, is because all of us are afforded speculation, and really, we don't need to discuss speculation, because it's like we might as well open up Star Trek and just go watch Star Trek episode.
Right. Oh, I was just going to say hello to that guy. A new person sitting in here for a second. You only have 10 seconds or so before people lose interest. So that is also it's the danger of sitting here and speculating, because all of a sudden you have someone who might come here because of the room topic, right? And then they hear us talk about petrified trees and stuff like that, and they're like, no, I was here too. I wanted to talk about the Earth. So,
well, as far as I understand, it's not just general. It's not a general free for all day. It's specifically speculation on the flat Earth topic. So, for instance, we can get into those things, but the petrified trees and that crap, or the rocks that were supposedly petrified trees, blah blah blah. That stuff's still just speculation, or all the crap of airplanes not needing jet fuel and all that crap. That's not really what they mean. As far as I understand, what they mean is that it's open to like
speculate about Earth and stuff that we don't know. Oh, I agree. That's a good point. We'll keep that in mind.
Still, what I mean is so if somebody gets on here talking about trees, it's probably best just to shut that crap down, even if it is Speculation Sunday, because we might as well be watching an episode of Star Trek if we're going to do that.
Right. All right, as the order agrees, Speculation Sunday is not a free pass on making unsubstantiated claims. If you bring a speculation, prepare to have someone criticize it harshly. Yeah, absolutely, 100%. So I think it's a good teaching moment for people who like to speculate. Like, if you want to do this, we can criticize it, and then if you can substantiate it, go right ahead and keep it or whatever. People are not going to be able to substantiate it. So I see it as a teaching moment, people to learn why we don't speculate.
Well, but also, there is a valid part of speculation, because a lot of learning starts with speculation first. You might speculate that burning your hand comes from sticking it in boiling water, and you can't prove that until you stick your hand in boiling water. And so I hope any and everybody speculates that until they and never find out and never actually learn. So it's a dumb example, but just point being that all learning does start with speculation. And so if somebody does bring in speculation, why would you bring in speculation and not want input and feedback? So I don't know that I'd call it criticism necessarily in the colloquial sense. I know what Yoder means by it, but I will say that if somebody brings in speculation, that's what they should want is hey, I speculate that we could have gone to the moon. Okay. Well, why? Well, just because I do. Why even bring that up? But go through some points of how it would be possible. Now you've got something, and then want to learn how maybe what you see is not possible. Otherwise, why communicate that to anybody? So that's that's how I see Speculation Sunday.
I'm thinking about it as a teaching moment. Like, for example, we had this guy here excited. He wanted to talk about everything, and he wanted to talk about, for example, the ice wall. And ice wall is a perfect example of something that you can bring that up on Speculation Sunday, and we can tell you why you shouldn't bring it up again. You can't prove it, and you can't substantiate it, and you've never been there, and so forth, right? So that's I think that's what Speculation Sunday should be for, to take away our claims as flat earthers that we can't substantiate. So it's perfect time to bring all those things up, Admiral Byrd and whatever, and then we can kind of tell them why it's not a good flat earth argument.
Yeah, and how I see it, like for instance, I speculate that the globe was something that was come up with for convenience, and then it was codified. It was a space-saving feature on vessels back in the day. That's kind of what I speculate. I don't even know how I would substantiate that, but however, I don't know if I've brought that up before or not. I think I have, but I don't remember the conversation from it. But for instance, if I didn't want to have any conversation on that, why ask? But by the same token, it would be really interesting to hear what others have to say. Oftentimes in history, we've seen traditions turn into a codification of things for no other reason than they're a tradition. So all my point is like, I just don't know what some people expect to gain when they come in here and talk about nonsense like petrified trees, and I don't even know what that gets them themselves.
That was a religious thing. He wanted to bring up that the Bible could prove some things, and he talks about soul trees and has to be a flat earth because of that. He connected it some way, like to the earth. Noah's Ark landed on some mountain somewhere, and he thought that, I don't know. It was a lot of it. I'm going to read a comment from Master Yoder here for our YouTube listeners. Speculation Sunday is not a free pass on making unsubstantiated claims. If you bring speculation, prepare to have someone criticize it harshly. Yes, I share that some speculation is Dr. Reverend Mr. J.E. Barrington. I suspect the globe was a convenient way to marry up the concept of the celestial sphere with Earth. Yes, I agree. And then he says, and it may be that Earth was never thought of being as such initially, but over time it became reified into existence, codified, as Barrington said. The map becomes reality. Welcome to the Matrix. Yeah, absolutely.
And
yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother.
I was just going to say, I'm speculating right now that Master Yoder is working and he can't chat, so he can't speak on the mic, so he's chatting. So I'm reading his comments here. So if you have stuff to say, Master Yoder, I will read it to the YouTube listeners who are listening right now. Go ahead, Mr. Barron.
Yeah, and I like how you're doing that because, for instance, a lot of times if I'm driving and I can't read the chat, it would be nice if somebody would every now and then read out an important point, or for the YouTube audience or whatever. So I like how you're bridging that, and then you're reading some of the YouTube comments. That's great work.
Thank you. I've gotten some feedback that people think it's beneficial, and I don't want to ramble. And this is one way to just read the comments while we have some time and there are no globers here. And please, everybody can just jump in and shut me down immediately if there's more important things to talk about.
Well, let me tell you what I like about it is it unifies the communication instead of having, say, 3 different buckets. So that's what I like about it most is, and then I think it also structures the conversation and allows somebody, because you might have a complex thought and maybe typing it out is better, and then letting somebody else read it. I think it works around from an epistemological framework and from practicality.
Listen, I've noticed also that we get more interaction from it because there might be people sitting on the panel that they don't speak that often, and all of a sudden something is read out that they didn't read themselves, or they were just listening, and then they join from YouTube, or they speak up, or someone has a comment about what's said. So you actually avoid the silence. And when there's too long of a silence, the music bot is just going to play something or the old content. And I think the YouTube listeners also appreciate this. So thank you for the feedback, guys. Old dude says, Armillary Spear, is it reify the celestial into terrestrial? Yeah, that's cool. And now you type, but you could just say that, because I know you can speak right now. All right, we have a YouTube comment. Devon J30 says, keeps people engaged. Thank you. Yes, that's my hope. That's why I'm doing it.
Yeah, for that YouTube audience.
Discussion. Sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say, and for the benefit of the YouTube audience, that feel free to come visit us over here at Discord if you like, if you're able to, at some point. If you don't normally get over here, can somebody share the title card? Because I know that sometimes the text can still be, or the images can still be seen over there. But discord.gg/flatearth is our home server, of course, for those who are listening and have not been to our home server. And then now, is this, and I take it that this is the politics server. I'm on my mobile app, so I know I'm in a 24/7
politics right now.
Yeah,
so politics. Devon J30 says, keeps people engaged by reading the chats. Yes. That's the hope. And we have 28 viewers or listeners on YouTube right now. Welcome, everyone. You can also engage with us by typing your questions or comments in the YouTube chat, and I will read them when we have dead air here. Some of the comments we have read today has triggered good conversations here, so you're helping us by interacting with us on Discord. And if you ever want to join Discord, you can see the addresses up in the banner, discord.gg/flatearth when we're on that server. And today we're on discord.gg/politics. And we have a third one, discord.gg ENG hub, English hub. And today we're on politics. We're also streaming on X. There is a link which I could probably post on YouTube. I think I'm going to do that. Oh, we're up live on X right now.
Oh, X. Sorry. Okay.
Twitter. I'm going to post that to our YouTube viewers if you want to listen on there. But I have no way of interacting with the X people, so I don't know if it's a good idea. If you want to interact, you should be on YouTube right now. I guess I could switch between the streams, but let's see. I don't mind. I think it's good that we have a lot of platforms. And we have plenty of time when there's.
And I will just say, for those who aren't familiar, the English Hub, which you mentioned a moment ago, I love going over to the English Hub. That's just a great Intel server when we're in there. I love the people who come in there to talk with us. They not only do they get the benefit of learning a different point of view, what they get the most out of it is win, lose, or draw. they come out a winner getting to interact with us, native English speakers, who are letting them talk about more advanced topics. So regardless, they always leave with more than they came, and I love it over there.
We were live on Rumble as well, so that's good. We have a lot of platforms.
I forgot all about that being live on Rumble. That used to we would give out gift certificates to Spacey's hamburger shop for people who would go over to Rumble and leave a comment.
Do you regret in posting that link on YouTube? Are you actually allowed to post Rumble links on YouTube? I hope I didn't do something stupid now. Should I delete it? I don't know what kind of rules they have. I better remove it.
Trust me, they would have not. If they would have blocked you, not blocked you, but they would have locked your comment down if they didn't like it.
Funny, since the link, I can't click on it and delete it. I'll just leave it and hope for the best. I really hope I do. I apologize if I did something stupid.
I don't think it's.
YouTube probably should have some kind of algorithm thing that checks for links and blocks their competitors or whatever. They didn't. So.
Oh, if they don't. There's links to stuff they don't like, and they definitely block the comment.
All right. Well, if you're a YouTube monitor and you that I did that, I apologize. You can delete it. Anyway.
Now, the question remains, though, is we were talking about the Antarctica trip a bit ago. Have we hit the 1 year mark since that? Because it was December of last year when they were there, right?
It's been today, actually. I think you're 12 or 11. Yeah. Right. Yesterday.
Yeah. So the question is what do you think of the fallout that's happened in, say, the quote-unquote flat Earth community? Not that it's a community, but just with no better adjective, noun, adverb, whatever you want to call that, use. What do you think the fallout has been in 1 year's time?
I haven't noticed anything. I've noticed an uptick in people coming here and asking us what we think about that final experiment. But other than that, I mean, I guess it just brings more people to us.
So I noticed.
Yeah.
I noticed that most of the anti-flat Earth YouTube people have pretty much ground to a halt. I don't know why. I don't know if that's correlating, but I know in maybe it was October when I was looking, but most of them all stopped producing about April, and then they've had a couple things. Now, fake Professor Dave, he wasn't a one-trick pony. He had a lot of other topics, and this was just one of them that he talked about. He's still producing stuff, but I don't know if he's produced any flat Earth content in a while. So my observation is that it did do something to the anti-flat Earth crew, even if that's just correlational and not causational.
Right. Yeah. I actually thought I heard more about Mechtoon and all of those people before this thing happened, and now I haven't heard anything from them at all. Of course, I don't follow them or care at all about that so-called experiment. We have some new people in here. Let's say hello to them before they disappear. Blood Sticker. Have I seen you in here before? How are you? Welcome. I feel like I have.
Yeah, I don't get to talk to Blood Sticker a lot recently. Nice guy, very nice guy. Welcome, Blood. Hope you're doing well.
Anja Rambo, full name. Okay. Your Highness. We should call him Your Highness. Johannes Nidgard. Hey, I know you. I think you follow me on, and I follow you. Or am I wrong about that? Welcome. It's the first.
Yo. Sorry.
Yo.
What up?
Coming in a little low.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Better?
See if I can turn you up. I have you on full volume now. Maybe a little better.
I'm on my phone. Sorry.
There we go. Now I hear you. Where are you from?
I'm from Sweden.
Ja, du är från Sverige, eller hur?
Ah, yes, I am. Fellow
All right,
Swede.
so,
Nice.
Fellow Swede. Am I right that we follow each other on X?
What's your name?
Aim and Truth. I don't know. But anyway, welcome, man. It's fun to have a fellow Swede here. I got Rumble up now, so I can read chat from Rumble as well. Old Space Goat says, well, it's Sunday here, so speculate away.
Now, Yoder here, because I've got the push to talk on, I can't read his comment, but he made a comment in the side chat here a moment ago in relation to my question about the final experiment and the what's happened in the 1 year since.
I saw that.
I just didn't know if you wanted to read it.
Where is it? You know the timestamp of it?
It's the second to last comment right now.
Oh.
It's kind of hidden there.
Okay, there we go.
Read it
yes, I got it. It's been 1 year since the final experiment failed to make one single logical deductive argument for what they hoped to accomplish. Yeah, it's been exactly a year, huh? And then Master Yoda posts a meme, and it says, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun. That's a quote from Will Duffy. I actually saw that video. Yeah, so they don't even care about. I mean, they even those people admit that this was about the sun, not the Earth. I don't know what they proved. To the Rumble viewers, all 48 of you, we're going to give you guys some love today. So if you want to use your chat over there and type something, if you have questions, I will read them on the live stream. I'm looking at both YouTube and Rumble.
And I've forgotten all about Rumble. I'm embarrassed to admit, extremely embarrassed to admit. So welcome each and every Rumble user. Thank you for spending some time with us. Thank you.
We have more people watching on Rumble than on YouTube. I have the app installed, but I go there for content which is banned on YouTube, like most often. Andrew Rambo, it feels like we ignored you just as I started up a conversation. I just wanted to say it's nice to have a fellow Swede in here. And seen you in here before, obviously. I thought you might be from Sweden too. So. Cool.
Yeah, thank you, bro. Thanks.
I'm missing the Swedish Christmas. Something called the smorgasbord, which has a julbord. It has a lot of food on it. I try to make my own. Some things here that's very difficult to get hold of. Anyway, do it first. Just making conversation. Would get salad. Make my own. All right, no more comments on Rumble. Hey, Rumble people, we hear you.
Now here's my Sweden question for the two of you: is lutefisk also eaten in Sweden, or is that just Norway?
It is eaten in Sweden. And if you ever try it, it tastes like paper. It has no taste. But you're supposed to eat a very good gravy with it, the mustard gravy. So I think that's why people eat it. But as far as food goes, some kind of tasteless fish. They do eat it in Norway as well.
JB, sorry. I'm a little bit busy. Sorry if I'm being rude. I'm not.
All right.
Yeah, you're fine, my friend. No worries. Yeah, the lutefisk is something I've wanted to try, and I've never had the opportunity to. I don't know why, but maybe one of these years I'll order some on Amazon and try it. Because don't they typically around Christmas time?
What?
Isn't that something that they eat around Christmas time?
Yes, it's a Christmas dish. Master Yoder says, gefilte fish is the nasty fermented fish, right? You know, I don't know if that's the translation for it, but I know that there is something they eat up north in Sweden, and it's kind of like a man test. If you want to prove that you're a real man, a man's man, you're going to eat this fermented fish. It smells so bad that you have to open it outside, but you do eat that during midsummer up there. And it's the most disgusting smell you can ever imagine. Taste isn't so bad, but the smell is just fantastically disgusting. Swedes and their fermented fish. I've had it once. Before you get married, you go out with the boys, and one of the activities was to eat a can of that. And there it is.
Just seeing the picture of it, it looks disgusting.
Some people throw up when they open those cans. You can see the guy in the meme or the video opening up a can of that stuff. Yeah. It's an experience. I mean, if you ever have a chance, someone actually asked me to bring a can back from Sweden. It would not let me bring it onto the plane, so understandable. We have a comment from one of our viewers on Rumble, Ash27. Where are you? It's Saturday here. Yeah, it's Saturday a little bit everywhere, but there are some places where Sunday actually has started. In Sweden, no, not yet. They have a couple of more hours. It's about 10:30 p.m. there, right? Obvious says, gefilte fish is great. I feel like we really got off of topic here somehow. Does anybody have any flat Earth or globe Earth comments? Go right ahead. I will read them. How did we get into this fish?
And that, my friends, is what we call fine Swedish eating on a flat Earth.
That's right. You got to catch that fish in the very flat water we have here on Earth.
Yeah, I've tried the kind of fish made with bendy water, and it was not nutritious.
That's right.
I couldn't understand. I opened the can, and it was empty.
Right. Because that's fantasy fish. It doesn't exist. Bendy water.
Now, the flat Earth question I have here is, I recently saw a picture that's like from Wales to supposedly the Swiss Alps. And I wanted to try to analyze that picture, but I didn't have time. But my brain kind of froze up when I looked at it, like it was nonsensical. Since you know a little about Europe, it sounds like, is there any validity to that picture, or is that just some random picture that they claim?
Which one?
I'm not sure. Somebody posted it the other day. If you've not seen it, don't worry, because I don't have the picture and I don't know where.
What's the picture of?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't have it, so I didn't know if you had seen that or anyone else has seen it.
I missed the context of your question, I think. We're talking about some picture, and then I was asking what the picture was depicting. I think I missed the full question. I was reading the chat over on YouTube. This topic, and they are discussing it in the Discord chat right now, my friends, over on YouTube. So while that's going on, I'm going to read a couple of comments on YouTube. A man like me on YouTube says, FE lost a lot of people after the 24-hour sun thing in Antarctica, the final experiment. I don't know if it was a lot of people. I've heard about 2, maybe. Aaron being one, and some rando. And he also says they didn't know the Earth measures flat. Now, I mean, seriously, if you go back to the globe just because of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica thing, and your knowledge about flat Earth was basically zero. That's my input on that. It's almost embarrassing to call yourself a flat earther if you go back to the globe. Okay, let's see. We have maybe some new people we want to say hello to. I mean, I've seen you guys before. Kingsley, welcome back. Okay, you've been here for a second. Each Pushcane, for you. Recognize your username.
Yeah, new username.
Yeah. Come back. Still a Glober?
I'm open to ideas. I see somebody named Scott Mackey in the chat. Has he said anything?
Oh, yes. We welcome you also back, Scott. Saw you here yesterday, or maybe last night. I don't remember. I've seen you here before. You're welcome.
Yeah, I've run into him a couple times. I wonder if he's educated himself, or if he's still, I don't know. He's a little.
Never know. You never know. One of the biggest anti-flat earthers on Earth, Peter Tchaikovsky, he has apparently become a flat earther now, but the verdict is still out on that guy.
We weren't even talking about flat Earth. I was trying to, we got down to like some basic physics, and he was just banging his head against the wall. He couldn't understand how gas molecules work. I don't know if he's.
I don't understand about gas molecules. Educate me, man.
No, the trigger word. I got for you.
Yeah, so I was just wondering if you've educated yourself, or if you change your position.
I don't know. What was my position? I don't remember what I might have said here.
Oh, it was just basic physics that we were talking about, like the.
So get the room up. Get the room to speed. Tell them what I believe.
Well, I don't know what you believe. I can tell them what you tell them what you said.
Okay, what did I say then?
So Scott doesn't understand that gas expands in all directions. So he was talking about pouring some CO2 into a bucket, and then he said the CO2 will just stay in the bucket. And I was telling him, no, Scott, it will expand. It will leave the bucket. And he was like, no, it won't have anywhere to go because CO2 is heavier than the atmosphere. And I was like, Scott, you're wrong. You don't understand gas laws. You don't understand how that works. It's just basic physics. But
yeah. How is that basic physics? What's going to happen to the gas?
Do you remember now?
Well, what happens to the CO2 in the bucket?
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, did you learn what does? Do you know what happens to it?
Well, no, I don't. Educate me. I never learned what happens to the CO2 in the bucket.
I've already educated you on it, so I'm wondering
okay,
if
cool. So what happens to it?
So it didn't stick. You still don't know.
I know. So what happens to it? Explain to the room.
Eventually it dissipates, right?
Dissipates into what?
You're the only one that doesn't know. Everybody else here.
Maybe the room can explain it then, because I don't think you know either, because otherwise you just tell me.
Well, no, I've already told you the room. It's basic physics. The room already understands it. You're the only one who doesn't understand, Scott.
Okay, so what happens to the gas?
Do you know? You don't know?
No, I don't. I do not know. I do not know what happens to the CO2.
Well,
wait a second. Wait a second. We're gonna tee this up perfectly. DD Dan in the chat. Tell them what's up, Scott. All right. So you have a little cheering section there. Oh, tell us what's up.
I have no idea. I guess I don't know how gases work, and I was hoping that this guy could tell me how gases work.
Yeah, I already explained it to you before, so I guess it didn't.
No, so do it again. Do it again, man.
It didn't work. He's still clueless.
I know.
Dan in chat says, "I support you, Scott. You have one supporter."
You should have a basic.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how many supporters I have.
You should have a basic understanding of physics to have a conversation.
Well, I thought I did, but obviously I'm wrong. Maybe you can help me with that basic understanding of physics. Tell me what happens to the CO2.
Yeah, if you don't understand what happens, if you pour some CO2 gas into a bucket, if you don't understand what's going to happen, then you don't have a basic understanding of physics.
Okay, and what physics concept am I missing?
The way gas behaves.
Okay, how does gas behave according to physics textbooks?
You don't know. You still don't know.
I agree. I still don't know.
I'm asking you the question. So, what do you think happened?
I do not know, apparently. So, tell me what the physics textbooks tell us about how gases behave.
What do you think is going to happen to the CO2 when you pour it?
That's better than this. What do you think? What do you think the physics textbooks tell us what a gas is?
So you can't answer. What happens? Because you said it won't go anywhere. So I'm wondering if you've changed your position. You said the CO2 will just stay in the bucket. Is that still what you think?
Yeah, I do. Tell me why I'm wrong.
Oh no, he still thinks. Well, he's a lost cause, guys.
Okay. You don't know either, do you?
He's a lost cause.
Yeah.
I think we ran this long enough. It was interesting to let you guys go at it for a little while. I think gas expands into the available space around.
What does it mean? Okay, what does it mean for a gas to expand? What does actually happen?
Don't give him the answer.
Yeah.
Just wonder what you guys think. This is one that I noticed about flat earthers. None of you have any idea what a gas is, do you?
Master Yoder posted an illustration in the chat. I'm speaking for the YouTube people now. And it's gas molecules, and it goes, as soon as you open the container, it dissipates into the available space above it.
What do you mean dissipates into?
Hey, Scott, see on the little picture where there's no dots on the outside of the box? The dots are trying to balance themselves, so there's an even amount on the inside as the outside. That's all they're trying to do.
What am I can't see the picture right now. I'm on my phone, but let me move over to my computer. Dude, I'm on my phone. I can't see anything. I'll move over to my computer.
Illustration of gas inside of a container. We open the lid and it goes outside, just like when you open a can of soda. This is also an explanation for the YouTube listeners.
Yeah, it's just the problem we have with Scott, because he comes in here and he tries to, bash on flat earthers, but then he doesn't even understand like these simple principles of physics. And it's like, how can you have a conversation with somebody that doesn't understand those things?
Okay, so what am I supposed to be looking at?
Try 41 past the hour.
41 past the hour. You seek Yoda. Oh, so this is all the little bound. Yeah, that's a gas. I agree. And so, what does it mean by this picture to mean the gas is expanding?
To fill available space.
Yeah. So what would happen if outside of that box there was already a whole bunch of those little red dots and you opened it up?
Okay, so say there was 10 red dots on the outside.
No, let's say there's equal amounts.
Dots on the inside. What would happen is when you open it up, there would try to be an equal amount on both sides.
Let's say there's an equal amount.
Evenly spread out.
Let's say there's an equal amount per cube or square inch in that picture on the outside and the inside. What happens when you open the box?
They will try to be an equal amount per square inch on the outside and the inside.
But they're already equal.
Well, if you open the box and they are already equal, when you open the box, there's no pressure differential. Nothing will happen.
Nothing will happen?
No, it's equal already.
No, don't you think that don't you think some of those particles inside the box will change position?
If it's equal already, nothing will happen.
Don't you think that some of those particles inside the box will change positions?
If equal already, nothing will happen. You stated it's equal already. If you wish to change your statement, I'm more than happy for you to do so.
I know. So absolutely nothing will happen. So all those things are bouncing around.
Scott Mackey, you have to be precise with your language. So if it's perfectly equal, then nothing will happen. But obviously, it's not going to be perfectly equal, and there's still going to be some exchange of gas. It'll just be at a lower rate.
No, so you get all those little red dots bouncing around, and you open that lid like it shows you. You pull back that hatch, and you're saying, do those dots stop bouncing around? What happens?
Nobody said that. Why are you putting?
Okay, so he said absolutely nothing will happen. I'm pretty sure.
Based on your scenario, Scott, of equal pressure either side of the hatch. You claimed it. It was your scenario. I answered the question, and now you're pretending your scenario is different.
No, you said absolutely nothing will happen.
It's equal amount of dots on the inside and the outside.
Exactly.
When the hatch is opened, nothing will happen because there is no difference in pressure. It is the same. So if you've got a barrier between two identical pressures, fuck all's going to change.
So none of those dots will change positions?
They will continue to be bouncing around, having a great old time like they always do.
Yeah, but some of those particles will leave the box, right? And others that were outside will move
might well do,
right? But that is something happening, right?
He's a fucking Bevite. I don't know why we entertain this shit. Scott, grow a fucking brain.
Uh-huh.
I mean, this just gets back to...
So what are those? What are those little red dots in this picture? What are those little bouncy things?
You said if you pour CO2 into a bucket...
What are those bouncy things in that picture?
You said the CO2 will stay in the bucket. You were wrong. You were wrong about them.
How do you know?
Because gas expands in all directions.
What does that mean for gas to expand, given this picture we are looking at with these little red bouncing things?
Do you understand the word expand?
Yeah, expand means to grow.
It's not synonymous.
What does expand mean to you?
That means it will move out. In this case,
some of these particles will move.
They will all move.
Mm-hmm. In which direction do they move?
What? No, it's not just some, Scott. It's all.
I know, exactly. And so in any given particle, which direction will it move?
In all directions.
No, a particle cannot move in all directions at once.
At whatever direction it is currently moving at.
So
it's currently moving northwest and having a great old time. So what?
Yes.
So his one next to him is going south. They're having a great old time. They bounce off of each other. They bounce off the walls of their container. They're having a great old time. Someone opens the lid of the container and they go, holy shit, there's less outside. Let's make it even. Yay!
Yes. And they'll go in the direction. And
that makes it easy for you?
Yep, and they'll go in the direction they're going until they hit something else, right?
And if they don't hit something, Scott?
We'll get to that. But we agree
if
that
they don't hit something, Scott, don't change it. What happens if they don't hit something, Scott?
They'll keep going in that direction until
Good boy, Scott.
Until something changes their direction. Right? We agree with that.
I mean,
so do you agree that any one of those particles will keep moving until some other force changes their direction?
Elementary school with you, Mackie. I mean, Jesus.
Yeah, I know. It's not even elementary school with you, though. So these particles keep going in a direction until some force acts on them, right?
I mean, there's other ways where you can lose momentum.
Yeah, Scott, what might that force be?
It's not the only way.
How can any of these particles lose momentum? What other ways can they lose momentum? Any one of these particles?
Right.
What kind of particles are we even talking about?
The gas particles. The gas molecules.
Gentlemen, hang on.
What other ways can they lose momentum?
Initially, hang on a second, dude. Okay, so initially, right, you guys were talking about the gases, and they would change direction when the gas molecule or particle hits another gas or a wall.
Yes.
Right now, you're invoking the general form of a force acting on it. Right. So in this case, right now, you want to dive into that. What force, other than something physical, like another molecule or a wall, would influence the direction of the molecule?
Yeah, that'd be gravity. Gravity can influence the direction.
How do you verify that?
There's lots of ways we could verify it, but you don't accept any of them because you can't allow it to be true.
How have you? Not could you. We're not appealing to future here.
We can measure the pressure differentials on the bottom and the top of a container of gas.
And how do you isolate that it's gravity actually making that differential?
Because we've taken away the possibility of everything else being the cause, and all that's left is something pulling them down.
Yeah, containment of gas. You just said the key word there, Mackie. The gravity on a container of gas. So there's got to be a container, right?
Yeah, in the first place.
Wait, I have a question. I have a question for you. How do you isolate all the other forces? That presumes you know all the other forces acting upon this particle.
Well, unless you can speculate on another possible force, then that's all we have to do, right? It's all we can do.
Well, the thing is,
that's all reasonable people do.
Scott, the thing is, what has been done to demonstrate what you're talking about? Maybe in that particular instance of a test or an experiment or whatnot, there is something missing or whatever. So if you have something that we can work with, we'll scrutinize that.
Well, if we can show that every time that pressure differential between the top and the bottom of the tank is exactly what we'd expect it to be, given what we know about gravity and the mass of gases, I think we can come to a reasonable conclusion. It's gravity pulling those particles down.
Okay, do you have something that does that?
Do I have something? No, I don't. But
okay. So you don't really have any material to back your statement. That's okay.
Do you have anything to back up anything you believe?
I'm not making a claim right now. We're looking into what
I know. That's what you guys always do. You're never making a claim.
Well, this is the problem.
You guys never make claims anymore. You've learned not to, right? Because every claim you used to make would be proven wrong.
Hang on a second. Don't overtalk me, motherfucker. All right? So the reality is we've been talking about gas pressure, right, requiring a container. That's the basic statement, right? You seem to be arguing against that, right? We can demonstrate gas pressure requiring containment.
No, you can't.
Right, in all situations that we can show. If you want to counter that, show an instance where it's not required. Or if you don't want to counter that, and you want to argue your point now, which is somewhat still tangential to that argument, but nonetheless not the same. If you want to go down that route, then provide something therein.
Okay. Atmospheric pressure is gas container without a container. Now it's your turn. Go. Well, how is it not?
How do you know?
That's what we're talking about.
Show me the container.
So you've got to show an experiment outside of that, different from that, to validate your claims.
No,
Scott.
I don't.
Yes, you do, Scott.
You have to show me the container.
Oh, look, gravity. Things go down. Proven. Huh? Same
You're begging the
difference.
question in that. You're begging the question.
We agree there's atmospheric pressure, right? We agree to that.
You're begging the question with that, though. Just because, for example, you can't find the container, for all we know, it's very wide and vast and high or whatnot. Right? And you're operating within that. And you say, oh, there's gas pressure, therefore there's no container, therefore, you're wrong. You don't know that to be true. We have all instances of gas pressure is in a contained environment. You to say you go outside and you can't find a container does not necessarily nullify that there is no container.
No, what you're actually pointing to is all instances of changes of pressure within this atmosphere require a container. That's your statement.
Oh, that's not what we said.
We have gas pressure without a container.
That's not what he said, Scott. Why are you making up your own version?
He said every instance we have of gas pressure in a container. Right? Yeah. That's what he said, right?
So where's your evidence of gas pressure without a container, Scott?
The atmosphere.
That's
okay. So you're begging the question again.
begging the question.
Yeah,
it is begging the question because that's what's in contention at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. How do you know that we're not in a giant container?
How does airball contain gas?
Look, if nobody could ever find this container, we got to
answer the question, Scott.
I just did. That was an answer.
No, you didn't. You're dribbling shit. You're doing your best to avoid it.
Yeah.
He asked me, how do I know there's no container? Right? That's the question.
In this particular instance, right, the saying absence of evidence is not evidence of absence applies. Okay, it's in the specific context. Whereas in all other contexts, all we have is that relationship between gas pressure and a container being required. So if you want to demonstrate that this is the one instance where that is not the case, you have to provide it.
Okay, so how do I...
Otherwise, the logical inference or deduction or whatever you want, however you want to paint it, applies.
Okay, how do I move from 14 psi to 13 psi?
There's a gradient.
Why?
Temperature, for example.
Why does temperature cause a gradient?
So let me interrupt
the energy of
why is
the
there
energy
why is there a gradient inside of a propane tank?
Yeah, you're cooling down the energy. You're slowing down the energy.
You guys have to come to an agreement on who gets to play right now.
No,
you're stepping on each other. You're stepping on each other.
Yeah, guys, I was going to answer that. Okay, the temperature, absorbed, or the energy from the temperature absorbed into the gas has an influence on its behavior.
What is the temperature of a gas? How does gas have a temperature? What actually is it?
Well, it manifests in its vibration and its movement.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yes. So the temperature of a gas is literally the speed of the molecules, right? Or the kinetic energy.
Yeah, that's what I said. Didn't use that exactly.
So we agree. We agree. And so what causes the kinetic energy at surface level to be higher than the kinetic energy like say 30,000 feet? What causes that?
Well, I was just proposing a temperature change.
The temperature change is the kinetic energy. We're trying to explain the temperature change.
Yes.
Why does the temperature change?
Would that be gravity?
Because there's more. What do you mean? Why does the temperature change? Towards the ground, there's surface area. There's other material, ground, other objects that emit or reflect light and shit like that, and the gases down here absorb that.
Okay. So let's say I move from 10,000 feet, long ways from the ground, up to 30,000 feet. I get a lower temperature, right, and a lower pressure, correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because they're further away from the source of the energy that the gases are absorbing, so they absorb less.
What energy? What energy?
What do you mean? What energy? For example, light from the sun heats up the ground, right?
Why does the light from the sun not heat up the molecules?
Closer towards the ground, the gases towards the ground will absorb that. Further away you are from the ground, the less energy there is to absorb. For example.
So why does the light pass all the way through all those molecules of gas and go to the ground to heat the ground up? Why does it not heat the gas up?
Does light do that?
Oh yeah, it does. Yes.
Yeah. Well, for all I know, the light's going through the gas, right?
Yeah.
But then it's hitting a solid object. The solid object itself is heating up, and then itself emitting something like infrared or whatever. Right? The gas is touching it. They'll heat up.
So what is it about the solid object that can heat up, whereas the gas can't heat up when hit by the same light?
I don't know.
Yeah, tie this back to gas pressure without a container, Scott.
Yeah.
And the answer is there is no difference. Gas heats up just like a solid.
Okay, can you prove that?
Yes, we could. And you could too if you wanted to.
Okay, so go ahead. Provide a citation or something, please. That would be very interesting.
I'm going to pass on that.
I can't do that.
You're a coward. Step up on the plate, Scott. Come on.
I'm just.
You made a claim. Back it up.
Solids of gas because they take up more volume. So obviously, gases are not going to
protect hate speech. Let Scotty back his claim.
He can't.
I'm not here to argue with you guys. I'll educate you if you want.
No, you're here to make claims and then go, I don't feel like backing that because I'm too old, or some other bullshit excuse.
Is there a reason
you make your claim? Back it up.
Why are you so triggered? Can you take a Xanax?
They're just going to mute you, man. Don't do that.
You're getting slow, Scott. He's already gone. Back up your claim. Come on, post up some kind of citation.
Of what? That gas heats up?
Your claim.
My claim that gas heats up like a solid.
That wasn't your claim. You claimed gases absorb just as much heat as solids. They don't per volume, obviously.
Rather, that gases.
I didn't say per volume.
Would absorb light. Right? The light passing through the gases, we heat them up. Not necessarily that they absorb heat.
Wait, passing through a gas. What does it mean for light? What does it mean for light to pass through a gas?
That's a little bit different, though. It's a very different statement because not all gases react to the same wavelengths. The same.
I agree.
Right?
I agree. Yes.
Right. So if I have full spectrum light going through a volume, right, and those gases are either unaffected or very slightly affected or negligibly affected, right? But the wall on the other side of the light, right, it's a solid, it's more affected by that spectrum. That'll heat up, not the gases in between as much. But then as a result of that, the solid that's actually absorbing the light and heating up, the gases next to that will react to it because it's not the light per se that the gases are reacting to, it's the temperature of the object. Hello?
Yeah, I don't understand what your point was.
The point was, you were trying to argue that the light passing through the medium is itself alone sufficient to heat up the air.
Yes.
For the gas itself.
Yes.
And is that actually the case if the gases are negligibly reactive to that particular frequency?
Yeah. Particular wavelengths of light will heat gas. And those same wavelengths.
Gases, different rates, right? Yeah. But if you have a solid that is more susceptible to temperature change than the gas itself, the solid that the light is landing on, that temperature will change. Then that will have a cascading effect on the nearby gas molecules. Right?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you very much. So therefore, right, a light source above us, emitting light downwards, potentially not affecting the gas in between the light source and the ground, right? The ground would be affected by that light, and then the gases nearby to that to the ground would be affected by the consequence of that, or have that ripple effect.
Sure.
Thank you very much. That's all.
So
that's it.
Okay, so why? so why do you think this same phenomenon happens at night?
Like what?
Well, we still get different temperatures as we go. As we go from 10,000 to 30,000 feet, we still get a different temperature change at night.
Okay.
Why do you suppose that is?
This is the same temperature at the bottom towards the ground as it is at the top at both night and day?
No,
or is there still a gradient?
No, it's still a gradient, but the question is, why is it still a gradient? Because there's no light imparting heat on the ground at the time, right?
Perhaps there's a temperature change. Perhaps there's a temperature gradient.
But the temperature gradient is the same.
Right? Hang on. Right? The thermal energy, right? Temperature at ground level at night is not the same as the temperature 30,000 feet above that at night.
But the simple question is, why is it always colder at 30,000 than 10,000? That's the only question, right? Why is it always colder at 30,000?
Solid object that could be radiating out thermal energy. Like, I don't understand why this is complicated. Now, here's the thing, right? If this is plausible, given these basic fundamentals, that's redundant, but given these fundamentals that we understand, okay, we could argue about that, but you seem to be proposing an entirely new fundamental building block that no one's ever been able to experiment with. Maybe that would be worthwhile looking into.
No one's ever been able to experiment with what? Temperature changes?
Huh?
No one's been able to experiment with changes in pressure on altitude?
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Say, then? What did
Earlier, you were trying to argue that gravity, right, is the reason why there's a pressure gradient.
Yeah.
Right. So this seems to be novel in the conversation. Everything else, temperature, pressure, humidity, what have you, right? These are understood. But what you're proposing seems to be novel. So perhaps you could provide the evidence to that, and maybe we can even throw that into the mix, if it's even viable. But you haven't even done anything about that. So, like, we can waffle on the possibilities, right? But your argument doesn't really stand on anything. So, what are we doing?
I have no idea what you're doing.
I have no idea what you're doing, dude.
Okay.
He's trying to do basic physics, but he can't. He just refuses. He just keeps on saying this ridiculous shit.
He's just deflecting, all right? He's just deflecting. He said it before. He doesn't have any evidence, so forget it. Why are we talking?
Well, maybe one of these days you guys will figure out why the pressure at 10,000 is greater than the pressure at 30, which is greater than the pressure at 60, and all the way up until we keep going lesser and lesser and lesser.
Because it gets colder and colder and colder.
But getting colder is the lack of pressure.
But it gets colder and colder and colder, Scott.
It's the same
We've already established colder, less pressure.
Temperature is a function of pressure.
Pressure's a function of temperature. So?
Yes, I know.
So you're clearly understanding if it gets fucking colder, the pressure drops.
But how do we get so cold so that we can get to almost 0 degrees pressure?
Have you validated, verified, or proven this, Scott?
At what point do you think we can't figure out?
Have you validated, verified, or proven this, Scott?
I never been up to 100,000 feet. No, I never have. But other people have.
So you've just got empty claims again.
No, other people have. Other people have. I rely on the help of
so you'd have some kind of citation that you could put up in side chat for the good panel.
Of what?
Your claims.
That people have been to 100,000 feet?
And taken these measurements to validate your claims.
No one's done that, Scott, so don't start.
Nobody's been to 100,000 feet.
That's not the claim. The claim is the measurements taken at those distances.
Still denying simple reality, huh? Interesting. All right.
Still not answering the question.
I know. At least not to your
So
satisfaction.
these measurements have not been taken, Scott, have they?
They have.
Well, you'd be able to show it.
I can show you a chart. Would that work for you?
I'm asking for an extrapolation, sir.
Oh, okay.
Because these charts, right, the ones that I've seen, right, there are measurements that are taken at different altitudes, but not at all of them, especially not above a certain height. So they extrapolate out.
What's the height? What's the height they stopped at?
I couldn't tell you now, but it was like some 5-digit number, not 6-digit. And what's the guy's name, Matrix? Do you remember? I think it was Brandon, right? The meteorologist guy who's come in before.
Oh, the one fellow that drops in here, or that normally sits in here, and
yeah, he's talked about this too. Yeah, in their modeling, what is it, the mesosphere or something like that? Around that height that we're talking about, 100,000 feet beyond or whatever, they use mathematical models to determine what pressure might be there. There is no measurement, no direct measurement.
So wait. Let's say that we get to 30,000. We all agree that 30,000 feet has been achieved, right? We all been in.
Scott, this is not you providing data.
Yeah, Scott, we're waiting for that.
You guys don't want that. You're just dancing at the moment, Scott. See, this is you dancing around, not providing the data.
Yeah.
You guys both know. You all know.
We just want the data, Scott. We don't want your complaints. We don't want your feelings. Oh, he said a nuh-uh. There's one. Yay. Now provide the data.
It's getting tiring, Scott.
I know it is. I agree.
Yeah, because we just want you to back
your claims. You guys get very tiring very quickly.
All.
I agree.
You can make whatever claims you like, Scott. Just back them up, mate. You know the rules as well as I do. So there's nuh-uh data.
So what do you think's happening at 30,000 feet?
Who cares? Just provide your data and we can assess it from there.
But this is you guys just dancing around.
You don't want to, Scott? You're just going to dance around it still?
I guess so.
Why don't you just say, I'm sorry, I don't have it?
I'm sorry, I don't have it.
Take the L.
All right, I'll
Good
take
boy.
the L.
Thanks, Scott.
Feel better? Is your life's purpose achieved now? That's not a perfect question. I'm curious.
Yes, our YouTube viewers are clapping right now.
Okay.
It's
not
about that. You don't have to be a lucky piece of shit about it. Okay.
So let's get back to the pressure differentials without a container. We can move from 10,000 to 30,000.
The container that you've got to not prove.
Okay. But we can see that we can find pressure differentials from 10,000 to 30,000 feet, right? We can move up in elevation and we could measure a pressure change, correct? Come on, is it time to say yes?
Whoop-de-doo. Yeah, we can do the same thing in the oceans.
Okay. We can measure a pressure change from 10,000 to 30,000 feet. What causes that pressure change? You say it's temperature. And so what we're saying is, you're saying there's as many molecules up at 30,000 feet, but they're just moving slower? What are we talking about? Come on, I want to hear what you guys think about this stuff.
About what stuff? Has it got to do with the shape of the Earth? Nothing. We probably don't think much about it all.
Well, somebody posted a picture of these little red dots bouncing around. We assume those are gas molecules.
That was to explain things to you, Scott, because your kindergarten mentality, that's what's required.
But if we use that as our model for gas pressure, and gas pressure is the total kinetic energy imparted on a particular area on some other thing, maybe a surface, then we know that pressure is...
Oh, I'm glad you redefined gas pressure for the good panel. We better write that down, everyone, so we know what he's talking about later.
No, I didn't redefine it. I defined it. Now everybody understands it except for you guys. What do you think gas pressure
so
is?
where did you get your definition from before you sidestepped that? Please post it up in the side chat. Cite where you got it from, Scott.
What is it? What about gas?
Cite where you got it from, Scott. I'd like to read your definition so I don't get it wrong in the future.
What about gas causes pressure? What is it?
Cite where you got your definition from, Scott.
You guys can use the one you always post.
No, you can post yours, so we know it's not just some made-up bullshit.
Instead of yelling at Scott, could I engage with him and show that his argument is flawed?
Okay.
We already know his argument's flawed. And that's why no one wants to engage with him.
Now you're just in yelling mode, and you sound...
No, I'm not in yelling mode. All I want is him to back up his claims, Peter. He has made a definition. All I want him is to post where he got it from. Wikipedia, Cambridge Online. I don't really give a shit, Peter, as long as he posts it up.
I got this one from a physics course back when I was in high school and college, but...
That's a much stronger argument to show him that his claims are irrelevant, even if he backs them.
Let Peter show me. Peter's smart man. I don't know how he became.
Yeah, you just don't like me, Scott, because I like pinning you to the floor because you know you've got nothing. I know you've got nothing, and everyone else does too.
But stop yelling.
You're a true badass. You're a true badass. All right, we understand.
And you're just a whiny little sook with nothing to back up his claims.
I know. But you are the true badass.
Kangaroo or something, and let us talk like normal men. Okay.
Yeah.
3 minutes.
Yes.
So, Scott.
Yes.
Obviously, pressure is due to temperature. If temperature is 0, kinetic energy is 0, there's no pressure. All the particles would be still, and they wouldn't be hitting any walls of any container, right?
So
V equals nRT. 0T equals 0T.
Yes.
Okay,
yes,
good.
Yes.
Cool. So now, gas pressure has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. We all agree.
I agree. I agree.
We agree that if somehow magically we removed all of the gases, the shape of the Earth would remain whatever it is.
Yes, for sure.
Container or no container. So that's it. GG. GG means good game. That's what kids say when they win a game in computer games.
Just Matrix, I posted a definition that I got by going to the Google machines and saying, what is gas pressure? And it says that pressure is constantly moving, colliding with the surfaces of their container.
There you go, Scott. You need that container.
I know. But it's caused by these molecules bouncing all over the place, right?
No, the container.
Okay.
Not really, because if you look, PV equals nRT. N is the number of molecules. If that's 0, then pressure is 0.
Yes.
P is the kinetic energy, average mean kinetic energy of these particles. So if that's 0, N could be really big, but T is 0, so that's 0, right? Obviously, V cannot be 0 because P equals nRT divided by V. So V has to be greater than 0. The greater the V, the smaller the P. So infinite V would mean close to 0 P, but never really 0, right? So P equals nRT divided by V. A super large V would mean that no matter how many particles, no matter their temperature, P converges onto 0 but never hits 0. Am I speaking to myself? Are you guys there?
Well, I'm going to have to bow out in at least a few minutes at most because my wife just asked me if I wanted to go outside with her for a while and go to a park or something. And it's much better than being here with you guys. So
I think I cooked you. That's why you're leaving.
I know that is the case. You embarrassed me, Peter, and
just admit it that you were cooked.
yeah,
And you're free to go.
yeah. I think my wife could feel the stress in my voice, and she came to save me because actually she came up to me and says, "I know you sound like you're having a lot of fun right now. So, but would you want to go outside with me for a while?" I said, "Of course I would."
Yeah, she said, "Scott, let's go for a walk so we can manage your cognitive dissonance."
Yes, she's worried about me.
All right, I think it was time to
reasonable.
the gas topic anyway.
Yeah.
Do we have any other people
enjoy the
here
walk.
right now? I've been waiting for Peter to debate the Glover, but that was a very short debate.
Short and
What's his
sweet is
name?
the best method.
What's the guy's name who was here before? Ex-Peter guy. Peter. Remember? No.
Flatten destruction?
Yes, he should come back and you should try to flatten him.
There's no way to talk to that guy. He never stops talking, so it's impossible.
We've been talking about this before, that we are all waiting for you to have a proper debate with some Glover, so looking for a perfect victim for you. Start you out a little easy.
Well, bacon is here. I could cook some bacon.
I don't know anything about bacon. Is he a Glover?
Yeah, he's the god of celestial navigation. He knows more about celestial navigation than Agala.
Celestial navigation? That doesn't sound too much like Earth.
Yeah, exactly. That's how I'm going to cook him.
What do you mean it doesn't sound like Earth? You use it to navigate Earth. You use to know where you are on Earth.
Can you have triangles on the surface of a ball?
No.
Okay.
Anyway, as I was saying, you use it to navigate the Earth. You use to know in which direction things on Earth are. I think that has a lot to do with Earth.
That doesn't have anything to do with the surface property.
It has to do with the geometry of Earth.
Things in the sky have to do with the geometry of the surface?
Say that again?
You're saying lights in the sky have something to do with the surface above they are floating?
No, but their positions in the sky seems to do.
Seems to?
Yep.
Oh, so you seem to think that the Earth seems to be a globe?
Seems to be, yes.
Okay, well, we know it's flat, so GG.
All right, can't argue with that.
Oh, come on, Peter.
See, that's how you cook a Glover. That's it.
No. If you're gonna do it that way, that's ridiculous. You gotta do something else. You gotta show him some evidence.
How is that ridiculous? I just do what you do, but in 1% of the world.
You can't just claim it's flat and then think that they're gonna accept that.
We know it's flat. I don't claim it's flat.
All right.
And he correctly, because Bacon is an honest guy, he said the relationship between the positions of the light in the sky and the position on the surface seems to suggest it's a globe, and I give him that. In some ways, it does seem to. It's true that Globers navigate assuming a globe, right?
Peter, the thing is that we have a lot of maybe new listeners on YouTube and Rumble, and they're not going to accept you just claiming that we know the Earth is flat, therefore you have to believe what I'm telling you about that right now. They're going to wonder, how do you know that?
So you want me to repeat everything that Bacon heard like 1,000 times? Bacon is like...
Yeah, absolutely, because we have new listeners and they're interested in why are you claiming that you know the Earth is flat?
Okay, so Bacon, when we go outside and we ignore the lights in the sky and gas pressure, we just look and we observe that it is flat. And sometimes we observe more carefully using lasers and such, and we perform measurements, and it comes up to be flat. This is what we're basing our knowledge of the shape of the Earth on. When people come and introduce lights in the sky to argue against that, we oppose that because we would like to see an argument that shows us curvature regardless of the presence of the lights in the sky.
So you can't just say, we have done measurements and then not say anything about that. The listeners want to know what kind of measurements. How did you do
measurements
that?
Measurements that do not show a drop over distance.
Yes, and what
measurements? They do show things dropping, like bottom disappearing bottom up, but that's due to perspective and not a geometrical curvature of the Earth.
So if I'm a new flat earther on YouTube and I want to know more about this, how exactly did you perform that measurement and what tools did you use?
So for example, with binoculars, we observe ships disappear bottom up, and then globers tell us, oh, they disappear exactly around the distance predicted by the curvature of the Earth. And we say, no, they don't. They disappear because of perspective. And then we show photos of like apparent horizon being further out, and we say, see?
Why did you mention binoculars? Why did you mention binoculars? You don't think you could see a cruise ship start to disappear bottom up with the naked eye?
You could, but I like to zoom in on it to see like closer, like results.
So you could stand at the beach and watch if the Earth were a globe, you could stand at the beach and watch a cruise ship disappear bottom up as it went beyond the 3-mile horizon.
That's the globe plane, yes, and we observed that happening.
So you think that? So, but you're saying it appears like it's disappearing bottom up because of perspective, and that's all you're going to say about that, or what?
Well, there are two arguments, right? One argument is it disappears because it's physically dropping due to the curvature. That's the globe argument. And our argument is it disappears because of perspective.
No, that's not correct.
Okay, what is it? What is our...
Well, what would normally be the reason a ship could appear to disappear bottom up would be primarily ocean swells, right? It would be physical obstruction. Perspective would only play a tiny, tiny, tiny part in something not being resolvable at the bottom. Okay, secondly, it would be miraging effects like sinking, for example. Okay, because we have time-lapse footage where we can see a boat and it's anchored, right? It looks like it's like cut off, like a giant boat cut off half of the boat. It looks like it's behind the horizon, and then throughout the time-lapse, we see more and more and more of the boat become visible, okay, as the weather heats up during the day. And I've never seen a single example from the globe earthers, right, that takes these things into account. If you're claiming that it would just purely be perspective, it would happen every single time, but that's absolutely not the case. Okay, we can see giant ships such as cruise ships. When the camera zoomed out, you can't see any sign of a boat. Okay, and then you zoom in and you can see the entire ship again. Okay, why didn't perspective disappear bottom up that time?
Right, those I know what you're referring to. Those videos, I have thought critically about this. Those videos are just silly goober memes on YouTube. They're not true measurements. Not even true observations. They're just
they're just YouTube videos.
Yeah, they just zoom out to the left.
It's not a measurement. It's not a measurement.
It's a manipulating video.
No. What you said about it just purely being flat earthers claiming that it's just perspective is a terrible argument.
I'm 3 leagues above
obviously
you, so
it's not that.
You don't know what I'm saying. You don't know what I'm saying.
No, I do know what I heard exactly what you said. You said we flat earthers. We flat earthers.
I'm so far ahead of you.
No, you're absolutely not.
Okay, so I flat earther.
You're obviously a LARPer.
3 times as knowledgeable as you can differentiate between meme videos.
Dude, I'll kick your ass out of here. I almost banned you just a minute ago, right? Because you're just a fucking LARPing troll.
Well, that's your last line of defense. You cannot think critically together.
That's why you're banned from the English Hub, bro. Because you're a fucking LARPing troll. That's why you're making dumb arguments.
I'm trying to explain to you how optics
Don't interrupt
works,
me, bro.
And you get upset. I will interrupt.
You're not interrupting me when I'm mid-sentence, right? Your little troll buddies like Bacon, right, and Scott Mackey, they're being super nice to you because you're purposely making dumb arguments, saying us flat earthers claim this, and they're like, oh, yes, you cooked me, Mr. Peter, right, because you guys have this little arrangement, right, a little gaslighting bullshit tactic that you got going on here. Fucking ridiculous, dude. You're lucky you're here at all.
I heard it too. I heard the exact same thing.
Yeah. So in the side chat, we can clearly see a giant ship. Right? It didn't disappear due to perspective. Okay, it disappeared due to the angular size becoming too small. And notice what we don't have in this. We don't have obvious miraging. We don't have any waves. Okay, so any globe earther, find me one boat disappearing over the horizon where you've taken these things into account. Okay, what are the atmospheric conditions? Hold on, let me finish. Almost done. Okay, take the ocean swells into account, right? Because obviously that can cause something that's going away and getting smaller to disappear bottom up. Secondly, if you're going to make a hyperspecific claim like it's disappearing over the curvature of the Earth, you're going to have to know what's going on with the refractive index gradient between point A and point B if you want to make your hyperspecific claim. Okay, so find one observation where these obvious things that could explain this have been accounted for and then present it, but there isn't such a thing. Go ahead, whoever was wanting to talk.
Yeah, I want to say something to Pete. Wait, no.
One thing.
I'm gonna.
Wait, Bacon.
I
just a second,
next
bro.
one. Well, but I was next to one. I was the one trying to respond to you before.
Yeah, but I want to say something to Peter. Just Peter, we're giving you a lot of grace. You are being banned in all of the other servers we have, right? So I wanted you to debate the Glober so we can see if you can actually present good arguments. But if you're going to behave like this, not even I can save you, okay? Because you're making dumb arguments, and that makes us all look bad. So you need to take it down a notch, or you're going to find yourself banned from this server as well. And if you are going to argue with Globers here, you need to do it in the correct way, okay? Just a warning.
Yeah, Peter. And then you want to try to stir me up by saying that you're miles ahead. Blah blah blah. Bullshit, dude. Right? You're just a LARPing Glober. That's all you are. And your little flat Earth game. Right? Yeah, sure. It's good to call out when people are being like obnoxious and too loud and things like that. In certain cases, not when it's deserved, but in certain cases, that's fine, right? You're fine to point out some bad arguments here and there, but your arguments are bad as well, dude. Right? Like ships only. Flat earthers claim that ships disappear purely due to perspective, right? When the primary reason for a ship appearing to disappear bottom up would be ocean swells or weather effects. A perspective would be something that would play a small role. Just like on a smaller scale when we do it. Yeah, sure. It can make a small difference. But it would happen every single time if it was just perspective. Absolutely doesn't happen every time. If you're going to LARP, Peter, just at least get your flat earth arguments mixed up a bit.
Well, first of all, I reject the suggestion, Sven, to argue the correct way. Who made you the professor deciding what's the correct way, what is not? You flat
saying that we have listeners. You have to pretend like you're talking to a bunch of people, not just the Glober in here, right?
Would you? All right. So the other guy, you're embarrassing us. You're presenting memes from 2015, Eric Dubay level bullshit. Talk to your daddy, Indio, and other advanced flat earthers, and have them set you straight before you take microphone on a recorded channel. Because
name one thing I said that was wrong. Name one thing I said that was wrong. Yeah, I talk to Indio all the time, dude.
I would love to.
I'm friends with Indio.
So if you show to the advanced flat earthers the video that you posted of a guy taking a zoom lens, going wide lens, and then zoom in and saying, oh, look, we can't see the ship, they will cook you. Because everybody knows with a wide angle lens, things become smaller angular size-wise. That's a manipulative video made by not a flat earth researcher, but some idiot who wanted to get some clicks and literally went like 24 millimeters. Oh, look, Daddy, can't see the ship. Turn the lens, 105 millimeters. Oh, you see the ship. This is ridiculous. Watch the video I posted where a guy shows the ship, continues to zoom in, the same amount of ship is visible. So your argument with the lens manipulation is 2015 Eric Dubay. You're embarrassing.
No, it's not 2015 Eric Dubay. No, it's not 2015 Eric Dubay.
Don't
because I have observations where we know the distance to the ship. Okay, the one that you've presented, are you saying that this ship is disappearing due to perspective only? Okay, clearly we can see some choppy ocean swells there.
It doesn't matter. I'm arguing against what
you posted. No, don't talk over me, dude. You want to make claims like that? Yeah, I'll debate you on this all day long.
6 topics all at once.
I'll debate you on this all day long. Okay, so do you know what sinking refraction is? Do you know what that is?
Absolutely. It's when things sink due to refraction.
Okay, right. And ocean swells could also cause this same effect. And then when you zoom out over a vast distance, ocean swells kind of blend in and kind of look like a flat surface. Yeah?
Okay, so what is the guy showing in the video I showed you that's not manipulating?
Okay, so he hasn't taken into account things that could be present, such as sinking, and I don't know what the ocean swells are. I've seen this video 100 times, dude.
Forget the globe argument.
It's not that the globe argument is that it's the okay, so you've just presented the video. Okay, and he's claiming that it's gone behind the curvature of the Earth. I'm saying there are common. Hold on,
not true.
Peter. Yeah, obviously that's not true. Okay, so other things
ignore it and focus on what is shown there.
Yeah, I'm focusing on what's shown here. Okay, we're seeing apparent bottom-up disappearance, and there are certain things that could cause that to happen, which are very difficult to take into account. Okay, I don't know what the ocean swells are.
That's not the
pertinent point. What are the ocean swells in the video? What's the ocean swells?
Don't worry about it. Here's the pertinent point.
Well, do you not think that could be a possibility, a reason why it could be happening?
But don't worry about it because that's not what
Why would I not worry about it? You're saying it's just due to perspective.
So if that's one of the many factors, Peter, why are you not factoring it in?
I am, but that's not what I'm talking about right now. What I'm talking about is I'm addressing your harmful, embarrassing meme that needs to die and never be repeated again. And here it is.
What meme?
The meme that he posted before. That an object...
I can show you no bottom-up obstruction over a 21-mile lake. Right, using the same camera.
Point. Jesus, I can't do this. You're too dumb.
No, because you're saying it's perspective. Oh, yeah, run away, bro. Take 2 days while you're at it.
Understand why he does that to himself. It's crazy, really. He wants to kind of show that he is a real flat earther now, and can't even explain why to the most, the easiest glober in here. He just makes a claim and expect that they're gonna take his word for it. Crazy.
Yeah, the primary reasons why ships will appear to disappear bottom up is ocean swells. Okay, and if there are certain weather conditions present, you can have an effect called sinking, which is it's like a mild version of an inferior mirage. It is a type of inferior mirage. It's super common. Inferior mirages, super common over the ocean. Total internal reflection, super common over the ocean. You know what's not common? A glober making an observation where something disappears bottom up, where they've taken these obvious factors that could be causing it into account. Not one. Throughout all of history, they can't present a single one.
Yeah, I like that idea. Like when you take all things into account and you build the model, it becomes obvious that we live on a globe.
Really? Show one observation. Yeah, show one observation where all things have been taken into account and it matches up with a globe.
You just logically contradicted yourself in one sentence, so try that again.
You're going to show us where all this has been taken in and factored in.
Hold on. Let him get his thought out.
No, this is your thought. This is you providing evidence where it's all been factored in.
Yeah, that's what I'm challenging you guys, right?
Yeah, Matrix. It's called the globe model, brother.
There's no globe model.
It's called the globe model. We're talking about images and video footage of ships appearing to disappear bottom up due to your curvature. So please show us this. That's what the conversation was about.
You just change. Go listen to. You just
no. Don't stutter on me. That's what the conversation was about. So provide where it's been factored in, and that's what he asked for earlier on. Straight away, it was one of the first thing he asked for. Show where this has all been factored in.
The globe model.
Yeah, that's what's in question, idiot. That's what's in question.
You don't have
so you make
model,
claims.
idiot. You don't have a model,
idiot. Oh my god, you don't have a model. This is the on my unicorn. This is the on my unicorn fallacy. On my unicorn, this happens, that happens. Fucking clowns, man. How low level of a LARPing flat earther Peter is. He thinks he doesn't even listen to my argument, right? Like people like David Weiss and Eric DeBay will say, when you see a boat disappear bottom up, you can zoom in and it brings the whole boat back to view again. No, that doesn't ever happen. There's not a single example of that ever happening. It doesn't happen like that because the boat is either physically obstructed by something, right? Or there's some type of atmospheric effect taking place that's causing it to happen. You can zoom in on it. It's still going to be just as hidden behind the horizon. It's just at the apparent location where the sky and the ground meets. Nothing to do with the globe. So Peter was trying to say it's because a wide-angle lens was being used, and that's the only reason that you couldn't see the boat. Okay, here's a giant-ass boat. Okay, this guy's not using a wide-angle lens. He's using a P900. Right, that's the boat. We can only see the top of the boat. Here's just a random picture of the boat. The whole bottom of the boat's missing. Obviously, it's not hidden behind the Earth curvature because there is none. Okay, and here is it zoomed out. Okay, so zooming in doesn't bring any more of the boat back to view. Just zooming in on the mirage that's taking place in this, right? And then 3 hours later, this guy keeps zooming in over 3 hours, and then we see the whole boat comes back to view again. Okay, this is the same boat. The boat's anchored. The distance to the boat is about 14 miles away. Right, here's the ship. It's called the Mandarin Arrow, tracked 12.4 nautical miles. This shows it's just an effect going on with the weather that's causing the apparent bottom-up obstruction. Not perspective. Or perspective can play a small role in it, but it's not the main cause when this happens. Otherwise, it would always happen.
Did it die out that quickly?
Welcome. Mossa.
What up?
What's happening?
We are Charlie Kirk. We can. What the fuck?
Yeah, you get those every now and then. Anyways. What brings you in here, man?
No need to shout at him in Matrix. Scared him away.
You know something really interesting? I can't reach my microphone from where I'm sitting. You know how you see people on like YouTube clips and that where they're doing interviews and they've got the microphone and they can nearly stick their tongue out and touch the microphone with their tongue? I can't even reach with my freaking arm.
Sounds pretty it sounds like you're close to it.
It sounds like I'm close to it. I can't touch it.
Oh shit. I think different types of microphones have different different ranges and things like that, I guess. I guess some you have to be close, and some are built so you can be like around it.
Like, hold on a second, I'll just grab hold of this. Come here, you. Alright, now I'm sitting at the distance from it that you see people on YouTube. So basically, hand span away from it.
Yeah, it sounds louder, but it does sound better quality closer up.
I normally set the thing back away from me for two reasons. Number one, so I can see my screen so I don't have this big square thing in front of me. And number two, because I've got more than enough intensity to make the sound go that far.
Somebody else here in the Matrix 200% output squad.
I don't know why you just want to have it at 200%. That's crazy, man.
Your voice is like music to my ears.
Interesting. It makes others bleed.
Maybe the Globers.
And I wasn't talking about Globers either.
Oh. I don't know, but I had you on default. It seemed pretty low on my side. I don't know why, so I turned you up. I guess it was just one night, and I guess maybe my ears have just adjusted.
Goes through his next hearing test. It's come to note, Mr. Latz, that you need hearing aids.
All right, yeah. Well, now we know Latz is half deaf.
That's funny.
Yeah, I got DJ on 100%, just default, and you guys are coming in the same.
What was that? You just talking about
again?
Yeah, T-Dub, what do I have D-Dub? T-Dub's at default. I don't know, you're like the only person I have on 200%.
That's 120. Yep, Latz, you're at 120.
I do like elephants.
Yeah, you're the only one. I don't know why I turned you up. I turned you up like a long time ago. I don't know.
If you turned me up a long time ago, that's when I had my other mic. And it was quiet. And then the next day it'd be loud, then it'd be quiet again. It was all over the place. And I couldn't for the life of me work out what was going on. It was just, crazy.
It was never at the right volume though. It was either
it was
way
always
too
up
loud
or down or it was just an extreme mic. Yeah, I don't know why. I think I actually just because of how loud my voice is, it busted the diaphragm in it. Wouldn't be surprised. Like seriously, it makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds good now. Oh, hello. Oh, just kidding. All right.
Hi, bye.
Let me guess though, did I just miss a good conversation? Normally when I hop in here, I just always miss a good one.
No, it's been, what have we had, about 20 minutes or so?
What, no Mez, no Peter, no Scott Mackey in here today?
Peter was here, Scott was here.
Oh, nice.
Bacon.
Bacon got fried. Well, actually, Bacon had a sook. They were grilling Peter, and Bacon had, but it's my turn, so he got red flagged. And in protest, he headphoned himself, so we just left him on red flag.
Oh, nice. Okay. Damn, Brad, when you change your profile picture again?
Oh, what is it now?
Change it to like I don't even know what that. I'm on my phone, so I can't even see. It's like an astronaut with a goat.
That's the best one. I like that one.
Yeah.
He's got his Greyhound. He's got an astronaut, astronaut helmet, and it says Professor Triangle.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was a goat.
No, it's not a goat. That's a greyhound.
Sorry. Apologies. Especially if it's your dog. My bad.
That's the AI version of my dog.
Oh, nice. Hello, Radwin's AI dog.
I mean, it looks exactly like that anyway. All greyhounds look the same, just different colors. But if you look at a brown one and you got 20 in a row, they don't have any marks on them, like from getting bit or running into shit. You can't tell them apart. They all have the same dumb look, same reactions, do all the same things.
Is that racist?
Yes, they're race dogs too.
Plain Truth's not here today right now, is he? Oh, he is here. Let's see. I'll take his spot right now reading YouTube messages if there's anything good. No, I guess not. Which one is this? 24/7 Flatloids.
Yeah, anyone listening on the YouTube, let us know if you have any questions. We will read them out if they're appropriate.
Oh, we got T. He was in Flatloids. He's just saying that was a good conversation. I don't know when the heck that was sent, but
yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. It's a terrible conversation with Peter.
Yo, love you, T. Yo, that dude was the first guy I ran into. I went into Nathan's Discord, and I actually ran into him, and I think it was just him and Rob Utah in there.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, those are the first two I ran into.
You mean T? He's got a different name now. You mean T from the UK?
Oh no! Oh yeah. T. He's the one with the Malamute dog. Yeah.
That dude's a legend. Nicest guy.
Yeah, I freaking love that guy. After I finished debating Rob and whooped his ass, he actually gave me links to Politics, PNR, Domain 24/7, Home Base. I was like, oh damn, dude, thanks, man. Yeah, that was over in Nathan's server, so that was cool. Thanks again, bro. I never thank you enough for that. Help me find you guys.
Oh, you're welcome, bro. I'm glad I could be of help today.
Who is this? Oh, wait, what?
Who was that? Oh, that was Professor Triangle leaving. Never mind. What's up, Saint Genghis?
Oh, Genghis Khan is in the house. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Blessings upon you in the name of the Lord.
Weren't you the one that just came in here and moaned and then left?
What? And then, gosh, what world are you talking about, bro?
That must be my imagination then. Never mind. Okay. So what's up, dude?
Oh, just chilling, bro. What you doing?
Nothing. Just waiting for Globers to provide Earth curve measurements.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. You wouldn't happen to have any, would you?
Actually, I do.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God. I've been waiting almost 2 years for this. Oh, you know what? It actually has been 2 years. Damn, Huh. Yeah, I've been a flat earther for 2 years now. Damn. Look at that. Anyway, go ahead.
You want me to tell you what it is?
Tell us all about it.
Sure. Yeah, you could tell us or show us in the side chat, whatever you want to do.
Well, it's probably easier to just tell you, but if you have any experience with surveying or anything, you really would already know this, but it basically has to do that if Earth was a globe, the drop would be visible and measurable, but it's not, so therefore it's not.
You're saying that it's not measurable, so therefore it's not?
Correct.
Yeah, so it's flat.
It's flat. Correct.
All right, cool.
Yeah, we already knew that, Genghis.
Oh, well, I don't know why you asked me then, bro.
Well, no, I was waiting for someone to provide Earth curve measurements.
For the curvature.
Oh, no, shit, bro. I'm not a Kirby. I know it's flat.
Oh, all right then.
What about John? Welcome, John. You don't have to unmute, John. Welcome to the channel. Unless you are happy to admit, right, that you don't have any evidence that the Earth's a globe, and you can admit that by just staying on mute or just assume that that's the case.
Yeah, that's the default status, John. So thank you in advance.
Unless you want to destroy some flat earthers, it's easy pickings. That's what the mainstream media says. We are the low-hanging fruit.
Dude, I worked out why half the globe earthers that come in here have such shitty illogical arguments, right? Because I think quite often they go on Google AI and they think that's going to help them. And I went on it the other night and I was asking it to tell me about people that how was the Earth proven to be a globe? And then I was like, okay, well, who has anyone directly measured curvature over the surface? It's like, yeah, of course they have, tons of people. And then I asked it to list who did it, and it started just lying, bullshitting. It was yeah, so there's a documentary where flat earthers, right, they took a laser, right, a documentary called Behind the Curve. Flat earthers took a laser and they were trying to prove that the Earth's flat, and they went to Lake Pontchartrain and they shone the laser over Lake Pontchartrain and proved that it's actually a globe. I'm like, what? I'm like, they never did that though in Behind the Curve. You just literally just lied and made that up. What the hell are you talking about? They didn't even use a laser or go to Lake Pontchartrain in that documentary. I'm like, what? It's yeah, well, they did do it, but it wasn't at Lake Pontchartrain. You're correct about that. And it's but they did it somewhere else. I'm like, they didn't use a laser in the entire documentary. It's yeah, well, flashlight / laser. No, it said the light, light / laser or something. I'm like, wow. It's just completely full of shit. And then it was trying to talk. I'm like after it completely admitted that it just made all that up and that never happened. And then it was trying to bring up stuff that there's literally no footage of whatsoever from over 100 years ago with Wallace, right? Some guy named Wallace that tried to redo the Bedford level. And it got cooked on that as well. It was just bullshitting. I'm like, but Samuel Rowbotham did the same test and proved that it's flat, right? He's like, yeah, well, no. It's like, because there was extreme refraction on that day. And I was like, well, but no one measured like any refraction on that day. It wasn't even claimed. How do you know it was heavy refraction? It's like, well, the only answer to that is that it doesn't match up with the globe. Like,
oh my god.
Yeah. And I'm like, but Wallace, how did Wallace account for refraction? He didn't even claim to have done that. He's like, yeah, Wallace accounted for refraction by just lifting the height of his optical device up to 13 foot above the water. I'm like, that's not accounting for freaking refraction. That's like not at all. It eventually admitted that was a ridiculous claim that it made, and it's pretty much didn't determine anything, right, to make such a hyper-specific claim without even knowing what's going on with the air and the temperature gradients and the pressure and all that sort of stuff. And then it admitted eventually that, there's actually no tests that have accounted for the necessary variables throughout all of history that validate Earth curvature. But, geez, it takes a while to get there with it. It will just bullshit and bullshit and bullshit.
Yeah.
And if you don't call it out...
They try to pretend that atmospheric refraction is why that happens. And then somehow atmospheric refraction is stronger near water and near the ground, conveniently.
Well, the thing is, right, like, just show us one test that matches up with the globe where they measured what they're claiming. Like, they have no idea. Like, most of the globe earthers we talk to, they just learn how to say the word refraction, right? They learn how to just say that word with their mouth, and that's it. They don't have any idea what they're talking about. You ask them, what's refraction? How does that work? How do you account for it? They're like, it's just, like light bends around the globe and just makes it look flat. Just something ridiculous. But yeah, they can't present any validation of their atmospheric refraction claim.
Yep, that's because the Earth was flat.
Well, you would still have like effects, right? You would still have still have things to account for, even if it's flat, right? You can still have mirages and things like that if it's flat. You're still gonna have some...
flat mirages.
Wow.
That's interesting. Dr. John D on his Black Swan video on his channel, he goes into detail. Right? He's a PhD. He's expert in optics, and he goes into detail towards the end of his Black Swan video about how superior and inferior mirages are impossible if the Earth's a globe.
Regardless. Anyway, I just think that it's freaking hilarious how always the first person that they decide to cite when asking for Earth curve is another flat earther. I think that is so funny.
Yeah. It's always the same one as well. It's just Jaren and his dopey looking face.
Yeah. I'm like, you don't have anybody from your side. Well, I mean, technically, I guess he was a Glober, but at the time, I guess he wasn't. But you don't have anybody from your own side to cite that has measured Earth curve. Instead, you want to take a flat earther, somebody who you think is like the lowest of the lowest IQ, the lowest hanging fruit possible, the one that's like in the ground. And you want to take that fruit and you want to use it as your example for measured Earth curve. Nice.
Yeah, and they present that little clip from behind the curve, which just shows 52 seconds worth of footage. And it shows Jaren like real dodgy, cutting out some holes in some styrofoam or cardboard or something, and then a bunch of close-ups of his face looking dopey, and then him saying interesting, and they're like, look, here it is. Here's the observation. Here's the footage of it.
Yeah, they don't have any there was no distance. I remember when I actually watched that for the first time, and then I actually looked at it critically. I'm like, dude, there's no distances, no details, like nothing.
Dude, Jaren said they went back there the next day in the light and said, oh, well, actually, there was a bunch of trees that could have been blocking the light. It's like, what? Like, so you guys didn't set it up during the day?
Yeah, I know. Then wait for nightfall after. What the hell?
They just set it up at nighttime, did they? Because it was nighttime when he was cutting the holes in the things in the video.
Yeah, exactly.
So they set up this super precise test, did they, at nighttime? Ever they couldn't even see. Like, they didn't even check if there's not trees in the way. Like, what the hell was going on with that?
Yeah, that's super sketchy, man.
Yeah. And then even the people in the documentary got the math wrong when they said that this is how it works on a globe. Even their little diagrams from the documentary are wrong. Like, the math is wrong. And even anti-flat earth websites admit that as well.
Oh, good old Jaron set his ass up. He set himself up for that one. You guys ever hear anything else from Flatzoid? After he stopped, or after he said he was going to stop making flat Earth videos?
No, he still makes stuff, I think. I don't know. I never really watched him, to be honest.
I watch him every once in a while, but after I saw that video, I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess
He
that's
started
that.
making Christian content, and then now he does some more flat Earth stuff, but I don't know.
Yeah, I always thought he was pretty decent. He's pretty good. I forget that one old dude on this panel that he had. I think it was another Dave as well. I didn't think he was very good. I mean, he was decent, but
Oh, yeah, I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
yes, that smoking dude. I forgot his name.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, hello, Jurassic. No, that's not Jurassic. Jurac. How you doing, brother? Or sister?
You never
Or if there's
know.
something in between. Yeah, it could be something in
You never
between.
know in the politics server.
Yeah.
Could be anything. But sup, Jirac.
Could be a dog. Could be a frog. Could be a hog. Could be a log. Who knows? Yeah, this is totally off topic, but I met somebody the other day that actually identified as moss. And I was like, what? What do you mean? Like the stuff that grows on the side of trees and rocks? They're like, yes. I was like, oh, okay. Bro, I didn't know that was a thing.
What?
Yeah, bro, that's exactly what I said. I was like, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, if you're gonna pick something, why wouldn't you pick something that's cooler? Like, why don't you want to be like a 3-headed dragon or something, like a phoenix? Maybe like a Greek god or something. Pick something cool. Like, why do you want to be moss of all things?
It is cooler. It's not in the sun. It's on the shady side.
I don't get it, bro. But you know what? You go ahead, live out your fantasy world. I mean, really, you could be a stealth bomber. That'd be kind of cool too. You could even identify yourself as like a woman's bra. That would be dope. That's a good one.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Sorry, I had to try out that sound clip.
Do not redeem it.
What are you doing?
I forgot DJ's 90% Indian.
90% Hindu.
I was so shocked that one day. That one guy came in speaking something. I don't know what the hell he was speaking. Everybody was so confused, and you just answered him back like you heard him as clear as day. That made me laugh so hard.
And the Globers are the biggest letdown.
That is true.
We wait so long for one to come in, and then it's just junk. Like 99.9% of the time. Sometimes you get one that's like just intellectually honest, wants to ask questions, says like, "Oh, I just want to learn your side of the argument because it wouldn't be fair if I didn't even understand your claims, and then I would say you're wrong. So, what about this? What about that?" Oh gosh, see, we wait all this time for a Glober, and then one turns up, and it's freaking Brenda.
Is it really? Wait, no way.
Yeah.
Oh, hello, Brenda. Welcome.
Ugh.
And then there's the other type, where you see the meme where it's got Earth Rond.
I think T-Dub was just saying a few minutes ago that he actually missed Brenda and where Brenda has been.
Oh, well. I think that's a 7-day ban for T-Dub.
I can imagine him running from his dinner table right now to go back to his computer. Come slap me in the face. Imagine him getting ready for work, just tripping over his socks trying to get to his computer right now. Love you, T-Dub. Don't beat me up, please.
What's going on today?
Nothing much. Just the usual.
I'm touched. I'm deeply touched.
The never-ending quest to undo negative indoctrination, Brenda. That's what's up.
Oh, how about just simple, straightforward education? What's the difference?
Indoctrination.
What's the difference between being indoctrinated and educated?
Well, I mean, if you want to get into the nitty-gritty, everything is indoctrination in a sense. But there's indoctrination that's useful and empowering to one's existence, and then indoctrination that's the opposite.
I don't believe that. I believe that there's education. And
You don't believe that? Take a good look around the world you're in.
I don't believe that there's no
The
difference.
majority of people are educated to the conventional standard that you believe in, and the world is going to shit for it. So, open your eyes.
I don't think it's going to shit because they were educated. I think it's going to shit because they were indoctrinated.
Yes, with bad indoctrination.
No, they were indoctrinated. That's why they do bad things. If they were educated, they would know better.
And you believe you're helping towards that cause, do you?
Yes. I fight the flat earth. I fight the pseudoscience and the woo peddlers.
No, you don't. You don't fight the
Meanwhile, you're out there telling people there's 72
liars and the
genders.
thieves.
Okay.
The liars and the thieves of intellectual heritage.
Wait, Brenda, do you like paying taxes to an agency that doesn't do anything?
I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with paying taxes. I don't like this administration.
Well, no, I never said that. I'm just saying to that specific agency.
Right. I approve of paying taxes to the government.
Well, that would put it towards right, like fixing the streets, You can imagine, like, I know you have that one cracked sidewalk somewhere in your city that needed to be fixed for the past 5 years. You know what? Some of that NASA money could have went straight to that sidewalk.
Right. So my tax money, everybody's tax money here in Minneapolis, was spent cleaning the streets because it snowed here a lot. Right. It was so the plows were out early this
Holy
morning.
shit. An entire
Early this
city's
morning.
worth of tax money needed
So
for a
that's
few
how
snow
tax
plows.
money. Yeah, that's how tax money. That's where your tax money goes to plow.
Well,
the
I'm just
street.
saying, what if there was more? What if they had better plows, faster, more efficient, that
What
could be
about it?
developed?
What about it?
I mean, would you not
This
want
is
that
obviously
money?
argument from people that are pro-tax.
What about
It's like, of course, there's some, services that are required, right? And they're
like
commendable.
Water.
But that's not the full story, and we know it's not the full story.
But my taxes go to pay for water as a
You
utility.
don't know where your taxes go, Brenda. You're
Of course
a
they
pleb,
do.
like the rest of us. Stop
nobody
imagining
paid their
yourself as
taxes-
some elite in this fucking inner circle person. You're not.
Where my taxes go are to pay.
Your taxes go where you're told they go, and you believe that.
That's your claim. I don't believe your claim. You're telling me where they go. You don't know
Okay,
that.
so yeah, we'll just ignore reality. We'll ignore the endless tax scandals that happen.
don't have
the
a
ones we get to
private-
hear about.
You don't have a private view of reality. You don't know anything.
Never said it did, but I certainly
Yeah,
don't have
you
a
just
diluted
did.
view either.
You just did claim.
I don't have a view that would coincide with like my 5-year-old.
Yes, you do. You have a
brain
view
being told
that
in
says that
primary
I
school
don't
how
know.
taxes work.
Yeah, you have a view that says my taxes go for no good thing. You just said it.
No, but from your position,
do.
the most intellectually honest position you could take is that I don't know where my tax money goes completely.
That's just wrong.
That would be
I
the
do know
honest
where it
position.
goes. I do know where it goes. I can see my taxes at work, in the streets. The plows are clearing the streets of snow.
Yeah, that's the potholes that your taxes didn't fill.
My streets don't have potholes in them,
Hey, what about NASA?
right?
What are they doing for
The
us?
streets are clear. The streets are cleared of snow. I have water. I have electricity, right? I have power.
Well, you have
I have
to
heating.
pay for those things. Those utilities are paid separately from taxes. But what about NASA?
They're enabled partly through taxes also, right? They're utilities.
So what about NASA? What can you see in your everyday life from NASA, from the money that's paid through taxes to give to NASA?
They advance the general knowledge of mankind.
Like what?
Our knowledge of space.
A space that's not real.
That's your claim. That's because you've been indoctrinated.
Indoctrinated by who?
By yourself, by whoever
Indoctrinated myself.
By reality.
Yes, because you sit there and watch people like Dave Flat Earth or Eric Dubay or others, and you
Oh,
indoctrinate
fucking
yourself.
Brenda, you're so outdated. Why are we even listening to you? Catch up. We're in 2025. Right.
What about it? Right? You indoctrinate yourself into disbelieving the final experiment. Right? You're
Well, even if that was the case, that wouldn't be indoctrinating myself, right?
Yeah,
that would be
what
What was the final experiment about, Brenda?
It was about falsifying the flat Earth map.
What flat Earth map?
Oh yeah,
Gleason's map.
Oh, so that's been handed to us all as the flat Earth map. I'm sorry, I must have missed that lesson.
You must have missed the last 10 years or so.
How did it debunk the Gleason map? How did it debunk the Gleason map, Brenda?
It falsified it.
Really? So that's not a globe
How
map?
did it falsify it?
Do you know what falsification is?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
I
that's
just asked
a globe
how.
projection with a
No.
variable scale. And you don't even seem to understand how the AE or Gleason's map is supposed to work.
No,
it's coordinate system projection.
It's a
flat Earth map.
It's a flat Earth reification. It's been claimed. Eric Dubay claimed it.
Yeah.
Well, so that sounds like you've got a problem with Brenda. That sounds like you've got a problem with Eric Dubay, not us.
But it's been claimed by virtually every single flat earther for the last 10 years at least.
Virtually every single one. So you've gone and done some kind of survey to back up your claims.
Go and watch videos of the past conferences and look at table after table after table with the Gleason's model on it.
That's great.
With the Gleason's map on the wall and the map on T-shirts. The map on T-shirts. Every single one of them. You don't see any other maps.
I'm probably the newest flat earther here. I've never ascribed to the Gleasons or an AE map.
What map?
Yeah, congratulations, Brenda. So when will you be falsifying the actual measurements of the surface?
What falsification?
Oh, I would like those.
What's your model?
Well, there's no model. There's measurements of the surface.
If you don't have a model, then you don't have. If you don't have a model, then you don't have.
A model is not required.
Yeah, models are required to do something.
No, they're not required, Brenda.
They're
reason you want a model,
Brenda.
Because you want.
Why?
Yeah, they absolutely are.
Yeah, okay. Why is a model required when I can just walk outside and measure the distance and the drop over any given lake? Why do I require a model to do what I can do directly in reality?
Because you need a way of representing.
It represents itself. That's what I'm trying to get through your head. You're saying to us, we need a model. Okay, that's great. Why do I need a model when I can measure directly?
No, reality doesn't represent itself. That's a fallacy. Right? Reality needs to be interpreted through a model.
Which fallacy?
It's the fallacy of the given.
Reality doesn't need filtering through a model to understand it and interpret it. You know what reality needs? It needs to be experienced. Experienced. Something you're ignoring.
Demonstrated.
Right. There's no such thing as the direct knowledge.
Tell me there's no such thing as experiencing physical reality.
Yeah, there isn't. There isn't.
Oh, you idiot.
Reality is it's interpreted. It's interpreted through your own representations, your own idealizations and modeling.
We know you require to live in such a diluted framework to uphold your fucked up worldview.
Damn, I really think I messed up that clip by laughing. Sorry.
You think you walk outside and you see the world as it is, and that's a fallacy.
So you walk outside and see the world as it isn't.
I see reality interpreted. I see reality interpreted through various senses, right?
Yeah, years of indoctrination. That's what we're trying to get through your head.
That's not indoctrination. That's education. You're uneducated.
Okay, so the fallacy of the given
and uneducated. People have shown repeatedly how uneducated you are.
So the fallacy of the given is also known as the a priori argument. Can you shut up? Thanks. An a priori argument or rationalization. It is an informal logical fallacy where a person starts with a preset belief, dogma, or conclusion and then searches for arguments or evidence to rationalize, defend, or justify that belief, rather than allowing the evidence to lead them to a conclusion.
Exactly. That's what flat earthers have been doing forever.
So, Brenda,
and then you look for evidence that supports your conclusion. That's what you do.
Going somewhere. Somewhere.
Allow Jedi to finish, please.
Thanks. So this is what was asked right at the beginning. For surface measurements, we measure the surface of the Earth and let that lead us to our conclusion. See, this is why I think this is...
Let's see your measurement then.
Oh, so you do want to see it. That's what we offered you right in the beginning, but you ran away from it, asking us for a model.
Yeah, where's your number?
Brenda, we offered you that. But you run away asking for a model and then declared our fallacious reasoning, which I'm kind of pointing out is yours.
Point to me your numbers. Where's your measurements?
Okay, so Matrix, whoever said, given the measurements.
Hold on, I'll post up one of the many
I
laser
will
tests.
also want to know your methodology and your controls.
Of course.
Yeah, because Brenda's new and hasn't seen any of this before.
Yeah, exactly. This is why I'm really annoyed that you said that this was no power argument. It's not.
Dishonest clown in existence.
Claimed it was the fallacy of the given, and it feels like that's your projection of what you're doing constantly onto us.
No, what it was read was exactly what flat earthers do. You beg the question. You presume.
So why is it? Hold on,
When we measure the surface of the water, we're begging the question when we're trying to measure for Earth curvature. We're begging the question, are we?
No, you're begging the question because you
Brenda,
presuppose
the only question that's been begged, if you look in the side chat, there's a big white image at the bottom. That is what they're expecting to see when they go out and do these laser tests. They're expecting to see drop over distance. So what do we do when we don't find that? You tell us. What do we do?
We stopped talking about 67. That's what we need to do.
Right. The distance over drop is easily measured. Right? People have measured it many times.
Well, show us it being done then.
It's done by surveyors all the time.
Show it. Don't just tell us about it. That's a cool story.
Out of date. Fucking out of date. We know what surveyors do.
We can just go to MC Tunes website /
Baby.
Did I bump into another call? What's going on?
Oh, shit. Oh, wow, Brenda. That was great.
Why was that so humorous to you?
Everything you've been saying for the last 5 minutes has kind of tickled me.
So I don't see anything wrong with pointing to MC Tune where he has gathered together a number
What was his methodology? What was his methodology when surveying the Earth?
He has gathered a number of documents that...
No, not gathered a number of documents. You said measured the curvature of the Earth.
Yes, the transcontinental measurement of the Earth's curvature, right, among others.
Okay, what's the methodology?
Right, so I don't see anything wrong with that, and since you're aware of it,
you must explain the methodology yet.
Right. So where is your measurement of lack of curvature?
They're in the side chat. You've seen the laser test before. I'm asking you the methodology.
The laser test.
Hold on, Dummin. We're surveying the land with surveying equipment. You're talking about something else that MC Tune has done.
No,
we're
you're
talking
not
about
surveying
the land.
There's no surveys using laser, and the laser test was shown to be bad design because of refraction.
Which one?
The lasers refracted because it was conducted over
which fucking
water,
one?
Because it was conducted over water.
Which one?
It was conducted over water.
Dude, there are loads of fucking laser tests. Right? When they surveyed,
all of them are bad.
Shut up. When they surveyed over the English Channel, surveyors, before they dig and built the Channel Tunnel, with our measurements off because it was over water, these not flat earthers.
So the FE core measurements were shown to be bad because they were done over water with a high refraction index. It failed to account for.
Oh, but what about the test where there was a negative refractive index?
I'm sorry, where's your counter evidence in the form of laser transit tests?
We don't have to show that. We can just show that using reciprocal
Oh, so
zenith.
you don't have to show the claims that you're making. Damn.
Reciprocal zenith measurements show curvature.
What are those?
You don't know what a reciprocal
I'm asking you what they are. What are they? Tell us all about it.
Right? You measure between two points on the map, and you can show that the verticals diverge.
What, because of the coordinates they're at on the map?
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
How the fuck do they know where they are then?
Because of the curvature of the Earth, the verticals will diverge. The angles between will add up to be greater than. The angles between will add up to greater than. They'll add up to be greater than 180.
Why were they using a map?
Spherical axis mod. He's way out of date.
That's spherical axis. It's the angles between the two stations will be greater than 180 degrees, showing that the verticals diverge, and that divergence is caused by curvature.
Over what distance?
As little as a mile, I think the Michigan surveyor did.
Show me.
Yeah, what's his name? The other surveyor.
I also want to know, because I asked this earlier, why the fuck were they using a map? Is that location important?
Map? What do you mean?
All right, you fucking idiot. You said on a map. All right, I'm asking you why the map's important, because I'm trying to figure out if they're Shut up. I'm trying to figure out if their location's important and how they know their location and what coordinate but shut up. And what coordinate reference system they're using, i.e., they're using longitude and latitude. Are they using the celestial sphere? I'm asking these questions.
That wrong doesn't matter. Right? You have points. You have 2 points, a known distance above calm level water, right?
Hold on, above calm level water.
Yeah, they're the same distance above water, right? So according to flat Earth,
what's
between them
used?
add up to be 180.
How do you make the measurements?
But the angles between them, you use a theodolite.
How do you measure the angle?
You use a theodolite.
Dude, but I thought we can't use light over water.
Over water, yeah.
Right? If it's a high enough, yeah, you can. Sure.
Now, if it's high enough,
when the refraction index
in the air above the water, you fucking liar. You just said that we can't use light over water. Now you're using light over water. No less than 1 bloody mile, apparently.
Because at night, when the water still retains the heat from the day, the refraction index is extremely high. That's why.
We do laser tests at night. Is that okay? You said at night. We do laser tests at night. Shut up. Shush. Laser tests at night over water.
Oh, wait, hold on. He might be hot mic.
Lasers diverge, and they're not the perfect machines that flat Earth.
So we understand, my goodness, that we can use light to measure refraction because of the different refractive indices of the different wavelengths. We know this. We can measure it.
They all wavelengths of light refract, and the refraction is highest at
differently.
Night.
Why are you not listening? Yeah. I said all wavelengths of light refract differently, some more than others.
It doesn't matter.
Oh my God. You're a fucking imbecile.
At night, the air is cold and the water is still warm from the day, increasing the refraction index to a very high value.
You said we couldn't do it.
The laser will.
You think the others don't accuse anyone else of being an imbecile?
The laser will curve and conform to the surface of the water. That's what happens in the FE core experiments. The laser curves along with the water.
Can you show that?
Yes, you've seen that. You've seen the aquarium. You've seen the aquarium with the green laser curving.
No,
you've seen it.
The FE core.
Yes, you have. You've
no,
seen
not
that.
the FE, dummy. The FE core. Show me that. Not laser bending in fucking sugar water, you idiot. So this is why I don't engage with you. Fuck's sake, what am I doing?
Right. You still haven't shown, right, your measurements that the Earth is flat.
They're in the side chat. They're
They
in the
don't
side chat.
show flat. They don't show flat. You need to prove that
one?
it's flat.
Which
You
one?
need to prove flat.
Which one did you look at?
Which one of your sites proves flat?
You said it didn't. Did
Yeah.
you look at them?
Which one proves that
Sorry,
the Earth
did
is
you
flat?
look at them?
Yeah, which one? You just tell
that's
me
a question.
which one.
That's a
Brenda,
fucking question. Which one did you look at?
Which one proves that the Earth is flat?
which
It's your
Brenda,
evidence.
Fucking
which
lied. Take her out.
video have you watched in order to make the claim that they don't prove flat? We'd like. Oh, it ran away. Or it got thrown away.
When she comes in, remind me not to engage with her. Like, literally kick me out of the room.
All right, so Mez piped up during all that, and I muted him so we could keep it, on point and all that. Sounded like all he had was meta anyway. But do you want him unmuted? If you want him unmuted, go for it.
Yo, T-Dub, did you hear what I said about you and Brenda earlier?
No.
No. When Brenda came in here, I was telling her, or him, whatever, that you missed her.
Oh god, thanks.
I was like,
like a hole in the head.
I was just like, oh man, I can like almost hear T-Dub run into his computer right now to come beat me up. And I was like, I love you, T-Dub. I'm just kidding. It's funny though.
So, who converted Peter?
His ego.
He converted himself? Okay. When I first joined this channel, there was some really good back and forth between Crit and Peter. That was some good listening. Maybe Crit finally broke him down.
I think Peter was just tired of losing, honestly. Being on the losing side sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe it was just that. He was just tired of getting beat up on. He's like, you know what? I'm just gonna switch sides. I don't know though. That might be a little cowardly, just drop your position just because you're tired of losing. I would like to think he was convinced. Somebody convinced him.
Maybe it was you. Did you do it?
Yeah, you know what?
Us to convince them. You convince yourself by checking things out.
Okay, yeah.
I can only show you the door, Neo. It's up to you to walk through it.
Whoa.
Yep. You heard the man.
This sounds like a Glober.
I feel like he is.
What'd you call me, Tito? Fighting words.
No, not you.
Not you.
There's the other guy. He said he was a flat earther earlier. But the first thing he did when he came here was moaned, left, came back, said the earth was budget flat. Left, came back again, then left again. I can't tell. He's a weirdo.
What's up, Mr. Batman? Yo, Mr. Batman. I feel so anxious today, man. Like, what the fuck? I haven't. Yeah, eating is really. Yeah, I need to eat, man. I need to get in my calories. That's why I feel like this. Bro.
much. People love their space TV shows. And you know what? Maybe reality is that complicated. But when we measure the surface, I mean, we can just go off of that as our foundation. We don't have to suppose that it's actually curving in higher dimensional space-time. We're going to need some evidence that that's the case, not just some assertion that has to be in order for my cosmology to be true. And general relativity is Einstein's own escape from special relativity, because special relativity had absolute reference frames. You had an inertial frame and non-inertial. And you could use this to describe like the orbits of satellites and stuff around a ball. But then general relativity kind of opened up everything, allowing you to draw those lines as curvy or as flat as you want. And it doesn't matter because in some higher level geometry, it's some absolute truth to the true topology of things. And you'll never be able to access what that is. And maybe it's all relative in the first place. So it's totally brainwashing mind rot. It's like, hey, so is your Schwarzschild radius? Is that radius actually straight? Or is it actually curving and just appears to be straight, but there's curved space-time everywhere, so that radius is actually not straight but curved?
Right.
It's self-defeating.
And why would it straighten out again after being curved?
Yeah.
Yeah, and those diagrams, got the space time all gridded out surrounding a globe Earth, right? Where the line, where is it all intersecting? Like where's the? Aren't we supposed to imagine it as if there's another one but tilted slightly, to by a degree, and then another one by another. They need to have all these intersecting versions of what they're describing because it has to be in all dimensions, not just the way they depict it. I think it's a very simplified, concept, what they show in the diagrams. Is it because they can't really depict it how it has to be? Like if this was true, if this was reality. It's more complex.
I think so. I think if they were honest, it'd be more obvious how they make their own claims unfalsifiable.
Dude, they can't even agree on the shape of the universe. It's all over the place.
It's not flat anymore?
Well, I've got some links, right? Because I made a folder for this, right? So we got Harvard, we got Stanford, we got a bunch of, we got NASA claiming that it's flat, right? Flat universe. Then we got universetoday.com saying to within 99% certainty, we know that the universe is not flat. And they're saying that it could be like this cone-shaped thing, right? Then we got sciencenews.org saying that we can't rule out other shapes. It could actually be donut-shaped. Then we got Cosmological Crisis from newscientist.com. We don't know if the universe is round or flat.
Is this the divergence that our friend earlier was talking about? He's trying to invoke all this, basically consensus, right? Is this what he was talking about? Because this sounds like convergence. This sounds like
I'll post some of these images
disagreements.
Of the universe that just completely contradict each other. Okay, we need to make like a pick A, B, C, or D and put it for the Globers. Like, which of these is the correct shape of the universe? This one?
Sorry, this sounds like divergence, not convergence. Yeah, convergence would be coming together. Divergence would be
this
breaking
one?
apart. Right. Hey, do any of you guys remember seeing on a documentary years ago? Right. They said that they did something to map the universe, the known universe, and it started to form the shape similar to like a spiral helix pattern, like the DNA thing.
Dude, that's literally the one I was just about to post.
Oh wow, really?
Here's one, T-Dub. Could be this shape.
Wow, what the heck?
There, I came through, posted a bunch of the stuff from A.G. Kelly's research into the Hafel-Keating demonstration, which was BS. You may want to save that somewhere.
Yeah, I'm literally already doing that right now. As soon as you posted it, I'm like, whoop, yoink.
Next up is Arthur Eddington's 1919 eclipse observation that supposedly proved Einstein. Debunked. So I got this, I got that. Yeah, the Ehrman Glymour paper. Here we go. Eddington threw out 33 of 43 photographic plates of evidence, keeping only those that best fit the data that would satisfy Einstein's predictions.
Can you give me a bit of just like I haven't looked much into Eddington. Can you give just a little bit of background on that, what that's about?
Yes, I think this was the I don't think this was the transit of Mercury. Oh shoot, one of my sources is saying too many requests. I guess everybody's trying to click on it now. Basically in 1919, I think there's an eclipse that was predicted, and it was viewable from like Madagascar and I want to say Brazil. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to see if the timing of the eclipse would allow for relativity to explain, I guess, some kind of discrepancy in the prediction versus observation. Yeah, sorry for being light on details. It's been a few years since I looked at this. I'm trying to pull up a page now so I can rehash my memory. Oh, look at that. There's a website dedicated to this, eclipse1919.org. Yeah, here we go. You're going to read this, like articles like the controversial British-led eclipse expeditions that verified general relativity. All right. So it's best if I read this. The 1919 total solar eclipse crossed through Brazil and Africa on 29 May. This was a unique eclipse since over its duration, the 13 stars of the Taurus constellation, that's what it had to do, the starlight bending. Taurus constellation were visible near the sun. This, as well as the unusually long 5 minutes of totality, created a favorable opportunity to perform the experiment, affirm the consequent, and potentially take a major step towards confirming general relativity? No, how about affirming the consequent of general relativity? Anyway, it continues. Often quoted as a theory of extraordinary beauty, with Nobel Prize winner Paul Dirac calling it probably the greatest scientific discovery ever made, Einstein's general theory of relativity revolutionized our understanding of the universe. According to Einstein, matter leads to curvature in space, which in turn leads to the motion of matter. One consequence of this is the warping of space-time, that a hugely massive object should be able to distort the path taken by light. This is a process known as gravitational lensing. Yep, so that's what this is about. So, if we could see a change in the apparent location of the stars, depending on whether or not the sun was in the vicinity of the sky, then the sun could be said to have distorted the light from those stars. The extent of this distortion would be evidence for whether Einstein's theory of general relativity was accurate or not. Boy, you can see the fallacious logic just leaping off the page. However, the sun is normally bright enough to block out stars in the nearby sky. So that's right. If the sun is this big ball, it's warping gravity around, or gravity's warping space-time around it, then as it moves across the star field, you should see potentially a pulling of the starlight from constellations towards the sun, as if the starlight is accelerating as the sun is warping space-time, curving space-time. So that's the claim. But the problem is, oh dear, how do we test this if the sun basically washes out everything, bathes the sky in bright light? You're not going to be able to see the magnitude of the stars behind the magnitude of the sun. Well, eclipses afford that opportunity. So in 1919, that's when this particular eclipse scenario took place. So Arthur Eddington went out, I think, was it Brazil or Madagascar? Maybe there were observers in both places. But regardless, Arthur Eddington's the guy. He went out there to go photograph this. And so he set up these photographic plates. That was their technology of the day, captured all the light of the eclipse onto them. And then he whipped out rulers and started measuring the exposure of the starlight and the exposure of the sun as it was being eclipsed. And as he was doing this, the claim goes is that he was finding justification for general relativity. That, oh, look, the starlight happened to move closer to the sun in this instant because the gravitational lensing effect is pulling the starlight closer to the sun, so it shifts where the apparent location of the starlight should be relative to the sun. That he's like, Einstein's right, guys. And so he then reported his findings and was called a brave hero for proving Einstein. And we come to find out later that he cherry-picked all of his data. He cherry-picked, was it like 3/4 of the plates to throw out because they didn't comport to Einstein's theory of general relativity, and kept only the ones that appeared to do so. And so there are all kinds of questions over, what was it he was actually doing and measuring with a ruler? What exactly was his methodology? How was this confirmed by other methods? The answer is yes and no. So there's a lot of potential fraud at play, and there's a lot that's undetermined too. Even if this wasn't fraudulent, it's still affirming the consequent, and there's still not like this locked-in validation that they can claim exists for relativity whatsoever. So this is what passes for modern scientific rigor, and this is what kids are taught in school when they learn about relativity. They're taught about this eclipse, how famous it was, how it definitively proved Einstein correct, and so on. But nope. I think that paper by Ehrman and Glymour is probably the best one that I had read before. Gets into some of the details and problems with it. So there you go. Anytime you hear about the 1919 eclipse proving general relativity, and I've heard people bring this up in our spaces all the time. You got a bright newcomer who comes in and probably heard about this in college or something. It's like, hey, remember when this happened? Didn't that prove relativity? And then the other one they bring up is the airplane clocks with the atomic clocks, which I also posted the debunk of. And there's a third one that sometimes they bring up, not often, Pound Rebka, which is basically like dropping a flashlight down a shaft and watching for the redshift. So it's all a bunch of cosmological garbage. I mean, people wanted Einstein to be so right because it offered a new cosmic religion, and that's Einstein's own words. A godless religion that actually comports with the modern Judaic faith. Oh yeah, I mean, it's not just me saying that. Einstein wrote this. He wrote a booklet called The Cosmic Religion, where he basically ties in his own understanding of the cosmos under the frame of relativity, calling the most learned men of science religious fanatics, and linking it to Judaism. Maybe I should find that and post that too. Cosmic religion. It's a hoot. Like the last part of this booklet, he quotes himself. He's like, it's a chapter called aphorisms, and he just quotes himself over and over again. Like who quotes themselves? Like these are my best quotes that I made up, that I picked out, that I get to share with you. Let's see, cosmic religion. Yeah. Might have to pull it up elsewhere. Hold on. The cosmic religion Einstein. All right. Einstein's cosmic religion on JSTOR. Here we go, archive.org. So yeah, George Bernard Shaw did an introduction. I think this is it. Okay, yep, so contents, here are the chapters. An appreciation by George Bernard Shaw, cosmic religion, pacifism, the Jews, opinions, and aphorisms. All right, let's go down to aphorisms. There's some amazing choice quotes in here that just kind of reveal how cuckoo bananas he is. Okay, opinions and aphorisms. It was the scientists who first made true democracy possible, for not only did they lighten our daily tasks, but they made the finest works of art and thought, whose enjoyment until recently was the privilege of favored classes, accessible to all. Thus they awakened the nations from their sluggish dullness. The basis of all scientific work is the conviction that the world is an ordered and comprehensive entity. Boy, relativity sure isn't. Which is a religious sentiment. My religious feeling is a humble amazement at the order revealed in the small patch of reality to which our feeble intelligence is equal. We can only see the universe by the impressions of our senses reflecting indirectly the things of reality. Oh, how nice.
Hello, governors.
Hello, just going through Einstein's aphorisms here. I'm trying to pick out a couple that I recall that were absolutely boneheaded.
While you're thinking, just as a quick follow-up to our conversation, I believe from Saturday, is it in fact Einstein that there's obviously some contention that some of his students wrote some of his supposed works when really you and I discussed that that's just misunderstanding of the corporate entity of the day?
Yeah, maybe. You know, who knows? His wife seems to, his wife is like a mathematician or something, right?
Yeah, there's somebody here in more recent times that they alleged that with, but I'll dig that up separately. But continue on with what you're going on. I just
okay. Section 24 from the Cosmic Religion. The cosmic religious experience is the strongest and the noblest driving force behind scientific research. Can we cue Crit with the overview effect? I'll read that again. The cosmic religious experience is the strongest and the noblest driving force behind scientific research. Here's another quote from section 25. A contemporary has rightly said that the only deeply religious people of our largely materialistic age are the earnest men of research. Good stuff, Einstein. Yeah, relativity is not exclusive to a globe at all. General relativity isn't. Special relativity, you could maybe kind of say is, and that was a problem. So, general relativity, think of it as an open source sandbox. Think of it as like the Python dev environment itself, where you can code anything and make it possible. This is where flat can mean curved and curved can be flat. The coordinate reference frames in one case may be stretched and in another compressed. Maybe bent, maybe straight. Time could be slow when we experience it fast, and time could be fast, but it's actually really slow, guys. The star could be here, but it's actually over there. The horizon could be there, but it's also up there. But we know that Earth is most definitively a curving surface within Einstein's geodesic framework. Oh, but we're going to leave out the part where it could be relatively curved and actually flat in another frame of reference. And you just got to tweak the coordinate reference frame a bit. Tweak those Christoffel symbols on your manifold a little bit. And you could preserve all the dynamic forces in the real world. It's a very much have your cake and eat it too kind of thinking. It gives every argument an out. And in every argument an in. It's so non-definitive. It's what's so frustrating about it. And when you have people who commit their lives to so-called science, who are trying to definitively rule out possibilities to prove things are true, and introduce relativity, which doesn't allow you to do that, but these people buy into relativity and at the same time call themselves scientists, and it's like, what the hell is going on? I mean, it starts to look like this postmodern relativism might have been an outgrowth of Einstein's own cosmic religion. Where now morals and truth and ethics and things of this sort are also relative.
So let me interrupt you real quick here.
Yeah.
So you have had over the last 100 years or so this movement that various religions claim to be some sort of science, even, if you will, to loosely lump in everyone for a moment this idea of theology. So my question for you is, how do we really, truly, with Einstein's own words, how do we separate where Einstein is talking actual science or actual study versus a system of doctrine?
Well, I don't think Einstein proposed a single scientifically testable hypothesis in his entire body of work. So the whole thing is unfounded dogma. It comes from his imagination, which he writes in his own screed that imagination is what makes all things possible in the real world. There's an actual quote that he says that goes along those lines. I wish I had a true photographic memory in that regard. Maybe somebody can pull it up. Einstein on imagination. I mean, he wrote a lot of things on imagination. There's one in particular. Imagination is more important than knowledge.
I mean, it can be that way.
Because knowledge is limited to all we know and understand, while imagination embraces the entire world.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really, I think that's Einstein, right? Or maybe I missed it.
Yep.
Yeah, because he had talked, I got in this conversation with Globalists. A global server, I almost left it because they are just insufferable. Like, just, you know, like, can you imagine yourself? They're basically talking about the overview effect and the space age and whatnot. Can you imagine a version of yourself out there in the universe that's not extremely triggered by flat Earth? And they couldn't do it. They really couldn't get, you know, I'm like, how is that possible? That you're trying to convince me of a model of endless wonder and amazement. Anything is possible. But the only variable, the only possibility you can think of is you're upset by a topic that you can't even define what it is. Like, riddle me that. And then they went on to say, like, do I think nukes exist? And started asking about, like, you know, oh, wait, do you believe Einstein? Like trying to get these, like, really weird, cringe gotchas. So I was like, yo, I'm not going to talk about me. What I'm talking about is, are you advocating for a model with endless wonder and amazement? Or are you advocating for something more like a flat Earth? It contained, fully explored, categorized, mapped out, where you know everything.
They hate the idea that we claim that there are things you can know absolutely for true. I think that's really the underlying motivation behind their frustration with us.
Well, they walk themselves into a contradiction because they say you can't know stuff, and you know that. Well, no, I don't know that either. So you do know stuff then. Nope, don't know that either. So what do you know? I know that you don't know that you don't know that you do know that you don't know. And then I'm like, wow, really, dude? And they're like, oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, you know, or some sort of other poisoning the well type thing. It's like, how am I supposed to figure out that the Earth is not a flat when you don't tell me how you know it's a globe, because you know it's not a flat, but you can't tell me what a flat is? Meanwhile, when I quote back to you people like Einstein, these other people, supposedly I can't use them because for some reason, which you won't explain or take questions on, you think I'm talking about nuclear weapons being fake. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, we can, as flat earthers, we can appropriate Einstein for our use. 100%.
He told us we could. Like, in his own words. He's like, hey, use this.
And it'd almost be unfair because we'd be committing the same fallacious reasoning that the Globers do. But we could appropriate Einstein, and we can say, yeah, it measures flat, but there could be a Lorentz contraction happening, you know, creating curvature in this direction in a higher geometry that we just don't have access to because of relativity. And they should be fine with that explanation.
They should have told us that. That's the you know,
they should have, but they don't want that to be true.
To any of it, they would have been the ones to tell us, hey, check this out.
Yeah, you can't have a Pac-Man Earth, guys, because the different edges of I hate to put it this way, the different edges of the map are actually connected together, creating a looping surface.
Here, crap, I'll be right back.
You can have that, flat earther. If you accept Einstein, you can have that. Which makes your claim unfalsifiable, just like the globe, but you can have that. You can have what the globe has, which is unfalsifiability. No way to determine whether something is true. Isn't that nice? Absolute insanity. It leads back to the brain in the jar. The same brain in the jar that we've been fighting this whole time. The brain in the jar is both the final boss and the beginning boss at the same time.
So the question is, Yoder, how do you have logical discourse with people who follow somebody such as Einstein that said such crazy nonsense?
Yeah, how closely are they really following Einstein is probably a good question. You really want to be an Einstein acolyte? Go read The Cosmic Religion and get back to us. Go tell us with a straight face that level means curved and curved means level.
So,
destroy your
how does Notebook LM summarize the cosmic religion into a few paragraphs? Have you tried that by chance?
I mean, if I could just describe it, it's... So Einstein was very proud of his Jewish heritage.
Well, sorry to interrupt, but I was meaning is there like a way to get a, say, fairly neutral-esque summary that could be copied and pasted in, so when somebody's talking about Einstein, hey, look in the side chat and let's deal with this issue of Einstein?
I don't know. Go find out, I guess. That's what I'd say. Go create one. But what I was trying to describe, though, is understand that mainstream modern Judaism exists today in a way that is more about cultural identity. For the most part, I think that's a fair statement. This is because they had a series of false messiahs throughout the Middle Ages and I think as late as the 1600s, and left a lot of them feeling like maybe they've been abandoned, and has led to them incorporating almost a universalist approach to their cosmology and their theology. It's why you'll find you'll find a lot of occult literature that's wrapped up in this stuff. So, with that in mind, I mean, there's a playground of theology available to them that also removes God and exemplifies man as God, a message that you also find in Freemasonry. It's very, very old in essence. I mean, these are just more Gnostic thoughts. The idea that God was once a unified man and God basically broke himself off into billions of pieces, which became humanity. And we're all trying to assemble each other back together to become one whole entity again. And it's even broader than that, the whole emanation theory, that God basically broke himself apart and became all of creation, and everything is trying to reintegrate itself back into a center whole. I mean, this kind of thought means that, well, there's no God, no overmind in heaven. There's only man and man's collective consciousness. And this leads to this notion that the collective consciousness of man is often most moral and virtuistic and correct. And it leads to ideas, notions of democracy being noble and pure because it's getting the most amount of people to agree on things, and therefore it's probably true. It leads to this kind of thinking. Monism. We are all God's thoughts experiencing separate aspects of himself. You are God, I am God, we are God. That's where Einstein's head is at when I read The Cosmic Religion. So with that kind of relativistic framework already made theologically, all is one, then you've got this all as one, and when it comes to different frames of reference and describing the motions of the heavens and physics and things like this, all is one gigantic relativistic contradiction. Man is a woman, up is down, level means curved. Man is God. God is man. The uniting of opposites and so on and so forth. These are just ancient ideas, and they're just formed into this metaphysical framework that now has pervaded science.
Yeah, and it is interesting because, you have people like the Chabad Lubavitcher Rebbe, who I don't remember when he died. I think it was around the year 2000.
Yeah, they thought he was the Messiah.
Yeah, they thought he was a Messiah. They're still accepted into mainstream Judaism, even though they teach that the earth is flat. And they taught that Schneerson, Rebbe Schneerson, was a Messiah. Yeah. So it is interesting that to keep the identity, traditions, life such a way that they do have to have a little bit of a broad acceptance of nearly everything. So that is interesting. I had not considered that would play a role into Einstein and maybe even more modern cosmologists.
Yeah, ultimately, you are Messiah too. Is also the thing. You are responsible for your own death and resurrection. You're simultaneously alone and also part of a grand unity of beings at the same time. You are one and you are all, and all is one. It's kind of sounds Pythagorean. So yeah, I mean, who was Schneerson but a messenger, right, that can teach people to be their own Messiah.
And there's still people who write letters to Schneerson, and they put if you send a letter to them, or to him, I should say, they'll take it to his gravesite, and there's people who believe that they've got healing and all sorts of stuff from that. So it's it's certainly interesting. I'm not offering any commentary other than just observation. But it is interesting that somewhere along the lines, this has to play an effect, because he's not the only supposed Messiah. Like you say, there have been multiple ones. And then you have that, as you say, you are your own Messiah, blah, blah, blah. So it must play an interesting view in modern science. Or not view, but it must have a interesting influence on modern science.
Yeah. They certainly has, and the character of their faith changed significantly from seeking a Messiah that was a great warrior that will be a demigod to instead this inner Messiah, inner salvation, inner repair work that people engage in. Man, the name of this guy is just, I just forgot his name, but it was like in the 1600s or something. This Messiah that had come, I think he was, he eventually converted to Islam or something, and that's what shocked the entire world. Oh, what was his name? It'll come back to me if I dwell on it, but...
And it is interesting, because there was some cult group, and I can't remember the name of the cult group, to where the leader had this, or I should say the cult group had this extreme cult of personality built up around the leader. And then at some point, when you got to a certain level, you were taught the secret that really he was nothing, and that you were your own cult leader, more or less.
Yeah, there you go. That's the royal secret, folks.
Yeah.
You are God. Or you can skip all the way up to the 32nd, 33rd degree.
And that attitude really does seem to match what they call modern science. Like you become, twisting their words a lot bit. You become a god when you study and explore things and answer every question.
Yeah, you're God figuring out who he is and remembering where he came from and all that. Yep. That's exactly what's fueling a lot of this.
Out of the system break. They don't stop. You know what I mean? Give them a chance to stop, and then if they don't stop, then do what you got to do.
Oh, our YouTube friends are here. How's it going, people?
YouTube.
We need a little tune, don't we?
Yeah, we do.
Some kind of, when the YouTube bot drops in, some kind of little jingle that it can play. So it's like, hey, YouTube's here.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, I like that idea, actually. That'd be cool.
Well, actually, it's an account, so we can assign a entry tone or note or something to it.
Oh, how do you do that?
Well, the owner of the account selects some kind of intro. You got like a 5-second sound you can attach to it.
Oh, just nobody does that? Like they can't do that? Just people don't? I don't know. I don't feel like I've heard
We can do it to our own
that.
accounts.
Oh,
So
okay.
whoever owns it can, yeah.
How do I do it on my account?
So whenever you enter, it'll play your intro sound.
Yeah, because this Muzak's bot doesn't do short things, right? Isn't that what we found out? You can't play something short?
Yeah.
That's too bad. How short? What's the limit? What is it, like 30 seconds or something, or what?
Seems like that. It's either a minute or 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Just don't do it for some reason. I don't know if it's a bug. I pay them good money. I pay them like $1.99 a month or something.
Yeah, you'd think they could let you do what you want.
I guess I gotta get the platinum one. It's $4.99 a month.
That's good money. That's representation money.
Yeah.
So 2026 is going to be, calling now, the year of the observation. No more dicking around.
Great. I'm all for it.
Well, Yoda's got the IR camera.
Too. I got a P1000 someone let me use. Then I went and bought an IR filter. I'm going to use it this Friday. It's been cold. So this Friday or Saturday, I'm going to go out and do it. So, but I've been watching like Plain Truth, a bunch of people, Pablo's dog, that do observations regularly in some of their streams. Like, it was always like, as far as Flat Earth, like on YouTube, it was like, you had people like Jaren and all the like people that the blabbers, right? But there was always this subset of people that were just out doing observations. Ron Hagberg, like there's a whole group of flat earthers. They just go out and they, do observations. And those people are like, they don't have the subs. Not a lot of people know about them. You know what I mean? We're gonna change that this year. We're gonna be data driven instead of just freaking nonsense. We're gonna go out and do some observations. There's an Australian guy too. I can't remember. Is it Plain Reality or something? He did something. We set up 7 freaking cameras. Now, that's like over the top. I don't recommend that, but
Yeah, I think it's good to have more, like in different locations too, because it does mean something to people. Like I try sometimes to find ones that are like in the person's general region, because or sometimes they might have even like been to the area, but we don't really. I mean, we should have more. We just don't. Yeah, it's just a matter of going out there and doing it, documenting
I mean, I
it.
remember Dell a long time ago saying, like, I mean, how do you prove something to somebody? And the only way to really prove something to somebody is to demonstrate it, right? Practically demonstrate it. And we've been like, this kind of goes with what I was talking about the other night. Like, even the most basic low IQ person can understand, hey, we went out and we did a test. The globe says we should see this and we see this. Even, I don't know how long you can defer to like strangers. Like, but the scientist said that I'm not seeing that. I mean, I think we just need to overwhelm people with actual evidence. You know what instead of, because we have a lot. But I mean, we can have so much more. Pastor's got
I find it
millions of
interesting.
pictures. Why don't we have millions of pictures?
When we do
know what I'm
post
saying?
up like the videos and stuff from the tests that have been done, why is it people just go, nah? Why don't they go, holy shit, that's not what I was taught at school. I've got to look into this.
That's why we got to do what Dandelion said. Go, hey, where do you live, right? Oh, I live in Washington State. Oh, there's this freaking Puget Sound. You can go to this location. This person made an observation there, like 10 miles, and they could see the shoreline. That's not supposed to happen. Like give them, like, basically say, listen, you can go do it yourself. I mean, what are they going to say to that? No, I don't want to do it myself. I want to pay the NASA dudes to do it. Like, there's like no counter argument for us saying, hey, go test it yourself.
Yeah, and it's what they remember. Like we had a guy, Rayleigh's in here now. I think you weren't here, sadly, when this guy was in here because he was talking about seeing Toronto skyline from wherever he was, which he told us at the time, and now I can't remember. Well, we looked it up, and he shouldn't have been able to see it. And but he had remembered somebody talking to him about that from the last time he'd been in, which was like, a year ago from when he was there or whatever. So people remember it when it's something they know that's their common everyday experience, even if they're not like instantly convinced because they have to look into it some more or whatever. It makes an impact on them. Sure. Definitely did for me with the Chicago skyline. Yeah.
Yeah, and anybody can do it. I mean, it's not complicated. Not even complicated math. Maybe a how-to guide. Maybe we should make a how-to guide.
Oh, yeah. That's a great idea. I love it.
Go to water. Set up camera. Push button. Go on internet. Type in Earth curve calculator. Step by. Actually, we should just do a pictogram. Words are too much for some of these people.
Did your photo come back black only? Go back, repeat, insert step, remove lens cap.
Yeah.
They'll be asking for a paper to go along with the WikiHow article.
Yeah. Do you have a peer reviewed paper that I have to remove the lens cap?
What's this open front door touch grass?
What do you mean I've got to put shoes on?
How the hell do you climb a tree?
Branch at a time.
Yeah, but they don't know that, man. They would need a ladder and a man lift and a safety rig. And some crash mats.
Health and safety audit before they do it.
Yeah.
What about the environmental assessment?
Well, the impact on the grass alone is enough to call the whole thing off, mate.
Could be a special tree for
Most
a rare
kids are
moth
even
or
brave enough
something.
to climb a tree.
I don't know why, because they think they've descended from apes. They should be able to scurry right up there.
Their own arguments debunked them for ages. Like, they used to tell us to go touch grass and all that, and like, yeah, fine, go outside, kid. But they do need infographics and memes, and that's why I've just steadily worked away at it. Like, you know the rules of the memes, like, you can't have too much info on them, you can't have like a big diatribe because they just walk right by it. So, like, yeah, but they need something that's like TikTok brain length. And that's why I keep saying to people, like, put it in 3-minute clips, man, and put it in some really good music and catch their mind in two directions with visuals and, an audio link. I'd really like to see a visual side to what Grace has done with Flat FM, man.
I think
I'd love to see that.
made me think of something like, I think we got like this whole, flat earth, just like in general, has been, we've gotten jaded by the anti-flat earthers, not in the sense that they're assholes, because that's obvious, but in the sense that we approach like an average person like one of those people, and those people are like pseudo-intellectuals. So, like, it's like, when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail, so we try to hammer just normal people as if they're some pseudo-intellectual anti-flat earther. And most people aren't trying to be a pseudo-intellectual. They're just trying, like, the point is like, we talk about this topic and we're like, oh yeah, it's easy to understand. But I guess for some people introduced to this, they don't understand. I think the infographic thing is brilliant. I think that's one other thing. There's a bunch of things that I think, this is my opinion, take it for what it's worth, that we need to improve on. Self-promotion, compacting the information so it's more easily digestible and understandable with actual observations, things that were actually done, right? Not hypothetical diagrams of things that don't exist, right? Because if you want to play that game, they'll win that game in spades, right? You want to see diagrams of the solar system? Oh my God, like Kerbal Space Program, Sandbox Universe, they'll do the abstract thing all day. I just think that we at least this year, we need to just leverage actual real world observations and taking it and putting it in an easily digestible format and then getting it out there, right? I think it'll grow on its own, but it is going to need some push initially. You still got to light the fire in the first place before it burns.
Yeah, I think there's lots of component parts kicking about Indio that we could Frankenstein together into something. Do you remember the old light boards that used to be on county parks and stuff? You would press a button on the board and it would light up somewhere on the map and you could go to it, and the Benar board, and you could press something and it would light up. Why can't we do something like that for Flat Earth? Like, wherever you are, type in your address and, oh my, look, there's a local observation. Hits you right in the face.
We could, but then, like, it's a good idea. I'm with it. But, like, you've seen what Flat Earth Dave has gone through with his calculator, right?
Yeah, that's what
his son thing, because he has a Flat Earth friend finder on there. And they're like, oh, he's data mining. He's selling people's personal information and all this crap, right? So I don't want to be like, say we had, like, remember how Google Maps, you could put pins in them back in the day? Now, say we had something like that, like observations with pins all over a map. People would have to submit them. Then we'd be accused of like data mining or, oh, every time someone types in information, you're scraping that data and you're, doing whatever. Everyone's doing that. Like, I think it's stupid to even be saying that in the with nowadays internet where it's freaking being snooped on 24/7. It's kind of stupid. I'm just saying. My point is the implementation of that is what's so it's all so it'll be all above board and no one can complain that we're getting people's personal data. But there's got to be a substitute. Shit, dude, I can just do it myself. Well, kind of. With the help of AI. With the help of AI, like we can make a map pin thing. Yeah, like that, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about cannibalizing, bro. We don't need to, it doesn't need to be.
With AI, dude, you can make your own, right? Dude, like the AI will like, okay, program me this, and it will. Like, it's that good at this point. You can just tell it to program a piece of software that you just invented in your head, and it will.
Well, there you go. There you go. That's what I figured technology was kind of there, but I didn't know how to tell it. I don't know how to tell it how to do what I want it to do.
It probably already exists, though. I mean, I would bet, because Google Maps isn't the only game in town. Because there's Open Maps and there's a bunch of other ones. We might be able to leverage some of this stuff. But then, just the other thing where people, if we, say we populated maps. I'm gonna stop talking because I want to think about this because there's some good stuff here. Now I'm thinking about it, what you could do, because you could have a pin, right? So Curious Life, he's in Florida, in the Gulf Coast. I think he's in Florida. I know he's in the Gulf Coast, maybe Louisiana or whatever. He's got lots of videos. So if you had a pin on a map and you clicked it, you should be able to take him to the actual videos or clips of the videos or some actual reference.
Yeah. Local observations in your area at the click of a button on Google Maps. Like everybody was searching Google Maps for all the weird
things. He's got thousands of videos, dude.
Yeah. People were searching the blue marble thing, that pile of nonsense for all the anomalies and searching out all the weird pins. What if there was an observation on every one of those weird pins?
Yeah, but we can't just say, okay, here's Curious Life, and just dump 1,000 videos on somebody. That shit needs to be streamlined.
Yeah, it would have to be quality, cream of the crop stuff. Yeah, absolutely. But again, we're at the point where we're stepping our game up anyway. So it would have to be sorry, it doesn't meet the grade, it doesn't get in.
Yeah. Yeah, I already have an idea, but I should have already done it to leverage AI with a couple YouTube channels that already exist, because in their descriptions they put in the meteorological data. So I can actually populate a spreadsheet, because he's been doing it very regularly for, I don't know, a couple of years now. So every 3 or 4 days, he's got water and temperature measurements, and then he's got the video that goes along with it, right, going a couple of years. So we can correlate when there's an inferior, and he goes to the exact same place. He goes to a parking lot, and he goes to the exact same parking spot, sets up the same camera, same height, same location, going on 2 years. So now that you have a bunch of weather data and you have a bunch of observations, you can go, okay, when the water temperature is this and the air temperature is this, what's it look like? When you know what I mean? When there's a 10-degree difference, when there's a 5-degree difference, when it's the same temperature, right? Because he gets all sorts of effects, weird stuff, man.
Give them the ability to actually move the refraction slider in a sense and dispel this myth of seeing further because you're seeing around the curve. Give them actually, straight hands-on, direct answer to, no, this is what it does. Here it is, and like you say, these conditions, this temperature, that distance, such and such a month of the year. Here's December as compared to midsummer. Look, clear visuals. No refraction as it was supposed to be. It's nonsense. And further sublinks like Wikipedia, where you can, words are highlighted. and you can click off and go subroutine and down every rabbit hole and every word you like eventually.
Yeah, I think I dropped the wrong name. Hold on a second. I'll find the right name. Macro versus micro. Where is it?
Because that's the problem. They've been told so far that refraction's this and it does that. And everybody goes and looks out to sea or whatever and sees wobbly boats disappearing behind something and goes, oh, look, refraction. That must be Earth curve. And by the time they get to us, it's like, oh, no. It curves the light and, you know, it's dependent on such and such. And we have to give them hours-long video and reference them to, you know, like whole sections on the stuff, which is obviously too much. But if they were left at their own behest to do it in a program that, you know, they felt they were in control of, that they could maybe break or find problems with, well,
Okay, so the person's name was Wide Awake, not Curious Life. Wide Awake. He's the one who lives. So I'm just like looking. I can just looking like Heath Carmody. He does observations. I'm just going through like Ryan Vincent. These are like all YouTube channels. The Plain Truth, No Fanfare. All these people, they go out Wide Awake. They go out and they actually do observations, but they're scattered. They're scattered all over like the internet and YouTube, right? Nobody individually, like they all, it seems like they're kind of aware of each other a little bit. You know what I mean?
India,
Yeah.
why don't we do it here as a channel on our home server so it's another reason for people to come here?
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah.
good move. Yes, definitely.
Making compiling a list of people that do actual observations in the real world instead of like, you know, sitting on the internet yelling at Globers. That's my job.
yeah, and I'll be in the back chats. Yeah, absolutely. There seems to be a lot of people that just don't want involved with the morass or the nonsense of it all, or the, you know, the constant debate, like ad hom insult BS that we had put up with daily. And I don't know that, you know.
I think most people don't even understand what the fuck we're talking about half the time.
Yeah.
How many times have I said, okay, repeat to me what I said? They're not, I think I'm coming around to, I did think they're not listening because they're disrespectful. I think they're trying to listen, but they're not comprehending the words being said. Like we're speaking in Chinese, right? When I'm saying, tell me what I said. And like, they don't speak Chinese, so they can't, they heard every letter, they heard every word, but they don't know Chinese, so they can't tell it back to me. I just think that they're just not even comprehending what's being said to them. A lot of people, I'm not saying everybody, obviously, this is like, I'm after the stragglers. I'm not after like the anti-flat earthers. I've given up on those guys. Forget those guys. I'm looking to people that like on the fence, right? Those people.
I want the genuinely curious, and you're right. Yeah. We do lose them. Like most people have got music playing or like game
if you're
playing.
Lost, old dude, if you hold on, if you're lost in the conversation and don't really understand what's being said, because it's like too high level of a thing, then. And I've mentioned this before, they just default to the globe. They just don't like, oh, I don't understand. I understand this globe thing because it's simple. I'll just stay with that. But everybody can understand actual experiments. Everyone can understand that, especially because it's so simple. No matter how dumb you are.
I noticed the same demographic coming up in like the English Hub and politics, India, where we could be talking to them for hours, but unless they've got eyes on chat, they're elsewhere, you know, they're seeing stuff in the room or whatever, wherever they are. They're not actually, we don't have their full attention. And it's like we used to have to fight.
People need to stop flaming them in the chat too. Unless they deserve it, right? Unless they're being dicks. But like, they get distracted. They like actually, they'll read the chat and they become obsessed with the chat because people are saying, this dumb fuck, you know what I mean? And then they're not even paying attention to you. They're reading the chat.
Yeah. The skank side of it, like, we're working, as you know, we're working on that. We're not here to hate on people or attack them or bring them down for being interested in this. We're here to actually have conversations with them. And I think we're moving away from all of that as well. Like, we're moving towards a better version of that. But it's getting their focus and getting them to actually be cognizant of what's being said to them, because you're right, you can ask them, and they haven't got a clue you've even been speaking to them half the time. You know, they were like, oh, were you actually talking to me? I thought you were talking to someone else. And half of that sarcasm, but the other half's genuine distraction. They weren't actually listening, and they're caught out.
Yeah,
So,
I think they get lost. They get behind in the conversation, and then they can't catch up. Like it's like, yeah, I didn't understand what you said like 10 sentences ago, and then I just tuned you out because like I can't catch up. Because a lot of people, especially when it comes to this, they don't want to appear to be more ignorant than the flat earther. So they won't just, oh, I don't know what that is. Can you tell me? They don't want to be seen as that. So they won't ask, or they won't say, hey, what is that? And ask for clarification or anything.
Pride and ego are killers, man.
Yeah, the ego, man. The ego thing is
pride,
hard.
and it's no fault to people. Some people aren't actual egotists. The anti-flats are more egotists. It's just the subconscious ego of coming across as being stupid, and they're talking to people who are so stupid that we don't believe in science. And ergo, humans are stupid, ergo, I'm stupid. You know, it's that whole ego thing. They don't even realise it. And yeah, it's something you have to work around at all times, man. People are intelligent. You know, and I don't find any problem with them laughing at us or thinking that we're crazy. Because, like, to them, it sounds like that. It sounded like that to me initially. That's all this pile of nonsense about Earth not being curved. Aye, right, sure. I've seen boats going over the horizon. I'm a grown adult. Ego, ego, ego. You don't realise until you get into it, but you have to learn to shut up and actually listen. So once we get to that point, yeah, and the more we can do to push towards legible conversation, the more people are going to come out of the woodwork and actually have conversations with us and realise that they can keep their anonymity, but they can enter the conversation. The professional people out there that actually want to are more than welcome to. And the run-of-the-mill everyone else, if you want to put it like that. The yous and me's, dude. The ordinary people.
Don't know if you noticed, but when I speak to a new glober like a polite one, I always mention that fact that, you know, we're all globers for the majority of our life, yada yada yada. You know, we all consumed all the same stuff, educated the same way. I always make a point to pretty much open with that, you know, because I feel it humanizes us in their eyes, you know. Because if they're to understand that simple fact, then that should tell them that we've been in their shoes at some point or another, and to consider it, you know.
Yeah, everybody starts out the same, either not understanding the heliocentric model or thinking you do understand the heliocentric model. We all came from the same place, but everyone was taught the same, some more so than others. We're no better than anyone for it. We're no worse than anyone for it. People aren't stupid because they haven't been out and tested the reality of Earth.
But I mean, like for the average Glober, like what they're given from the media, like the perception is painted regarding flat earthers, you know, they have to believe that, you know, like we're taught this generationally, you know, like we're some edge group within society, you know. It couldn't possibly be that, you know, we're all Globers. In the end, we became flat earthers. That's absurd. But it's absurd because, well, if that's the case, well, then they must have seen something of interest, and I need to go and find what that thing is, you know? But if it's just, they were just, you know, parents taught them it, or they're a long line of, you know, below 50 IQ fucking people, and they just believe it's flat, then they can distance themselves from us with that. It's a self-defense mechanism.
Absolutely, bro. Absolutely. It's nothing more than human nature in full flow. It's fight or flight at the end of the day, and it's bare bones. It's people don't want to drop their guard because they might go crazy. They might start thinking like us, or their friends might laugh at them. But at the same time, yeah, they're afraid to admit that they may have been taught wrongly, or they might not have been shown the whole picture, or they may have been fooled slightly. Yeah.
Yeah, the media obviously has to paint us as some type of aliens, essentially, you know? It couldn't possibly be that we're regular people, and we've come to this conclusion. Because that begs the question, why, you know? The media just comes along and says, yeah, they're all just inbred fuckwits. That's why they believe the Earth's flat, you know? Can't understand science, can't listen to scientists, yada, yada, yada. So don't worry about them. You'll never have to deal with that in your life because you're not a low IQ inbred moron.
Well, Obama and the American government stepped into it, as far as I'm concerned, when he dropped the mic and tried to affirm gravity or reify gravity and claimed that he didn't have any time for the Flat Earth Society. As far as I'm concerned, it's on. We ain't the Flat Earth Society, never have been. This has never been about some wackadoodle fringe theorist thing in the corner of the internet that thinks Earth's a disc in space. You know what I mean? Like, if they want to go down that route, well, hell mend them in my book, mate. But yeah, the thing is that the masses took that on, you know, and they come to us with that attitude, and it ain't fair for them to suffer for this nonsense that's been put across to them. And that's why it needs to be an open conversation from, and you need to get people past that sort of fight or flight thing, that, you know, the natural anger of it all. That's why it is an adult and mature conversation. But yeah, I think that's why people like Prof. Dave and whatnot, you know, just pillory us and ridicule us and try and get people laughing at us so much, because when ordinary people realise that we're here for a genuine conversation, they actually mature up pretty quickly and start asking legible questions and listening intently. But yeah, you got to get past that. But no, as far as I'm concerned, it's on. If they want to try and make out that we're a bunch of clowns in the corner of the internet, no thank you. I don't like bullies. Never have done. Always dealt with them in my own way. And I'll just keep on doing what I'm doing. Take them down at the knees if I need to. But for the next 10 years, like, things have progressed so far, and what I've seen, we definitely need to jump on every sort of media output that we can, because the nonsense about flat earth has ramped up exponentially since the onset of YouTube shorts or TikTok or whatever. The nonsense out there is just crazy now about us. And initially it was Flat Earth Society that we had to deal with, but now there's so much wackadoodle out there.
Yeah, that's so true.
You see it
We
as
were
well
yeah.
over there, Dandelion. Are you getting like increased nonsense in your YouTube feed as well as a little bit of reality?
I don't know about in YouTube, but just like in general, yeah, we were talking about that earlier, how it seems like flat Earth is more prevalent in people's mind, and that in some areas, you know, the barriers have been let down in terms of the censorship, but then what's happened then, yeah, is that they've been overrun with bad material. Like, you remember Twitter used to not really, you know, Flat Earth was pretty heavily shadow banned on there. It wasn't like, and not just Flat Earth, but like, you know, just kind of alternative views of the world in general, you know, since it switched over and became X and so on, like it appears to be letting more viewpoints out there and having more Flat Earth content, but then it's just, so much of it is just garbage, Yeah, there's just so much noise now. It's hard to. So you get people that come in here and have heard. They think they know about flat Earth because they've seen some of that short content you're talking about that isn't really content at all, or that they present some nonsense thing about the sky and say best flat Earth proof ever, or whatever. Or they're just putting out just kind of. They're calling themselves flat earthers, but then putting out just kind of conspiracy, like unrelated conspiracy stuff that then gets associated with flat Earth, all of it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting. I've noticed a resurgence in ice wall earthers and also infinite plane flares or wannabe flares.
Bunch of domers.
Domers. Yeah, domers.
But what Danny and I saw, it's all over TikTok. There's so much trash shorts on TikTok and on X. There's a lot too. They're just trash. It's I don't even call it flat Earth content. It's like, yeah, the Earth is flat. By the way, Tataria mud flood, blah blah blah. Like it has
yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Like I told you about the thing my friend who's a new flat earther sent me that said, the Apollo 11 astronauts were really these 3 guys that escaped from Alcatraz in whatever, blah blah blah. And then they did the whole thing that YouTubers do, the thing where they like compare the nose and the chin. It's like, who cares? Like, I don't even care if that's true. Like, it's just so irrelevant. And they're putting it out there like it's the most exciting, amazing thing we just found out. It's so great. I mean, it's just such nonsense. Like, if you get somebody's attention and you're going to try to do one of those, what do they even call them? You know what I mean? They have a whole bunch of them, like Jimmy Carter's JFK and blah, blah, blah. All those like facial comparison things. I know people are. Yeah. I know people are into it, and that's fine. But just like, don't put the word flat Earth on your channel, please, if you're into that stuff, because it's just it's such a rabbit hole and it's so pointless, compared to actually going out in the world, like we were just talking about, and measuring stuff and actually getting information. J-Dog's here. Hey there.
Be shy.
I don't know. He might be serving muted. I haven't checked. Oh yeah, he is. He's probably new. I don't know if he probably doesn't have any roles.
No roles.
J-Dog, the one and only.
Did you? I'll do it. Think. There, you can talk now.
Hey, what's up?
What's up, G?
How's everyone doing?
Saturday night says it all, bro.
We're doing great. Yep. How about you?
Doing pretty good.
Have you been here before to our Flat Earth server?
Probably not in this particular chat, but I've been part of the server for a little bit.
And do you have any thoughts about the globe or Flat Earth?
Oh yeah, I have a lot of thoughts about the globe and the flat Earth. For sure. Jeez.
What thoughts do you have? What's the first one that comes to mind?
The first one that comes to mind, to me?
Yeah.
I think it's interesting that people think the Earth's flat.
Why do you think people think that?
I think they have a lot of distrust in institutions and the government, which I think is reasonable.
Really? So I woke up one day, I was like, man, I don't trust the government. The Earth is flat.
That's not quite what I said. I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, you said,
I get it.
She asked you why you think flat earthers think that, and you said because of distrust in the government.
Well, yes, yeah, but you did apply a little bit more to that than what I just said.
Well, that would have to be the case on how I became a flat earther. I would have had to have distrust the government as the first thing.
Okay.
Do you think maybe it was the evidence that the Earth was flat?
All right, well, we can apply that to it. Yeah, sure. I'm sure there's more to it than just what I said. Sure, there's evidence maybe to why you distrust the government. I think there's a lot of evidence that
I
agree with you on that. I don't think we're going to disagree on the government.
J Dog,
being
all
a
you're doing
distrustful
right now is
entity.
telling us what you think about flat earthers as opposed to what we think.
What do you mean?
You're telling
We're
us
having a
what you
discussion.
think. You're telling us how you think we think, but you're way off base.
Okay, but I mean that's because you guys were asking me this question.
Yeah, I know. Well, yeah,
All right,
you're way
I
off.
mean, what do you want to talk about
Okay,
then?
so you're way off base. Nobody thinks the Earth is flat because they don't trust the government. There's plenty of people that are globe earthers that don't trust the government.
I didn't quite say that. I mean, I would have said more. Obviously, I have nuance to my opinion here, but yeah. I agree. I think you guys believe it to be flat because of evidence, or because of the evidence you.
Well, the Earth looks flat, right?
Sure. Yeah. It
Yeah.
looks flat.
Yeah, and someone came around and said, "Hey, that's not actually flat. That's actually a giant ball." Trust me, bro. Why should I believe them?
I think it's a little more complex than that, but yes.
Well, I'm just boiling it down. I mean, we can get into the complexities of the claims, right? So,
I think yes, it is
but-
fair to say that most people just accept that the Earth is a globe without doing much research on their own.
But
Yeah.
what do you think? Well, what do you think the best evidence for the globe is?
What do I think the best evidence for the globe is? I think I answered a similar question about this earlier this morning. But I was in the politics flat Earth talking to someone.
Yeah, I wasn't in there. I missed it.
Best evidence. I think just all of the different groups of people that work on different things that kind of add to the body of evidence that the Earth is a globe and would go against the fact that it's flat.
Okay.
So I think even outside of obviously like astronauts and NASA and whatnot, I think seismology, like there's things that I feel like seismologists and people who just work with earthquakes and detecting them, like it wouldn't make sense for the Earth to be flat.
Okay. Maybe that's because you're ignorant about what they're actually doing. Have you ever considered that? And that you just made some shit up in your own head about how it works?
So
in
you think
seismology, hold on, in seismology, they use something called the hyperbolic wave equation. Have you heard of this? Sure. They don't assume the Earth is a globe. They assume the Earth is a hyperbolic disk.
Do they?
In their model.
I mean, I'm not aware of this. But
yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you reach conclusions about things based upon not knowing about that thing. We see this all the time of people. They think it works one way because they think the Earth is a globe, and they go, well, it has to work this way because the Earth is a globe. But then when you actually dig down into the details of the models or what they do, there's no globe in the model at all, such as eclipses, sunrise, sunset times, seismic waves, tides. There's no globe in any of their formulas. There's no globe in any of the mathematics. There's no globe in any of it. People just think there is.
So you're saying they operate off knowledge of the Earth being what shape again?
They don't. No.
I just want to double check
model.
on this fact.
So they have a mathematical model.
Yeah.
It's called the hyperbolic wave equation.
A hyperbolic wave equation.
Yes, right. I can give you a link. Hold on. I'll give you a freaking citation.
Sure. So, and what's wrong with it?
Is the Earth a hyperboloid?
No, it is not.
Okay, then.
So do you understand
how do you
all
reach
the
a
science?
conclusion that the Earth's a sphere if there's a bunch of seismologists assuming the Earth is a hyperboloid to figure out where waves came from?
Do you think that sometimes they make assumptions to simplify equations, though? So just because there's an assumption, it doesn't necessarily mean that the equations would necessarily be off.
Then how does it demonstrate it's a globe?
Did I say that demonstrates it's a globe? I was just saying there's multiple bodies of people working on different things. So that's why I brought up seismology.
Dude. You just tell me what you think people are doing. You don't actually know what they're doing.
No,
See,
I don't. Exactly.
Yeah,
and you don't either, do you?
Yes, I do, because I've talked to
So you understand this body of science better than these
Which
people.
one?
And let me just get this straight. Do
Which
you not
one?
think that we're talking about seismologists right now?
Yeah, I've talked to seismologists in this chat many times.
Yes, I've spoken to many too. So the point being, neither of us are seismologists, right? I'm not about to make assumptions on the equations that they operate off of. I think that's quite a big ego to think that for some reason that you've transcended past this like propaganda that we've all been fed, right? You think
They
that
don't
we've
know
all been fed
anything.
propaganda, and that they're operating off of incorrect information. But for some
No, I
reason,
never said that. That's a straw
you
man.
have transcended this incorrect information,
That's
and
a
none
straw
of these
man.
seismologists have
That's a straw man, dude. I never said anything like that.
all right, you're
I never
fair.
said
You're fair
anything
to say
even
that I am
remotely
just making
resembling
assumptions.
that.
Go ahead and explain it then. Do you think that you understand something that a lot of seismologists don't?
Okay.
Is that
understand? What do they understand again?
The point being is that you're drawing conclusions on what these people understand. You're saying
You
that
don't
these people are.
Look, they don't know anything. They don't know anything. They don't know if the Earth is a globe. They don't know if it's flat. They don't know either way. They have no way to know. All they have is models and data. And they fit the models, they fit the data to the models. Now, they could assume the Earth is flat and use that as a model. They could use a sphere. They could use a hyperbolic wave equation. They can use whatever they want. They can use the frickin' back of a rabbit. It doesn't matter. They're data fitting to a model. That's it. Now, you're the one that thinks models, it seems to me, you think that the model is physically real. If you talk to any of these seismologists, they don't believe any of that.
Okay. Does that disprove the Earth being a globe?
No, what disproves the Earth being the globe is the fact the surface of the Earth does not curve.
The fact I'm trying to bring here is I assume basically all of these people in their field see these things, and it adds to their.
What do they
conclusion.
see? But what do they see?
So okay, let me step away
Tell
from
me
something.
what they see, dude, and then we can evaluate their claim.
I'm just saying they operate off of the fact that they are reinforcing the fact that the Earth is a globe based off.
You
of
don't
what they
know
see in their
that.
own-
No, they're not.
You're just
most of the
making
guys
shit
have
up.
just got tunnel vision. J-Dog,
let me step to something
most of the
more
guys,
obvious.
J-Dog, most of the guys have just got tunnel vision in their own particular fields. My job is to study rocks. I'll study me rocks. I'll tell you all about it. What do you need to know? They're not going out there going, the Earth is a globe, therefore my job is done in a particular way. No, they're just doing their job.
Yeah, you think they're like got a rock and be like, this rock can't exist on a flat Earth. I'm a flat earther now. Like, what rocks prove a globe? When they sit there and they look at seismic waves, a freaking chart with a bunch of squiggly fucking lines, how does that tell them the Earth is a globe?
So let me go to
Yeah, of
something
course.
more
You're not going
connected
to answer that.
Do you believe in
Nothing they
gravity?
look at tells them the Earth is a globe. You
Do you
just
believe in
think it
gravity?
does.
Let me ask you this: do you believe in gravity?
What is it?
Do
What are you
believe
talking
that
about? Do I
gravity is
believe in
real?
gravity?
Do you
What does
believe
that
that the
mean?
current? Here's a better way to phrase this: do you believe that the current scientific body that talks about gravity, right? Do you think that they are accurate on it?
No.
Okay, so do you know about LIGO? I'm sure you do, right?
Yes, I do. Way more than you.
Okay, I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. But do you know more than the people who are working on that? Do you know more?
Oh,
than
yeah,
those people
probably.
that have?
Probably.
Wow. That
Yeah,
okay.
because I read. Listen,
I don't think
I
we're
read.
going to be able to have a
because-
conversation here.
Yeah, because you're just assuming I'm stupid and that I haven't read all their
that
fucking
what I said?
primary documentation. If you search my name in this server, you'll see all of LIGO's fucking documentation posted years ago.
Indio.
Okay, let me tell you.
that you know
Okay,
more
so what is the
about
thermal?
what's going
What is
on
the
in there
thermal
than the
variance?
people who physically
What is the
work
thermal
at LIGO?
uncertainty from LIGO, bro? What is the thermal uncertainty from LIGO?
Do you?
How many orders of
I'm not claiming
magnitude
to
is
be
it
a-
larger than displacement? Why
Did
are
I
you
say I
over
worked at
talking me?
LIGO?
You're going to sit there and say, I don't know about LIGO. I'm going to tell you about LIGO, okay? I can tell you in detail what they did, how they did it, how it works.
Can we do one thing at a time?
Livingston and Hannaford. I actually have the civil engineering drawings. You brought up the wrong fucking thing, buddy.
Do you understand what I just asked you?
Yeah, I do know more about LIGO.
Is there
LIGO employs
We
like
can go back on the live
1,400
and see
people.
exactly what I was asking you. Did I say I knew more
You
about
said,
LIGO
do I
than you,
think
Indio?
I know more than the people working on LIGO? Yeah,
Yes,
most of them, sure.
You think you know more than the people who physically are at that location because you read the same documents
there's
that those people also
1,400
read
employees
on
at
top of
LIGO.
physically applying what they read in those documents, Indio. Do you understand that
Okay,
there's physical application of what you read on top of just
That's
reading?
right.
Do you think that matters
Yeah, that's right.
or no?
Yeah, that's
so
right.
you have a.
So
Oh,
this
is
is
this in your back?
this is the most
You're doing
bullshit
this in your backyard.
sociological fucktard argument I've ever heard.
You
All you're
understand
making
that
is
you're
some
saying you
stupid
know more about
sociological
LIGO than the people
argument.
who physically work.
Oh,
I just want
but what
to.
about
You
these
understand
people? It's better than this person. They know more than this person over here. Give the evidence, okay?
Let it out. Yep.
This is about evidence. Okay, you claiming this person knows this or this person doesn't know that, that's not evidence of anything. You're just speculating. That's all you've been doing since you came in here. Speculating. No, shut up. Speculating about what you think people know and what people don't know. You think I know something and that I don't know something that they know, and that because they work here, there's 1,400 people that work at fucking LIGO. Which person? Let's be specific. Which person don't I know more? The guy that sweeps the floor? The guy that tends the electric fence? The fucking guy that washes the bathroom? Which guy that works at LIGO?
India. Whether or not you believe the people
Answer
at
my
LIGO
fucking question.
are operating.
I'm sick of your fucking gish galloping. It's at an end, dude. Your gish galloping's at an end. You're gonna stay on one fucking thing. So real simple. Let's deal with LIGO.
Let's rewind 5 minutes. Then Indio. Do you
No,
understand
let's
what you're
deal with
talking
LIGO
about 5
right now.
minutes?
Okay, you're gonna go on fucking mute. Okay, you're gonna stop gish galloping and you're gonna deal with one thing: LIGO.
So,
okay,
I hope you understand.
What is the resolution that they measure at LIGO that they claim they can measure?
Indio, I don't know.
Okay, so how do you know I don't know as much as them? Because I do know the answer.
I was going to ask about LIGO.
Do you know how LIGO was built? Do you know who surveyed it, the companies? Do you know that it took 3 different surveying companies? Do you know how they created the GPS monuments? Do you know? Dude, I know all about LIGO. You brought up the wrong fucking thing.
Do you want to have a conversation or not? Do you want me to get a word out? Because I'm. It's
I want you to actually make an argument that people that work at LIGO know more about LIGO than I do. Make an actual argument that that's the case. That's what I want.
Okay, so first off, I never challenged you with my knowledge of LIGO versus your knowledge of LIGO. Right?
You're not.
So we spent about 2 minutes on that conversation.
I just asked you for something. You're muted now. I just asked you for something. Make the case that the people at LIGO know more about LIGO than me. And be specific.
Indio, I don't have to. Do I have to teach you how to be an adult now too? On top of why the Earth is a globe?
Be specific.
This is immature from you. Let me get a word out.
Yeah, listen. This is just sociological nonsense, J-Dog. None of this shit's going to work. This tactic, we are well aware of it, okay? Well aware of it. This isn't new. This is old shit. Okay?
Got it out?
You're making just a... Don't listen. Stop. You're a joke. You're embarrassing yourself. You don't even realize it. You haven't made a single argument that the Earth's a globe. You basically said, I don't know the Earth's a globe, but there's some other people that I believe that they know the Earth's a globe. I don't know how they know it, but I just trust that they know the Earth's a globe. Somehow LIGO, which claims that they measure 1/1000th of a fucking proton radius, which is fucking impossible because it's 11 orders of magnitude smaller than the fucking thermal noise alone. But no, that's not important. Okay? The details aren't important to you. You just trust some fucking fictitious fairy fucking person. Magic science guy figured it out. You can just go outside, J-Dog, and you can figure it out yourself. But come with something
you totally could.
Argument.
Yeah, J-Dog, have you ever heard about the long-distance observations that you could do yourself?
Listen.
You don't care about that. It'd have to be a LIGO guy that did it.
Foundation in here first, right? Because I want to talk, but I'm not going to be able to talk if people are talking over me, right? So we need some basic foundation before I actually have a conversation.
No one gives a fuck. Just leave. No one gives a fuck about you, dude.
Listen,
leave.
I'll mute myself then. You guys enjoy. I'll mute myself.
Well, I just wanted to hear you answer my question. I mean, I just wanted to hear if he's ever... I know. I want the answer. If he's ever heard about the long-distance observations. He still hasn't answered me.
He didn't come in here to address evidence. He came in here to make sociological arguments. There's some people, magic science guy is smarter than flat earthers who just don't trust the government. Earth must be a globe. You're a retard, Jay. If that's your argument. Is that your argument, Jay? Did I just boil it down nicely for you? Flat earthers just don't trust the government, but there's other people that they know the earth's a globe, and I trust them. No one asked you to trust us. What Dandelion just says, hey, dude, you can go out and test it yourself, but you don't care about that.
Indio, you'll believe whatever you tell yourself.
Oh, yeah, so I've never done my own observations? Have I? Have I, J-Dog?
I'm not just talking about your own observations, brother. I'm talking about your assumptions of me, too. But you keep going.
I haven't made any assumptions to you. I'm just going by what you say. Your argument is a sociological argument. You didn't argue evidence for the Earth being a globe. You argued that there's people with evidence that the Earth is a globe, and that you trust those people. You don't actually know what their evidence actually is, but you trust that they must have it. And you also trust that they must be smarter than me because you're a conspiracy-driven flat earther that doesn't trust the government. Is that your argument in a nutshell?
Right. So you can rewind.
Is that your argument in a nutshell?
One of those questions. And
Is that your argument in a nutshell, J-Dog?
Another one.
Is that your argument in a nutshell?
Go rewind your YouTube bot.
Is that your argument in a nutshell? Don't ask me to rewind anything. Is that your argument in a nutshell? Is that basically your argument? What I just said? Yeah, it is. And you know it is. It's pathetic. Go find actual globe evidence and come back with it. We don't care about what you fucking believe. About us and about them. Because that's all you've told us. I believe this about you and I believe that about them. So the Earth's a globe. You're a retard. Go have fun with that.
Yeah, we're looking for objective demonstration of curvature that anyone can bring to us, and people aren't able to bring that. I mean, that is why, I know I'm the one who originally asked you the question of why you think that we think the Earth is flat. So the answer to that question, in case you want to know, is we think it because we went out to find any objective, verifiable evidence of curvature, and we discovered that there wasn't any, and that the globe was entirely built on emotional appeal, logical fallacies, and propaganda. So that's the reason. Absence of curvature.
I would genuinely love to have a good back and forth, but I think the temperature has to lower down a bit in here first, and
no one cares, dude.
I'll wait for that for a while.
So you want a
When
glass
you
of
come
milk
with
and a
an
cookie while you're
actual
waiting?
argument to support the globe, the temperature will change. We don't care about your feelings about people. Because that's what your argument is. It's your feelings about people. It's your ignorant evaluation of what you think people think. That doesn't tell us if the Earth is a globe or flat in any way, shape, or form. All you're doing is telling us about your own mental state. We don't care.
J-Dog, can you be honest?
I'm really trying to be.
So how do you know the Earth is a globe?
I'm gonna let someone else take the baton here, and
This your chance to be honest, bro. How do you know the Earth is a globe?
He can be honest and say that's what you're taught at school. Outside of that, you've got nothing. Because that's exactly what happened to everyone. You were taught a heap of crap at school, and you just accepted it blindly. Went on your merry way.
Well, I asked him, like, what's the best globe evidence? And he immediately saying, well, there's a bunch of people that I don't know what they actually do, but I think they think the Earth is a globe because they're doing some globe stuff in their jobs. So Earth globe because those other people. So childish, immature thinking, man. Even if all that was true. Okay? That they're making all these claims. They should be testable and verifiable. We should be able to test their claims to see if they're true. And when we do, we find they're not true. It's literally as simple as that. But you can't believe that because you're conspiracy flat earthers. And I evaluate truth by looking at the person that said it, not the evidence. I go, oh, Do they know the secret handshake? Are they wearing blue shoes? Did they vote the right way? Did they graduate from the right college? Did they say the right things? That's how you're evaluating truth, by looking at people. It's a genetic fallacy. Dude, how the fuck is there a mosquito in here in the winter? It's like 20 degrees outside. There's a mosquito in here. It's crazy. Sorry about that.
Interesting, when he brought up LIGO, I thought he was going to be talking about the construction of it, like most of them normally do.
Fucking boondoggle, dude. One of the craziest grift ever. And you know what? I could post the CERN physicist saying that LIGO is the craziest grift. I could post it right in the chat saying that it was a bunch of bullshit because they used templates. They actually didn't get any detections, and they used templates and just waited until something matched the template that they pre-rendered. And they did injections. Dude, there's a whole mess with LIGO, man. They were almost out of money. They did all this monkey business, said they got a detection, then got another $4 billion. It's a scam. And even when they got that, they were like, we invented a whole new area of physics. There's going to be PhDs and PhD students and grants and all this shit, dude. We're freaking in there. But no, they're scientists. They're pure moral characters. They don't worry about money or status or anything like that. They're just finding the truth. None of those things are a consideration to scientists.
You can tell you hit it over the head with this guy because he just quit responding. Once you started saying exactly what he was saying, he didn't want to expose it further by talking.
Dude, we've heard these sociological arguments millions of times. It's just like so boring. You don't go, okay, how do I know it's the truth? Well, this guy said something. Do I look at the evidence for his claim? Nah. I'll look at his ID in his wallet. Oh, he has the right credentials in his wallet. He's telling the truth. His claim is true. It's so stupid. It's hard, especially after the pandemic and stuff, how people can even think like that anymore. But, whatever. Like at this point, like credentials are inversely correlated to being correct.
So, J-Dog, you believe you live on a ball. Why is that?
Yeah, I'll stop talking. You can talk to one of these other guys. Talk to one of these other cool people. Oh, Jedi's cool.
Oh yeah, I'm really
He's
cool.
trying to cool everything down. And since you're cool, then you go.
Get this shit up, honestly. At least my car.
We really need to know, J-Dog. At least 3 people have asked you.
If you ask a mechanic if your car is broken and it still doesn't run, does it like magically run because he said it? And he's a mechanic and he knows all about cars?
Well, I could probably know a bit more, but I am a guy in my 20s, so I can kind of pass for it. Unlike guys in their 50s or 60s.
Get that.
All we want to know is,
Dude,
you
Jay, you're
have
not very bright. You said we want to cool down. You'll talk when it's cooled down. That's why I said Jedi will talk because he's cool. It was kind of like a joke. What the hell? I wasn't talking about the actual temperature. Are you okay, bro? You drinking?
No, I was talking about the temperature before, like the people getting heated. But now I'm actually cold as shit.
That's a euphemism, though. People aren't actually getting heat. Never mind. Yeah, somebody else talk to this person. He's like, he's bad level. I can't deal with it. Now, actually, just keep believing the people, dude. You need them. You just keep believing whatever they say. You might freaking hurt yourself. Make sure you
All right, I'm
only
in a
ever
good
use
mood.
a
I'll
spork.
keep talking.
Just never use anything but a spork, and you'll be okay.
all we want
What's
to
up?
know, J Dog, is since you live in a realm where no curvature is visible and you've never experienced a globe in any context other than a toy or a screen, what has led you to conclude that you live on a globe?
For me, it's just all the whole body of evidence, really. It's just everything. That's why I just kind of said
Everything.
seismology.
So chicken noodle soup.
Oh, it's the Gem Panda. Yeah, we should introduce him to Gem Panda. You guys get along well. He says, the body of science. The body of science says it's a globe. You'd love him.
I could be more nuanced in it, but the easiest thing to say right now is simply everything. And obviously, that's when I was going to trail off into seismology and LIGO and all these other things that I've seen that add to it. Right? That's the whole gist of my argument.
So you've seen curvature, or you've seen
I've not
someone
I've
telling
not. Well,
you that
other
how
than in
these
video.
specific things operate, then you've just assumed curvature.
I've not seen curvature other than in videos. So
Yeah, well, I'll give you 10 points for honesty there.
do you think I was not being honest before? Come on. Well, let me make sure I don't fucking slide on the snow. You don't want to die. Or, well, I don't want to die, sorry.
So your proof of curvature is this whole body of evidence, but yet you've not asked us about our proofs of flatness. I find that interesting, that you'll instantly just take a side and you won't even question the other side.
I don't question the Globers. I definitely do. Sorry, I want to be in a kind of a public area where I'd rather not have this conversation. I'm gonna hop off for like a couple minutes. I'll be back on them.
Maybe he needs
Got
to
watch
warm
out for
back
that
up.
thin ice, sir.
Are we supposed to wait here silently until he gets back?
Yeah, I think we're supposed to hold each other's hands and have some sort of cult chant or something. Incredulity and scorn. It's just, listen, incredulity and scorn. It's nothing new. It's day one for a lot of people out there. They need to get by this. He's getting there. Give him time.
When he comes back, ask him what would be sufficient evidence for a flat Earth? Just ask him, see what he says. I bet you the answer is nothing. There's nothing that would ever convince him.
I'll go into space.
No, I don't even. Yeah, that might. Yeah, it'll be space. Yeah.
You guys are taking bets. That's wild.
Yeah, we totally should. Yeah, Jedi and India say it's going to be going to space. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to bet against that. I don't even know what the other option would be.
Well, he's already said it's the whole body of.
That's what Rumpus used to say. The body of science.
So he's probably going to do a blitz and just go rambling on about some random thing, seismic waves, and just pray that no one knows what he's talking about.
Space stories.
He tried
What's he
that
gonna
one
do?
earlier on. It didn't go too well.
What he's going to do is he's going to think about it, and you're going to think he's thinking about it, and he's going to give you a real answer. Then he's going to say, okay, if the Earth was flat, why would it matter?
Yep. Yep.
Oh,
that's my bet.
So that's a good call.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the real truth is he'd have to have it announced on CNN, but he wouldn't actually say that.
Yeah, but even some Globers don't actually think that. They because like Matthew, like he said, even if everybody came out and said the Earth was flat, he'd still believe it was a globe.
Has he said that? I haven't heard that. That's interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is honorable because that he says he thinks it's a globe for certain reasons that are divorced from people claiming it is. So for some institution to come out and say the Earth is flat, like he should not believe that based on his reasons.
He said the opposite to me. I asked him once if everyone at NASA all said the Earth is flat all at once, would you believe him? He said yes. I guess that's a little more specific. Everyone at NASA.
They all just don't want to work anymore. Just
The other dudes were like, if I found out the Earth was flat and everybody in the mainstream came out and said the Earth was flat, I would check myself into an insane asylum because my whole life I thought the Earth was a globe, and I thought I had good reasons. So clearly, I must be insane.
Call me an
But
idiot.
people would rather.
Gullible, but I'm a man of my word. Sorry.
Yay!
Dude, we were all waiting for you to get back, honestly.
Oh, no.
Hey, Bet's going to see whether you're going to come back or not.
Well, I'm here.
So the question is, brother, and I may be paraphrasing it wrong. What would be sufficient evidence that the Earth is flat?
Oh, that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
I don't have that.
No, you don't have to. Just what kind of evidence would that be?
What kind of evidence would that be? I think the best piece of evidence is if I physically was flown up high enough to see that the Earth was flat and not at least our current depiction.
Nice
Winner,
one.
Jedi. Good job. You got the pool.
Hell of a job, Jedi.
High fives all around. Thank you, guys.
Give me the trap.
Okay, so if that is the best evidence there is, how many people alive today have been in a position that you just described?
How many people that to observe the curvature to disprove the flat Earth?
No. To just observe the Earth as a globe floating in space.
Right. Yeah. It's the same. I wouldn't have the best answer. I mean, I think the people in the ISS would definitely see the curvature.
No. I'll give you the answer.
Not from 250 miles or whatever away. Whatever.
No, it's not. Dude, 250 miles is only enough to see 3% of the Earth in your field of view. That's not sufficient to tell you the form of the entire Earth. So the only people that have been far enough away from the Earth that are still alive today are allegedly the 3 Apollo astronauts that haven't died yet. So there's 3 people in all of humanity right now, and less than 50 people in the history of humankind that have ever been to a position to be able to tell you what the globe actually is from space with their own 2 eyes, if it exists. So if that's your standard of evidence, right, then that means only 3 people know. Only 3 people know the Earth's a globe. Only 3.
I think that's tough to say that's my standard of evidence, but I think for me to prove it for myself is the original question would be for me to see it from far enough away to.
That's fair, but when I asked you the question, I said what would be a good evidence. I didn't say what would convince you. So what actually would be the best evidence? The best evidence that the Earth isn't a globe would be the fact that it's flat. So, for example, the best evidence of flat Earth is that it measures flat.
So what, like a laser over a large body of water, hitting a target?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, if you believe, if you recognize that water has certain properties and that it's either
Yes,
curving or
like
it's
it's gonna be
not,
leveled.
and level, well, it is level. No, it is level. It's absolutely level. In fact, not only is it level, it's the definition of level from which we derive the concept of level. So water is level. The only question between a globe Earth and a flat Earth is whether that giant water level is curved or not. And the only way to figure that out is just to measure the thing. And if it shows itself curved, then it's curved. And if it shows itself flat, then it's flat.
That is fair for the most part. Yeah, if it shows that it's flat or curved, yeah, I have no issue with that.
Right. And since we know
would
how
have
water
to
works,
rule out many variables for that, of course, to make sure that we're accurately measuring this. But yeah,
yeah, sure. Let's say you do that. Let's say you can rule out the variables to where you can know for certain beyond 2 orders of magnitude. Would that be sufficient?
would that be sufficient? Well, I would leave open to the idea that there could be principles or mechanics to this universe that I don't understand yet, but I think that would be pretty ridiculous. I think we have a pretty solid understanding. But yeah, I would say for the most part, of course, I'm never going to be able to read all literature on understanding this, so of course I will never know it for sure.
That's fair. That's fair, brother. So check this out. Check this out.
What's up?
If I put in
these experiments of lasers
just hold on.
like 20,
Yeah, fair enough.
30 miles of water. I've seen these. And
Right.
it's not enough. The people don't do enough in the videos to prove what they're doing is accurate and precise. And yeah, there's also some refraction. I've heard people even claim that there's no refraction with lasers going over bodies of water like that. There's absolute refraction. How much, I don't know. There's also like tunneling effects with refraction that I understand. I can't give you the math on all this shit, but it's just not.
Okay, so then your claim would be right. That's fair. So then your claim would be.
Let me just conclude this, that I feel like there's so much doubt with all of that, and I just haven't seen enough from those videos that it doesn't.
Right. So yeah, fair enough. So what you're saying is that over long distances, the appearance of things cannot be what they actually are. So then that would mean that actually leaving the Earth and turning around to look at it wouldn't be conclusive, by your own admission.
I guess yes. I see where. Sure, there could be some crazy refraction going on, and yeah, I get what you're saying.
Right. So then also, if that's true, and since majority of the claims about the globe have come from optical interpretations of the phenomenological world, then by your own admission, all of those observations can also be thrown out.
Yeah, I can't believe anything I see. Nothing can be trusted by me.
Right. So basically what you've admitted to is that there's no good evidence the Earth is a globe at all. And so we should just default to the natural position, which is that level water is indeed horizontal, just as we experience it everywhere we go. Everywhere I go, my level works the same. I've never experienced a curve, neither have you.
So that's great. So now I am gullible Joe. I don't know anything. I can't believe anything. I can't trust this body of people. I can't trust this body of people.
Can you trust yourself?
This body of people over here have a lot more information on that, right? And it's a lot more conclusive. And there's so many different separate.
You can choose a water level.
Do you trust yourself?
Do I trust myself? Yes.
Cool.
Are you saying that I just have blind trust in all these institutions?
No, I'm just trying to chill down for a second. You trust yourself, right?
I feel like these conversations are a bit disingenuous because we're kind of going off. Can I just complete this? We're going off tangents off of one thing I say in an answer to a previous question, right? And it's a bit disingenuous and unfair to me, I feel.
I'm trying to get you to be genuine. That's what I'm trying to do. Genuine. Just because of what you just said. You've kind of appealed to lots of other people that have got lots of other of information. Yeah. Do you know that information?
Do I know that? I know a handful of information from
you know, you know bits and bobs.
Know everything.
Yeah, exactly. You don't know everything. I don't know everything. Dude, I don't know everything. All right, we kind of appeal to these people who have a vast amount of information, but we don't know really what it is. They just tell us the conclusion of the information that they're supposed to have. Now, to be critically to be a critical thinker or to be critically minded, you must at least try to understand the position from the inside to have a critical thought or idea about it, right? It's kind of, it's a bit weird, and we all do this. I'm not blaming you. I've noticed this in the way that people behave. We kind of let our authority go to other people, but the information that they say that they have, they just give us the conclusion. You don't know, like I pointed out, the actual information or how they got to that conclusion is probably a better way to put it. When we look at how they got to that conclusion, we don't find that logical framework. As in, we don't know how they got to the conclusion that they did based upon the information that they've got. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, sure. I believe you believe that. Yes.
Right. Okay.
I'm sorry. I said that intentionally. Yes, I understand what you're saying from your point of view.
You're coping.
That's a more fair way to say that.
Okay, so with regards to your experience of the Earth, do you experience any motion to the Earth?
No, I don't.
Okay, so it's relying on other people to tell you a claim that the Earth is moving and to give you stories about its movement and how they proved it to be moving, right?
I believe acceleration is a bit different from velocity. So, like, in terms of spin,
that's lovely,
what are we spinning
dude.
at, like 29 point.
Yep, that's cool. So the question's going to be, okay, they've given us an excuse as to why we don't feel any motion. The question is, have they proven that we're moving? How?
Well, can I just sure. So I don't know all the proofs to how they know we're moving, but just to answer your first question, I'm just going to use the analogy. You've probably heard this a million times with moving in a car, accelerating versus constant velocity kind of deal, right? And then, so the Glober's claim is that there's basically a constant velocity. What is the range of acceleration of our spin? Is it like 2 kilometers per hour or some shit? I don't know what it is actually, but it's probably a very small amount of range of the acceleration changing, right? So if their claim is just on this small amount of change in acceleration, we shouldn't feel it because we understand this on Earth as well, like with a moving car, that we shouldn't feel constant velocity if we're not accelerating whatsoever. And that's their claim as well with the Earth spinning.
Yeah, cool. So the question still remains, even though there's lots of excuses about why we wouldn't or don't feel any motion, how was it proven that the Earth was in motion? From the people that give us all the information and the excuses as to why we don't feel it, these are the people that have proven it. So how did they prove the Earth was in motion?
You're asking someone who has never looked up that information themselves. Yeah. I could look it up on Google right now and find out.
I mean, we could all go and look on Google, but you're just kind of highlighting my point.
That I don't know as much as you.
All right, dude. I'm trying to have a conversation, but every time I
know,
talk,
but that's the root of the conversation. Yes, that I don't know as much as you, and I should be listening to your perspective more than.
No, absolutely fucking not. And being as that's the point that you think that I'm trying to get to, I'm going to disengage from this conversation. What an arsehole.
Hold on. Did I just mute myself and then talk? Thinking I was unmuting myself to talk.
Probably, yeah, we didn't hear you.
I was just going to say, whoa. Let's dial it back. How about, guest, you don't make claims that we're just trying to lord our intelligence over you, and then we won't swear at you. Is that a fair deal?
Sure. I think that's pretty reductive to say that I was just being sworn at, though, before as well.
J-Dog, we're British, mate. We swear a lot. Don't take any offence to it.
Yeah.
There's nobody trying to lord it over you mentally here either, bro. We're actually the most genuine people you'll meet on this topic. So we know that everyone else out there's a prick, but we might sound like, you know, what comes across as a prick. But we're actually just trying to get to a legible conversation, bro, to be honest.
That's why I said me having an issue with swearing, I felt was a bit of a reductive way to put that. Because it wasn't just me having an issue with swearing.
All right, dude. Okay, that's great. So we all agreed we're going to be nicey nice. going forward, right?
Right. Yeah. I just want to
All
make
right.
sure we're on the same.
So okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Look, 4 people have commented on the meta rather than the topic. How about we all just move on to the topic? How about that?
Sure. I'd love for another Glober to chime in, honestly, because I feel like that would be a bit more useful.
All right. How about another Glober who actually has any knowledge of a method that could actually tell you whether the Earth was a globe or flat, that doesn't involve going into heaven to get a God's eye view, of which nobody is going to attain, and less than 30 people in the United States space program have ever even claimed to have gone there, of 3 of which are only left alive, and those are the only people who, according to that standard, could even know the Earth was a globe, 100%. So us common people, we have to use more stable things in our lives, like the principles of level, horizontal. Everywhere we go, that's the way things operate. I've seen no evidence that the water is curving. All as I've seen is people claim, I can't see the bottom of something, therefore the water is curving. And I've done research on my own that shows to me that that's not necessarily true. It could be true, and it would be true if the Earth was a globe, but it doesn't prove the Earth is a globe.
Bro, you want to talk to Globers? None of us was born a flat earther. Okay, think of that.
No, we're all born flat earthers. That's our base understanding of reality. It appears flat and stationary to us. We're told that the earth is a sphere. This is the point of the conversation I was having with the last gentleman. These people that say that they've got lots of information, they're the ones that tell us something that's outside of our perception.
Or another way of saying that is we were all raised to believe the Earth's a globe, just as you. We just don't believe that anymore.
Right, but even that's being a little gracious, because it's not that we were Globers and then just one day we decide, oh, we're just not going to believe the Earth is a globe anymore. No, what happened was we came across the topic, we were presented with evidence, we thought about the evidence, we looked into it, went out, did our own tests and observations. Then after we observed the Earth for what it is, looked back through our whole life and looked at the evidence presented by the other side, we realized that the flat Earth side has the prima facie case that the Earth presents itself as flat and stationary, and that's how we've all experienced it, not only throughout all of human history, but in our modern day lives as well. We never experienced a globe, not one time. None of us have. None of us ever will. Yet, people believe it's a globe. When if you go out and you measure the water's flat, and water covers 70% of the known territory, so that can't be a globe. So it's not as simple as we just stop believing the globe. Although that's true.
I didn't mean to put it that way. I was probably trying to put more emphasis on the raised part, because, like with religion, like with politics, like with so many things, if someone's raised to believe X, Y, or Z, they typically throughout their adult lives believe X, Y, or Z because they were raised.
That's fair. And I would submit that our previous guest who was speaking is in the same camp, that he believes the Earth is a globe because he was raised into it, and he didn't actually ever come to the conclusion by doing adequate research that led him to that conclusion. He was just told it. And then, like we all do through our lives, we have confirmation bias, and it's all around us. It's on TV, it's on video games, it's on cereal boxes, it's on our kids' pajamas, for God's sakes.
The one that really gets me is all the characters in modern movies that have come out that just happen to be wearing NASA t-shirts and sweaters when, like, NASA has nothing to do with the plot line. Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, that is a weird one right there.
Well, yeah, J Dog. Were you listening? Did you hear that J Dog dude?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, why do flat earthers think the earth is flat? Oh, because they don't trust the government. Oh, that's what convinced me.
That's just a psyop coming through. That's all that is. That's not a person speaking. That's someone that's been taught to say these things, whether he realizes it or not. He's been taught to have that reaction.
Yeah, but both things can exist. It's just not necessarily the cart before the horse. Like maybe flat earthers think people in the government and certain facets are full of crap because they've experienced certain things or found certain evidence that's real and true and could be validated. And then these figurehead talking puppets come out and say contrary wise to reality. And so we're like, wow, that dude is saying the wrong thing. Maybe that's the case.
Just asking about NASA t-shirts and stuff. Ryan, is that you? Sorry, I'm not looking at the screen, man. There's a name for that. It's a fallacy. It's the achievements of man. Humans want to wear the flags of NASA to say that we've been to space because they think that we have funded it in a sense. We are part of it. You and me, us. That's why they wear the t-shirts and jump up and down at the television. They think that's them that's going out there in a sense. Can't remember the name. There's a fallacy for that.
I think there's a new moon mission coming up.
How many rockets? How many rockets does it take this time?
How many licks does it take to get the center of a Tootsie travel to the moon? 1 rocket, 2 rockets, or 3 rocket?
They can't be doing a moon mission. They still didn't even figure out the spacesuits yet. Wondering why they can't just use a zipper to keep the vacuum of space out like they did on Apollo.
So 12 hours ago, NASA posted on X, Artemis 2.
Yeah, what does it say?
Next year, they will journey around the moon. But what's funny is they already have the video. They're already showing us the fucking previews of the moon. But they didn't go there yet.
Isn't that from the Captain Moonkin thing? Didn't Elon send some rubber dolly around the moon last year or 2 years ago?
I posted the article or whatever in this live stream voice text.
Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, thanks for posting that, Vintage Bait. I thought there'd be more challenging comments. I just started scrolling through. I guess there's 366 comments, but I haven't seen any so far that challenge their premise. They all seem to be fanboys and girls. Oh, I had to get all. I did find one. Maybe 100 comments down. Yeah, we figured out, NASA, you are just an esoteric occult group, but he has misspelled 2 words and doesn't know how to use punctuation, and he thinks ellipses only have 2 dots. Terry Corn says, waste of good money. I have to agree with you, Terry Corn, especially since they're not actually doing anything.
Oh, damn. I wanted to apologize to Jedi.
Oh, you're going to apologize to Jedi. How nice. We can always pass it on.
I appreciate it. That was I overstepped before. Peace out.
Wow. That's so rare. A Glober came back to apologize. He's not going to apologize to you, Indio, but he's apologizing to Jedi. Somebody remember to tell him.
You, Indio.
Indio's here, so we'll apologize
But
to the guy
that
that's
Jedi's
not
a cool
here.
guy. What's this? Orbital data centers will bypass Earth-based constraints like cooling. How do they get around that one?
Yeah, won't they have to account for solar temperatures and massive changes as they go into darkness? Isn't this why we've got server farms under sea already for the cooling properties? Who do they think they're trying to fool, dude? You know what I mean? They just keep coming up with stories that we already know what they're up to. Just nonsense.